Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for round 3 of the Rugby Championship, and a Rugby Championship so far in 2022 that has been as close as it has ever been at the moment. The Pumas, they are sitting top of the bunch after the 2 rounds, after a monumental win over Australia, but now we head down south, or down under, if you like. We're heading to Adelaide, and it is going to be Australia taking on the Springboks. It's going to be an awesome game. We've got plenty of build-up plan for you guys. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. But first of all, we will look through at the 2 lineups. So first of all, for the Australians, they have got James Slipper, extremely experienced in that starting lineup. Falau Fainga'a and Alan Alatoa. So the experience factor actually goes the way of the Wallabies. Over the Springboks, then Rory Arnold. He is there at number 4. He is 208 centimetres tall, so certainly a mammoth of a man. Can be very dangerous in a line-out. Matt Phillip does slot in at number 5. Then Jed Holloway, 6 to being number 6. Throughout the regular Super Rugby season, we have seen more of that man at number 5 for the Waratahs, or even 4. But they have gone with him at blindside for this contest. Fraser McBride at 7. That is in the absence of Michael Hooper. And then Rob Ballatini, McMahon, slotting in at number 8. Nick White at 9. Noah Lolesio, the youngster, at number 10. Now, initially, they would have loved to have Quade Cooper. Of course, he was able to win that game last year for them in the Rugby Championship. But due to injuries involving Quade Cooper, James O'Connor, they have actually had to bring in Bernard Foley, but he will not be playing for this game. Instead, Noah Lolesio does get himself the start. Hunter Paisami at 12. Lena Cattell at number 13. And Samu Karevi, another player who has found himself injured for the rest of 2022. Marika Koromberi, the dangerous flying winger, there at number 11. Tom Wright shifts from fullback to number 14. And then Reece Hodge does get that spot at 15. But we have got Novmum in the chat currently watching Black Ferns versus Wallaroos, Hawke's Bay versus North Harbour. I do see that the Black Ferns are actually 5-0 down currently, aren't they? Which is a bit of a difference compared to what we saw in that first match, as it was a very one-sided affair in favour of the Black Ferns. But now looking through at the box, pretty much unchanged from last week, other than a couple exceptions. Oxney, Joseph Weber and Frans Madharba going to be the front row once again. Now, we have seen that Frans Madharba, he's had a very good Super Rugby 2022 competition, Rugby Championship 2022 competition. Oxney and Weber, still not too many caps under their belt, but they are going to be hoping to have a very good game here. Eben Etzebeth, a lot of caps under that man's belt, over the 100, and Ludiacha at number 5. These two are dangerous in a line-out, and I think they're going to cause some real problems for the Wallabies when we do get to kick off. Sia Khaleesi at blindside, and he is also the captain. Hi, Hamish, what Novmum do too? And there's Brandon, and in Australia, can actually watch the game. That's a first in a while. Yeah, if you guys are in Australia, you can watch it on 9 Now, and it is completely for free that you are able to watch that game. And Linda said, oh my goodness. And there, and also, who do you think is going to win? I think the record books say it should be the Wallabies, but the Springboks side, I mean, that backline's looking extremely strong. Lukanyo Makazole, Mapimpi, both having the games of their lives last week. It was unfortunate that the result didn't go their way, but if everyone out there for the Springboks plays like those two, it's going to be very hard for the Wallabies to beat them. But now looking at number 8, it is Dwayne Vermeulen, and I believe I mentioned Peter Stifter-Toy as number 7 as well. At open side flanker, he can certainly cause pressure in a breakdown. Faf de Klerk returns into the starting lineup. That is after the head knock that he did sustain in the first game up against the All Blacks. In fact, it was in the first minute of that contest that he did end up getting injured. Honore Pollard at 10, Damien Dialende at number 12 with Lukanyo on his outside. You can't have one of those two without the other, and they had the perfect centre pairing for the Springboks. Heading forward, Makazole Mapimpi out on the left wing. Warwick Hallant going to be at 14 for this contest. That is replacing Jesse Creel. And then Damian Valimza, a player who has been going very well, the 24-year-old, he will be at number 15. But we will quickly look through at the benches what these two sides have decided to throw out there. Dave Parecki, Scott Seo, and Taniela Tupou. Tongan Thor certainly packs a punch late in a game. Seo's got the experience factor. Could also help the Wallabies. Then Darcy Swain, Rob Leota, and Pete Samu. Now, the Wallabies, they went with the 6-2 split. I'm not sure what the strategy behind that is, because normally we see South Africa go with the 6-2 split, and they would have seen what the South Africans had announced because they did it on the Monday, whereas Australia were on the Thursday. So they had plenty of time, and they decided why not chuck an extra forward in the mix. Tate McDermott at number 22, the sniper, as I like to call him, very good around the side of a breakdown and creating extra meters, same as Nick White in that starting lineup. And then Andrew Callaway last man. He is at number 23. Now, he had a sensational season last year. He's been a little bit quiet for the Rebels throughout Super Rugby Pacific. This could be one of those games that we do see him step up. Then for South Africa, Malcolm Marx at number 16. That man is a super sub and a half, and we may see him after only about 35 or 40 minutes. Stephen Kickoff and Vincent Koch going to add a lot to that scrum and also the physicality of the Springboks. Franco Mostert, Kwaka Smith, they are the only two other forward replacements that the Springboks have got. Then it is Jaden Hendrickse, Elton Yankees, which is a name a few people were quite surprised to see in that lineup. And then Franz Stein at number 23. So adds an extra kicking option if they do need it. Definitely if it is a kick from 50 plus meters out. So this is how you guys feel when we play in South Africa. It's literally 5 a.m. says Tom Rick. Yeah. Some of those games, I guess it's a little bit easier for me because I'm normally at weird hours anyway. We are going to be doing the sevens later on today, which is going to be starting at 4 a.m. New Zealand time, and we will be going straight through till about 1 p.m., I think, New Zealand time. So it's not too bad for myself because I'm almost on a Northern Hemisphere time zone anyway. But yeah, it hurts the eyes for a start, and then you slowly start to get used to it. I've been in the squad since 2007, and Francois Stein is going to bring a lot of experience. Exactly right. He had his debut in 2006 in the Curry Cup, and now he has got another opportunity. What time is the game? It is going to be kicking off at 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So we've got a little bit of time, but we have got a few other videos planned in the process of the build-up that you guys will not want to miss, as there is some very exciting content coming up very soon. And they kept Weber, says Lynn. And yeah, it's kind of the one that a lot of people were scratching their heads at. But when you only have two hookers that you're taking to Australia, I guess he either had to be in the starting lineup or the reserves. So I guess it's that big question of, is he going to be more effective in that starting lineup or coming off the bench? I would have loved to see Johan Grobbelaar, maybe Kieran van Veeren, one of those guys make their way into the squad, even if it's just as a traveling reserve, just to make sure that they're not going to be a little bit outnumbered. If there's an injury early on in that second match, I assume they're going to have to fly someone over, and you wouldn't want that flight to be delayed, just like they did have for their first one. Something I hope all is well, says Nathan. It certainly is. I'm extremely excited for this one. And yes, same, says Lynn. And we have got Crazy NZ in the chat. Hi, Amish, says Brandon. I'm watching the 1A final, says Ollie in there. And I should mention there is actually another game going on at the moment. If you do enjoy your women's rugby, it is New Zealand versus Australia that is taking place at the same time as we are doing this live stream. So I will keep you guys updated throughout the evening what is happening. And that one, I believe we've also got a game a little bit later on for the Bunnings NBC. And hi, says Yucko, hope you are doing well, mate. It's an exciting time for South African rugby and Australian rugby. We don't often see both of these sides coming off a loss heading into their matches. So that is going to be, I guess, testing the deep water for both of these teams. Who can bounce back better? At the moment, you'd have to say the Springboks, even though they lost to the All Blacks, they probably look like the stronger of the two sides when you look at them or the Wallabies, because Argentina, they were able to do monumental things, beating the Wallabies by 31 points. A record margin for Los Pumas. Oh, cool. Why'd they have to play at the same time, says Lynn. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they do have all these games working out at about the same time for this one. Although the good news is, luckily, we will be able to watch the replays a little bit later on. So that will probably be what I do between the times of about 12 and 3 or so. I'll be watching the replays of the games. They have taken, at least the Wallaroos won't concede. 52 to the test, says Guy Broom, and Akafinda Merva deserves a chance for the box, says T707. Yeah, there's a lot of good guys who are right on the cusp, which is why I love the fact that they've announced that tour that does involve Munster and the Springboks, and also and the Springboks and Bristol Bears, because we're going to get to see a South Africa Select 15, and I think it will be those guys who are so close to breaking through to the box. They will all get the opportunity, whether that is going to be Evan Ruiz, if they don't have him in the squad in November, if that's Marcel Kutzer, Kieran van Veeren, like I mentioned, all those young guys. When does the match start, says Joseph? It is going to be starting at 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So we've still got quite a bit of time, but we have had a lot of things throughout the week that we have been working on for this live stream, such as ex-All Black interviews. We've got a kicking video. You guys seem to love those ones. So we have got one of those coming up, and also the head-to-head stat breakdown between these two. And, well, that's a lot of work. Thank you, says Lynn in there. And also, hi, says Yucko. Hope you are doing well, mate. And good morning to South Africans. And there, says Nathan, yeah, it is definitely an early morning start for you guys in South Africa. Luckily, the game kicks off at 7:30 a.m., so it's a little bit easier, but I know a lot of people will be having their eyes closed, maybe watching the replay of this one. No Roger Tuivasa-Sheck this week. That is a good point. The Kiwis, they decided against going with Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, which is an interesting choice because I feel like this was maybe the opportunity, if not the next game, to bring him in, because I don't believe he's been selected for Auckland either. He actually had a very good Bunnings NPC debut, and that competition has had some high scores. I love your work, mate. Keep it up, says Ian Foster of all people. Ian, I mean, if you're a real Ian, look what I got. That's perfect, really. I don't know whether or not you like that photo. It's better than that one. That is for sure. And also, well, thanks, Nathan. And as kickoff 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time, it is indeed. So 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time for the kickoff of this game, and then the kickoff for the New Zealand versus Argentina is going to be kicking off at 7:45. Do you watch any schoolboy rugby? I do try my best to watch some of it. Mentioning schoolboy rugby for a second, I see that Cullen Grace unfortunately did end up with a shoulder injury. The reason I say that is because I have seen him from the schoolboy scene around these parts of the woods in the South Island, but sadly got an injury now, which is a big shame because he probably was right in the cusp of making it back into the ABs. And also, lol, thanks, Nathan, says Lennon. Good morning from Cape Town, South Africa, 5:11 a.m., says Rashad. So that is certainly commitment, mate. And I hope you are excited for not just this game, not just the game between the All Blacks and the Pumas, but also the LA Sevens that has taken place a bit later on. It is going to be kicking off in about 13 hours, I believe, is the first game, and it will be South Africa. They will be playing up against the USA. So there are some big teams in there. And morning, says Nathan, in there as well. But yeah, I should mention that in the Sevens department, they have got Fiji, Samoa, New Zealand, the Blitzboks, of course, South Africa taking part, Australia, France, Argentina. There's some good teams in that competition. And can you change to online? They fixed this, says Brandon. I will have a look at it at some stage, but I don't think it's high on the priority list just at this stage with the amount of international rugby and sevens that we have got going on in the world. But nonetheless, do let me know your early predictions for this contest. It's being played at Adelaide, and the Springboks, they have struggled to win in Australia for quite some time. We saw last year 2 wins in favour of the Aussies, but that is a pretty different team. When you look at who they had in their lineup, they had Quade Cooper, they also had Samu Karevi, and they're both of those two, the 10 and 12, are missing from this game, and instead Noah Alessio does find himself in there, and it is alongside Hunter Paisami, who's a dangerous runner of the ball. He's not the biggest man in the world, but he can certainly pack a punch, which is something the Wallabies will have to watch out for, because Damien Dialende, if it's anything like we saw up against the All Blacks, he will be running the ball straight at Beauden Barrett, or Beauden Barrett's counterpart in this one, Noah Alessio. He'll be running it at the fly half, because that seems to be the angle he likes to cut in, try and put that pressure on, and then it opens up so much space on the outside for Lucanio Arm as well. And I think that man's going to score a try. We did our try-scoring predictions a little bit earlier on in the week, and that is one that Distracted Sports did lock in. He had Lucanio Arm. I had Makazole Mapimpi as my guy for the man. I hope history doesn't repeat itself. They need to learn to win outside of their comfort zone, and how many games does South Africa need to win in order to win the championship? Does it depend on bonus points? How does it work? So currently they are sitting on, I'm just going to quickly get the table up very quickly. Where are you? There it is. So currently South Africa, they're sitting on 4 points after the 2 games. New Zealand sitting on 4, Argentina sitting on 5, Australia sitting on 5. So theoretically, South Africa were to win every single game from here on out, they would pretty much win the Rugby Championship unless Australia couldn't, unless Argentina actually go on to win all their games. So South Africa are well and truly still in the hunt. I'll call them favourites at this point in time if they can get themselves a victory in Australia for this game. And we got a Chiefs fan named Ian Foster, but we are the Blues man from Sub-Zero for Mortal Kombat. And a morning, lad, says, Sean, hope you are doing very well, mate. It's an epic day for Rugby Championship. And not just that, we have also got the LA Sevens coming to you guys live from about 4:20 a.m. New Zealand time. We are going to be up all night doing those games as well. So we've got a long day ahead of us, and New Zealand will go from 4 to 1 after today, says Cooper Cronk. Although I guess it depends on who wins that South Africa versus Australia game, because if South Africa win and New Zealand don't win their game by an extra 8 points on top of whatever South Africa won by, or what Australia win by theoretically, it would mean that New Zealand can only bump themselves up into second, depending on that points differential, because they are 8 points behind currently. That is after their big loss to the Springboks by about 16 points. Can you read my message? Says Brandon. And there, and All Black Sevens versus Springboks Sevens at 11 a.m. Says up Brandon in there. So yeah, that will be a big game. And we are covering a majority of those games of the LA Sevens as well. Australia, says Ollie. So yeah, Australia still have a very good crack, but they're minus 16 points differential may end up costing them in the long run. Whereas Argentina, they've got a plus 16 points differential. And geez, long day ahead of beautiful rugby, says Sean. It certainly is. The Bunnings NPC, I believe there are games taking place on Saturday, but by Sunday, my eyes will probably be almost stitched shut. They won't want to open, but we will still be getting up later on in the evening on Sunday so that we can cover the rest of the Sevens when we will know who wins the LA Sevens and who moves on to that Cape Town Sevens World Cup with the most momentum. The Boks technically need this win, says Lynn. Yeah, they'd love to be able to get it just because if they can break that streak of winning for the Aussies in Australia, that would be huge for the Boks and their momentum, because we have seen their away record is nowhere near as good as their home. Even they will admit that, but they'd love to be able to turn it around in this game. I think they've got the team to do it. When you look at that backline, I will show it once again. Where is it? There we go. That's the backline they're going with. Faf de Klerk, Hondre Pollard, Damien Dialende, Lucanio Arm, Makazole Mapimpi, the unknown factor of Warwick Hallant. Out on the other wing, we have seen quite a bit of him for the Stormers throughout the URC. Boy, he's a tough player to put down. And that is why I think he's going to be maybe a dark horse of that back line alongside his teammate at fullback, Damian Valimza. Those two are going to be linking up very nicely, I think, and are running the ball extremely hard. I'm a little bit worried about Faf de Klerk at 9. Only reason behind that is because normally when it comes to Southern Hemisphere games, he loves those box kicks. But I think hopefully they've talked to him a little bit and they've said, right, you can do it early, but if it's not working, we're going out this back line because this is world class. And they need to use it. And sometimes with those box kicks, we don't get to see Makazole Mapimpi touch the ball as much as I would love to see him in these contests. But they've got those big forwards as well. Eben Etsebev, Lutiacha, going to be working hard. Franz Maharba in the front row. And then Big Peter Steph-Toy. Another player I'm a little bit curious about for this contest, Duane Vermeulen. How 100% is he after coming back from that injury? So he only got 30 minutes or so in that first game. And yes, I agree. They halt the Aussies just a bit. That would be great, says Lynn. And I thought he was injured, says Ollie. Which player are we talking about for that one? Ollie, do let me know. And also, how are you, buddy? In South Africa loves the pressure and being the underdogs, says T707. Although they are actually favourites heading into this game. I always find the odds interesting for this contest because the Springboks, they haven't won in Australia in such a long time, but they still come in as the favourites, which just shows you how much everyone rates the Springboks side. And has Faf healed already? Yes, he has. So he did get a concussion in that first match up against the All Blacks. So you've got a 10-day stand down. And then from there, you are able to build your way back up. Someone who's not quite back yet is Jesse Creel. Reason behind that is because he was knocked out in the second game. And it's only around that 14 days now. So he must be still feeling a little bit worse for wear. And the Boks need to back themselves, get over this underdog and favourite BS, and just back themselves. They are a good side, and they play too much in their hands. But they play too much in their hands, or in their heads, sorry, says Sean. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. When you've got such a passionate country behind you, it's always hard not to feel like you're letting someone down if you make a mistake, and you're more likely to get a penalty. The reason why New Zealand was so good for years is because they cherish the ball like treasure. South Africa must treat it like treasure, especially when they go near the line. If you hold on to it long enough, says TZ, or sorry, I keep on saying TZ, but T7. And that's a good point because South Africa, they've got finishers like Makazole Mapimpi, Lucanio Arm, Warwick Hallant, Damian Valimza. I can see all of those guys having the potential of running in a try in this game. Damien Dialende, I think he'll run over the top of Noah Lolesio at some point, and whether or not it's 5 meters out or not could be a different story. But if he is that close, I think he could go over. And hi, says Amelia. I hope you are doing well. Black Ferns try, says Novmum. So they are slowly getting back in. Now they are leading. Is it 10 points to 7 currently if the kick has gone over? If I'm not wrong, Kia ora whanau. Says Nazi Williams. I hope you are doing very well, mate. Did you watch the NRL last night? I saw that the Warriors started well. It's about where it ended for them. And then also a very good performance from the Roosters, getting themselves the win in Black Ferns. 10 to 7 in hours today. Going very, very well at the moment. And this tour is a make or break for a few of the older dogs like Franz and Vermeulen if they will have the legs for the World Cup next year. And yeah, Duane Vermeulen, I think, is the one I'm watching under laser focus for this game because he's a class player. He's only just come back from his injury. And I mentioned it in one of my videos that is coming up on this live stream later on. I said the old Dwayne Vermeulen in the URC or the Curry Cup, he taps the ball from 10 meters out and he throws himself at the line. And it's always a sight to see when he's playing for the Bulls. No caution for the body, just tap, bang. And that's actually where he initially got his injury from. But I don't know if Dwayne Vermeulen has got that in him anymore to be able to just go, right, I'm going to get hit hard here, but I might as well tap it, smack it into the line, and see how we go. Don't worry, you can call me Tyrell. That's my name as well, says Tyrell. Okay, I will try and remember that for that one. And don't be shy to hit the thumbs up, give the Kiwi lads in there as well. It says, Nathan, yeah, if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated, all you guys being here for this contest. Like I mentioned, kickoff is only about 2 hours away. Has the game started yet, says Stanley? It's a 5:30 p.m. kickoff, but we have got plenty of build-up still to come, including an interview with an ex-All Black. We have got our head-to-head stat breakdown that we have done, and also a rugby kicking video, because you guys seem to be a massive fan of them. And I can say that this one, it's bigger than ever. That's all I'll say. Sounds like a bit of a tease, doesn't it? But there is something big coming for that one. And what does Roger Tuivasa-Sheck and Hoskins have to do to play, says Ollie? And yeah, Tuivasa-Sheck's probably a little bit unlucky that David Havili had such a good game last week. Because if he didn't have such a good game, I don't think, or sorry, the week before, if he didn't have such a good game, I think Tuivasa-Sheck would have had a good chance of at least coming off the bench in this game. But because Richie Mo'unga and David Havili, both Crusaders, they work very well together. So I believe that is why they've stuck with that. But yeah, Hoskins, the Tutu, very unlucky. I'm glad to see that he's still getting time for Counties Manukau. Same with Dalton Papali'i, because if they weren't playing for Counties, I feel like they'd be very wasted at this point in time. I'm a bit worried about Dwayne as well, says Lynn. And yeah, those damn Warriors need to go to the doc on Monday and get some depression pills. The old man, man, Jared gave Bog Guy Solomona a smashing, bro, says Nazi Williams. Good morning, Hamish. 521 and Joburg. Nice to join you this morning, says Maritz. And I hugely appreciate you being up at this hour of the morning. Hopefully you are excited for this contest. It is only less than 2 and a bit hours away, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. See these two sides. Last year, we saw the Wallabies go 2-0 up in the series up against the Springboks, but there were a couple close games in the mix. And that's the thing. South Africa, actually, when you think about their URC, or not the URC, the Rugby Championship last year, very unlucky to finish where they did, because they had a couple games that were only decided by 2 or so points. It easily could have gone their way in a couple of those ones. Quade Cooper's kick at the end of one of the games did cost the Springboks the game, but I think this year's different. There's no Quade Cooper. There's no Samu Karevi. There's no Michael Hooper. That is actually another player who we haven't even mentioned yet, and he is one that we need to, because Fraser McWright, he's a class player for the Reds, but is he up to the standard that Michael Hooper normally brings to the Wallabies? A lot of people have said Michael Hooper, he's carried this side on his back for the past 5 years. You look at what happened in Argentina in the second game. They were beaten badly. Be right back. Hamish, need to reset my laptops, says Nathan. And what is your All Blacks backline that you would want to see play? I do like the combination that they've got at the moment, having mainly Crusaders and Blues, just because there's a little bit more chemistry there. But ideally, I would love to see Will Jordan at 15. I think that is a very big one. Yeah, I imagine rugby at 7 in the morning. That's too early to braai, says Lynn. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that, unless maybe you watch the All Blacks versus Argentina game, and then after that, you can have a nice lunchtime braai celebrating South Africa being in first place on the Rugby Championship. Or maybe everyone will keep quiet if it doesn't go that way, and if Australia win. But hopefully, I'd like to see South Africa really fight in this contest, and I think they can, because they've got a class side. They've got a young front row alongside Franz Malherbe with not too much experience, but I think they're still going to be very handy for that one. And it'd be nice to have some AB days or day games in New Zealand, says Nazi Williams. And yes, says Lynn. And there's but this is the lineup that Australia went with. Reece Hodge moves into 15 rather than Tom Wright, who does find himself back out on the right wing. Now, they haven't got Filippo Dalgunu or Suliasi Vunivalu in the starting lineup. Couple other players that they are still missing. Callaway, he is going to be coming off the bench instead. Would have been quite a handy one to have in there. And also, they did go Hunter Paisami at number 12, similar to what we saw in the first match up against Argentina, whereas in the second, they did go with Lalakai Foketi. So at the moment, he has been taken back out. But Noah Lolesio versus Handré Pollard, that is one of those battles that I think is going to be the perfect example of the experienced versus the inexperienced. Noah Lolesio still young, normally in the Wallabies and the Brumbies kit. If we're going off last year, does feel quite a bit of that pressure. His best game for me was the game he didn't realize he was going to be playing until about an hour beforehand. That was when Quade Cooper ended up getting injured. I think that was his best game of rugby he's played at international level up against England. And I hope that this game is one that he does manage to step up, because he knows that he's going to have those big guys running at him. Damien Dialende will see a missile locked on to Lolesio, and that will be exactly who he tries to target. But Nick White there at number 9, normally very dangerous up against the Springboks, able to pierce around the side of the breakdowns and is able to get it going for it. It's never too early to braai in there as well, says Tyrell. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's one of the things on my bucket list, is if I ever get to South Africa, I am very keen to be able to go to a braai of some sort and have a black label and some meat, says Tyrell there. But nonetheless, I think we are almost ready for one of the first segments that we have got pre-recorded. Now, I guess the question is, would you guys prefer to see the kicking video first or the interview with Norm Maxwell? We have got David the Mod as a new member. Welcome back. Or should I say Gabriella Sabatini? Sabatini, is that her name? I think it's close, isn't it? With the picture, but welcome back, David. Hope you are doing well, mate. And looking sharp this morning. Amy says, Moritz, yeah, it does seem weird wearing a suit and tie at only 3:30 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon. We normally have to wear it at 3 a.m. on a Saturday, or a Sunday morning, I should say. But yeah, it is very exciting. As you guys know, anytime there's a big match, we wear the big match suit. And that is exactly what we have got for ourselves. And this match, they don't come much bigger than this one. And guitar first, mate, says Nazi Williams. I mean, the guitar might have to come out later on, depending on whether or not South Africa win. Perhaps we could bring out the national anthem, OMG Tyrell. And now I'm still sleeping, says Lynn in there. Yeah, it's very early for you guys in South Africa, so I guess something that might help you wake you up. It is going to be played a little bit later on in the live stream as well, but I did decide to, first of all, go down to the local rugby grounds, have a bit of a kick around, and explain some of the stats to do with the kicking in this contest. So we'll go like this. I will put it up, and now, there we go. Hope you guys do enjoy the video. Local rugby grounds for yet again another segment of our kicking series. Now, we have talked about Handré Pollard's kicking accuracy off the tee. We have talked about drop kicks. So today we will be highlighting both of those aspects in the one video. On she goes. That's actually gone over. That didn't spiral very nice though, did it? First of all, we are going to be looking at Handré Pollard once again. You're probably sick of hearing me say that man's name, but he is kicking tremendously at the moment. Now, there's a saying in cricket, which is seeing it like a beach ball. That is when a batsman is hitting the ball absolutely beautifully, seeing everything out of the middle of his bat. Now, Handré Pollard, you'd have to argue, he is seeing the rugby ball like a beach ball at the moment, the way that he has been kicking. So for that reason, I found a toy. Does that sound weird? So I went looking in my garage. And I found this gigantic inflatable rugby ball, and I thought, why not see whether or not we can improve our kicking accuracy with this. Now, the Springboks, they have announced that they have got Handré Pollard, Elton Jantjies, and also Frans Steyn as their 3 kicking options. Now, the Springboks, they have announced their side early. The Wallabies, we are yet to know at the time of this recording who they have got. But more than likely, it will be Reece Hodge, maybe Bernard Foley, and Noah Lolesio. But we will get straight into kicking this bad boy straight over the post. Maybe 15. I'm feeling ballsy. God, they're getting worse, aren't they? Now, as light as this may look, there's a little bit of weight to it. So I feel like there will need to be some kicking technique and some technique to get it on the tee. How do you balance this thing, Mum? It's got its nipple down the bottom and it doesn't sit right. It doesn't help that I can't see the tee because the ball's too big. I'll just do that. That only took 10 minutes. I don't really know where the sweet spot is to strike it. I guess you just go underneath. Well, that went better than expected. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? You don't expect to kick something that hard and not have any resistance. Right, another crack from further out or not?
Oh, I only just went over it though. Yeah, but now my ego's inflated just like this ball, eh? Right, same again. Did I hear someone call for, it's time for seconds? Don't you do that to me now. That was a accident waiting to happen, wasn't it? You can't get a clap going, you're holding things. Oh, is there a giant inflatable rugby league? So I might start one. The nipple's at the bottom this time. You know what that's going to help with? Buoyancy. You see my Muhammad Ali shuffle again? Stood on my own toe. Here we go. I'm going to become an inflatable rugby player. Now, as you know, I have a giant inflatable All Black. Does this count as, like, offensive to him? Because, like, I'm kicking one of his own kind. Should we try and kick Kieran over there? Oh, is this still 22 or has it got further? Man, that looks far compared to last time. Don't film yet from behind, my ass is out. Ready? Oh, that was a shame. Little tip for you youngsters while there's a pigeon. It's over there. You found it? This one's going over. If it doesn't, I'll change my last name to Van der Westhuizen. That's not a literal fact. That might have to get cut out depending on whether or not this goes over. My name is Hamish Van der Westhuizen, and this kick's going over. Woo! I think I need to change my name to something Afrikaans. It's gone a lot better. I'm doing it from 50 out. Ready? Watch this vertical leap. So some of you might say, you're kicking them from straight out in front. Of course they're going to go close to over. So I've changed the angle, a little bit more of it, a bit more distance. Now I should also mention that Australia, they have had quite a few injury troubles. They don't have Samu Karevi, and more in the kicking department, no Quade Cooper, who was able to win them a game last year up against the Springboks, and then also alongside that, no James O'Connor, so missing a few fly halves, which is why Bernard Foley is added back into the mix. Oh, it's looking lekker, mate. I combine the two. Here we go. Oh, she chanked again. I'm going to try and channel my inner Reece Hodge. See, he'd kick this in his sleep, wouldn't he? Unless it was to win a game. Then he'd miss. Was bloody harsh, wasn't it? I actually like Reece Hodge. He's a decent bloke. But this one's going over for all my Australian viewers. G'day, mate. I'm going to blast this one back down to Adelaide. Is Adelaide near the south of Australia? Yeah. Cool. That checks out. That checks out then. Right, here we go. Oh, shit. I'm thinking banana kick. DC would be proud. That's Dan Carter, not Daniel Cormier from the UFC. Now this is the type of kick that can pop a knee out real quick. Quite nimble. I know. Watch this. Right, you ready? What arm do I put up? Oh! Should I try it again? Maybe that's far. Actually went over. Oh well, that's been me from the rugby grounds. Throw it back over to Hamish in the studio.
There we go. We are back. Steve has just joined and donated $50. Thank you very much, Steve. Hugely appreciated there, mate. We will go like this. There we go. We have got it back, but this is watching from work. Good stuff, Hamish. Surprised the inflatable ball doesn't pop when you kick it. Can't hang around too long. Have a good stream, all says Steve. And yeah, hopefully you do enjoy the rest of your day at work. It was actually quite surprising how resilient it was, because it had been sitting out in the garage for a good maybe 6 years, something like that. So I thought first time I strike it, it's going to pop, but it actually didn't go too bad. And forgot to throw some grass in the air. He says Golden Guest, and kicking us a lot of pressure. I was a fullback in the place kicker, says Tyrell, and blitz block And they're from Lynn and G'day, Steve Smith, buddy. And also good stuff, Hamish. Nice and light-hearted, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, I fell over, which was unfortunate. But I think my vertical leap needs to come a long way. To say the very least, it didn't quite get off the ground the way that I wanted it to. And also, well, excellent job, Hamish Bro, says Michelle. And you guys seem to really enjoy the kicking series. So we probably will have it back next week as well for the upcoming game between South Africa and Australia, unless it comes before New Zealand versus Argentina. Might be when it does find its spot there. But now we will move on to looking at a few more of the different stats that are about for this contest. I will also mention the next week's games. There is a time change. Rather than being at 5:30 p.m. for Australia versus South Africa, similar to what we saw this week, instead it will be the later game at 9:35 p.m. South or New Zealand time, I should say, and Australian time. That will be about 7:35 that one will be taking place. New Zealand, Argentina, it will move back by 40 minutes, being 7:05 p.m. And that is going to be a very exciting game as well. Who knows? Maybe Argentina could be one up in that series. Maybe South Africa could be one up in their Australian series. Going to be very, very awesome. See who does get it. I will surely do it. Run a straight series. An idea, pick G-string, pink G-string next week, Amish. I have got something planned for next week because that's the thing. The first week, we did goal kicking. The second week, we did drop kicks. The third week, we did a giant inflatable rugby ball. The fourth week, I've got to mix it up again. So I think I've got a bit of a plan, and it is in the mail at the moment, and it is about to arrive on about Tuesday. The Kiwi 12 got KO'd bad by Aussie Chick, says Annoy. And also, can you look at my backline, please, says Ollie. So your backline that you have gone with, it is Christie, Barrett, Faina, Nuku, Tuavasa, Sheck, Iwani, Reese, and Jordan or Perafeta. And yeah, Stephen Perafeta getting the debut. I think Steve was about to say he'll pay another 50 if we don't see the guitar, says David. And where were your boots? If you have boots, you would be more stable and wouldn't slip, says Sean. Yeah, unfortunately, I have boots somewhere, but I can't actually find them, which is a shame because they would have been very handy. Definitely with how wet it's been here. Had a lot of flooding and a lot of rain. So, yeah, it would have been great to have some sort of stability. But, yeah, I couldn't quite find them, so I've just had the sneakers. Yeah, good, mate. Got it. I'm going to miss most of this match. Have a good one, brother, says Steve Smith. And there's, but, yeah, hopefully work is going smoothly for you. What time are you working till tonight, Steve? Do you think you'll be up and about when the Sevens kicks off at 4:20 a.m. New Zealand time? So that'll be like 11:20. You just remember, don't works hard, just looks hard. And when's kickoff, says Josh, it is in an hour and 50 minutes time. So we are getting slowly closer, but we've still got a bit more build up that we have got. And what would your backline be for 9 to 15? I think a little bit similar to yours. I'll probably still have Aaron Smith just because when he is alongside Mwonga, he seems to work a bit better. So I'd probably go Smith and Mwonga as my 9-10 combo with Bowden Barrett off the bench. 11, I would probably give it to Faina Nuku unless I gave Caleb Clark a crack. And then maybe, I don't know, Geordie Barrett at 12, something I wouldn't mind seeing. And yes, when it's kickoff time in South African time, so that will be 7:30 a.m. South African time for that matchup. And who do you reckon will win? Hamish says Hanoi. So the record books say it should be Australia, but at the moment, off current form, I would say the Springboks got a very good chance being able to win this contest. At the end of the day, they're always a side that even if they are down and out in terms of people thinking they're going to be able to win, they're still going to be able to work extremely hard. Probably finish 6 p.m. Australian time, Hamish, says Steve Smith in there as well. So I guess that works out as about 11 p.m. New Zealand time. Oh, so that's unfortunate. You're going to miss both of the matches, aren't you? Yeah. Interesting timing. Overall, I guess it's not interesting timing in Australia, is it? It's interesting timing over here. It's so weird having a daytime game. I feel like I'm going to repeat this many times throughout the stream. I'm used to waking up at 3 a.m. or not sleeping for the day and then doing a live stream at 3 a.m. This just feels wrong. Like it's light outside. That's normally when I'm sleeping. And see, mate, says Ollie, and I'll come back later and imagine it. Thanks, Lynn, says Monique. And also, Hamish, bro, the big rugby ball too heavy to kick. It's really hard to kick it. And actually, it's weird because similar to something, I'm trying to remember what it's like. You know, when you got like a hacky sack or something, and it's quite a long one, and you throw it from one end, and then like the weight kind of makes it do the weirdness. That's kind of what you find with that giant inflatable rugby ball. Like as long as you strike it decently, the weight kind of flips and carries it towards it. Going to start Bryce now. Some spare ribs need to be roasted. Yummy, says Maritz. And also, yeah, daytime is a strange kickoff. I think the last time was Oz versus Italy or Scotland in 2017, says Hanoi. Yeah, very early game. I guess, was that one at Optus Stadium maybe that they did it early? And yeah, that ball was pretty big. Says Lynn, it certainly was. I was very surprised when that first kick went over. I was expecting a travesty, to be honest. I thought it wouldn't even really go a couple meters, do some weirdness. But yeah, it actually got underneath it not too badly. And that second kick was unlucky. It looked like it was going over right up until it didn't. And Hamish West Sebastian Gramar, I believe at the moment in Romania, it will be 5:40 a.m. So we may see him closer to kickoff for this matchup. But yeah, he will still be enjoying what's happened in the England versus South Africa cricket series. It's England sitting in the box seat now. Did I hear spare ribs? Stop teasing, says Nazi Williams. And awesome kick, Hamish, says Maritz in there as well. But what we will also quickly do, ladies and gentlemen, is we will show you the upcoming fixtures for both of these sides. I did show you what's happening next week, but for later on, they are going to be heading to Argentina here for South Africa. So as you can see, there are 2 weeks where we do have no Rugby Championship, or it is kind of that 14-day break. And then 18th of September, we'll be back into it. And it is going to be awesome seeing Argentina at home up against South Africa. That is a 7:10 a.m. kickoff time. So that isn't too bad for us here in New Zealand. Then on the Sunday, 25th of September at 4:05 a.m., that one's a little bit worse in terms of the timing, but it is going to be South Africa taking on Argentina, and that's going to be pretty awesome as well. And that could decide who wins the Rugby Championship, depending on how the points are sitting up till that point. Then for Australia, they have got this match. They have got the one next week that they are going to be having up against the Springboks. That is a 9:35 p.m. kickoff, so a little bit of a change time for them in that regard. And then we have 2 weeks off. They actually play their first game on a Thursday, which is weird. I don't know why it's a Thursday night one. I believe that is due to the NRL Grand Final, or the NRL Finals anyway. And you just wake up to, Amy, lucky I didn't drink last night. It's a big game day. But it's game day, says Golden Guest. So yeah, I did end up waking up at about 2:10. So I did stay up till, I want to say 6:30 a.m. last night preparing for the live stream, whether that was looking at stats or getting all of the things edited, such as that video that you guys did get to see just before North Harbour versus Hawke's Bay closed 25-23 to the Bay, says Nov Mum. And ribs are like the RGs, 170 kgs of meat. Yeah, I heard that rumour that they had eaten 170 kgs of meat. That is insane to be able to finish in Harbour. Been doing okay this year, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, they've got some good players at North Harbour. It's very good to see. And of course, I should say, James Parsons will be very happy with that, because that is a Ramfurly Shield challenge, isn't it? And nice, Nov Mum Distracted Sports be stoked for North Harbour. And I think George was definitely right contender with a big ball kick with his big, powerful legs. And just under 2 minutes to go, says Nov Mum, and come through to Krugersdorp. Hopefully I've said that correctly. I'll give you some, Lynn, says Maritz. And who's the ref, says Cooper Cronk. I will quickly have a look and see who they have got as the head official for this contest. But I'm hoping they do a good job. So I know that there's been a few interesting decisions lately, but at the end of the day, you always have a little bit of a, I guess, human error that can slot in. Did Roger Tuivasa-Sheck get picked for tonight? He did not. So he did miss out on Good Morning, Buddy. We will butcher Australia today, says Michael. And yeah, have you got a score prediction, Michael? What you think the end score in this game will be? A home game for the Magpies or Harbour? Home game for the Magpies. So the Ramfurly Shield, it is on the line. They want to make sure that they are taking it back, or else I believe North Harbour have Counties Manukau as their next challenger for that one. So the referee in charge of this contest, it is going to be someone who they don't want to tell us at the moment. One moment. They've got the coaches, match stats. Interesting. Normally this app does have the referee appointment, but it hasn't actually got it for this one. Interesting. Does anyone know who the referee is going to be for this match? And Adelaide, it's neutral box could win, says Hanoi. Yeah, that is a good point. We don't normally see too many games taking place from Adelaide. I'd say that it gives the Springboks just a little bit of an edge, but this is the way that the Rugby Championship is currently sitting. Argentina at the top. That is something that no one would have predicted after 2 rounds, because at the end of the day, Argentina, they have struggled to get even a singular point. They didn't get one in last year's Rugby Championship, and now to be sitting at the top after 2 rounds is a massive, massive achievement for Argentina, and just shows that their rugby is coming a long way. They have got their big game up against New Zealand later on today, though. That will be at 7:05 p.m., or in fact, 7:45 p.m. That one is starting with 5:30 p.m. being when the Springboks play Australia. And also, hey, Mish, what we're watching And there says far. So this one, it is going to be a very epic contest between Australia and South Africa. I've got all the scoreboards up on my phone as well. Keeping an eye on who is winning for the Ramfurly Shield and also the Black Ferns when they do take on Australia. Being a Kiwi living in Melbourne, I'm back in the box, says Andy Watson. Box can't replicate last week's intensity. Aussie will win, says Honna. And South Africa 32, Australia 20. Looking forward to this game. Rough battle. These two, yeah, there's some big boys. Eben Etzebeth, I'm interested to see how he goes up against Rory Arnold, because Rory Arnold, he's more of a technical guy. Etzebeth is just physicality, but also with that technique thrown in. So it makes it very tricky. Try and counter him. And also 170 kgs of meat for a squad of staff. Around 40 men of rugby seems about right. I mean, it's still pretty impressive. That's like a couple kg per boy. And I guess that was in one sitting maybe. And do you think after Argentina's dominance over Australia, they have a good chance against New Zealand? I do. I think that a lot of people will probably underestimate Argentina. We've got to remember they got their first ever win up against the All Blacks not too long ago. And that is something that is massive for the confidence building, the passion that Argentina show. They did well against Australia. Of course, that was in Argentina, so it may be a little bit more hostile. But I'm looking forward to Pablo Matera because it's going to be absolutely incredible seeing him run out in Christchurch. I want to see whether or not he gets the warm reception or the cold one. He's either going to get cheered or booed. And I was saying to someone yesterday, if he walks out there and he's got a mullet, like the crowd are going to absolutely erupt. And Oz Media never fail to express racism, says Nazi Williams. And also, is it on Sky, Mr. Mish? It is indeed. So the game between Australia and South Africa, that will be on Sky Sport 1, also available on Stan Sport if you have got that. If you don't have that, we can show you a VPN link to be able to purchase a VPN and then get yourself a free trial on Stan Sport. If you do need the help, the Aussie paper called Taniela Tupou, an immature child today, says Hanoi. It's weird, isn't it? Because they're actually, the Australian media seem to, I guess you could say, criticize their own players or kind of downplay them more than the opposition. And I don't know whether or not that is a tactic so that when they do win, it's like, wow, look at how good they've gone compared to what we said they would, or whether it's a tactic of going, if they lose, we've covered our own butts, I guess you could say. And your thought, Amish, on why the AB's game tonight wasn't a sellout? It's an interesting one. Orange Theory Stadium, it's quite a cold stadium and it's a cold day at the moment in New Zealand, but I think it's just because it's Argentina. People underestimate the Argentines, and they shouldn't, because they are absolutely brilliant when it comes to their rugby union. The passion that they show is enough to turn up to the game in its own right. But it is a sellout, says Nog Mum there. And also Fozzie says Cooper Cronk. And sorry, not hints, just straight blatant, says Nuzzy Williams. And there, but do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who you think will be the first try scorer of this contest. The Aussie media historically are brutal, says David the Mod. And there as well. But nonetheless, speaking of Australian media, New Zealand media, South African media, I did a media-style interview with someone. That was a rough segue. That is a chore. Will it rain today in Christchurch? Could help the RGs, says Hanoi. If it is raining, I think it certainly will help Argentina, because New Zealand, they love playing that crisp, sharp backline. That is why in the game, who was it? It was between New Zealand and Ireland, one of those games when it was raining flat out. It benefited Ireland because New Zealand, the Māori All Blacks, in fact, I think it was, they were wanting to just throw it around. Aussie media says London Australians are sometimes too judgmental. They seem to make fun for every person of another country, including USA. And there says Michael, and France staying to win the game with a 64-metre penalty. Tell you what, he's done it before, which is why it's quite scary. And bang on, Hammy, this team is relentless, says Golden Guest. And there as well. But nonetheless, we will throw it over to an interview that I did pre-record with none other than All Black Norm Maxwell, ex-All Black, I should say, ex-All Black and Locke. Now, I will mention that some of the sound is a little bit scratchy. He is currently in Spain, and it did end up cutting in and out a little bit. Of morning, Hamish. Well, it must be afternoon for you. It's been a while, obviously, back in the box and calling it now. Peter Stiff, the toy man of the match, says in Cossie, and yeah, he's got a good chance, because if he's counter-rucking well, he's going to put those Australian loose forwards under pressure. Jed Holloway's got a bit of size to him, but when you look at the size of Fraser McWright compared to Peter Stiff the toy, it's pretty one-sided in that regard. And does it start at 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time? It does indeed. So we have still got another hour and 40 minutes time till this game gets underway, but it's not too far when it does come to it. And which box will turn up on paper? The Saffers will win by plenty, says Dwayne. Yeah, they've got a talented side. at the moment. I'm interested to see the front rows because I think Australia may actually take the advantage in those front row battles. And I agree with Peter Steph-Toy or Lukanyuan for man of the match. Yeah, he has been sensational. Actually, Franz has put on a few kgs, could probably put it back a few meters, 70 meters. And Arinsa says, yeah, I still can't say his name. Geno McWright is going to get monstered tonight, says Hanoi. And the Aussies will be a great sporting country, regardless of what you think. And yeah, down Christchurch, says Nazi and G2 Geeks said Argentina did a real number on the Wallabies. The top tier rugby union has never been so competitive. I agree. And it's absolutely awesome seeing so many sides reach number one in the world in the last 12 months. Who we have? We've had New Zealand, South Africa, Ireland, France. Believe it or not, they're all on the same side of the Rugby World Cup draw. That's a little bit unfortunate that two of those sides are going to have to go. Who's going to be the ref today, Hamish, and from which country? I haven't actually been able to find the information on the referee yet because I was looking on my phone, but I believe it could be, this is just speculation, it may not be, but it could be someone like a Luke Pearce, Mike Adamson, someone along those lines. Maybe a Northern Hemisphere referee comes down south. Either that or you would go maybe a Kiwi, such as Ben O'Keefe or someone along those lines. But I'm not too sure who it will be yet, but as soon as we know, we will let you all know exactly who it is. And Valimza will have a great game. This could seal a spot at 15 permanently to win against Australia away would help him if he gets a try or an assist. Yeah, and his kicking game is brilliant at the moment. So I think he's definitely going to be effective. Yeah, David, I bet on a draw. Says going against Lukanyuam has been the best player in the world for a while now. He is incredible, Lukanyuam. The fact that he's only, I believe, 28 years old, he's still got a bright future in that midfield. And him and Damien Dialende, I was talking about it the other day. What happens when one of those guys leaves? Like, it's going to be so hard to find that perfect balance. It's kind of what the All Blacks experienced after Ma'anonu and Conrad Smith didn't get to work together. Isn't Paul Williams from New Zealand? So it could be Paul Williams as well, maybe. As an option, Melbourne, number one city, the most fittest and sexiest states in Australia, says Nathan. And also it makes the quarterfinal next year. Oz, England, Argentina, and Wales more unpredictable, says Hanoi. And sure, it was the Kiwi ref, says Herman. And also Paul Williams is ref in the Australia versus South Africa. Okay, so we have got Paul Williams as the head referee of this one. Do you know who's the referee for New Zealand versus Argentina? Is it Jaco Piper, or have we got someone else for that one? And at 5:51, and Joe Burr can't wait for this game. Bry is on. We'll send you some spare ribs. I would appreciate that very much. And also, good thing Pablo Mazzero knows the Christchurch hood well now. Take his team to the good strip clubs after Barty. And why you awake so early, says Hanoi. It's a big game, and some people, I know for the British and Irish Lions, I couldn't sleep before it. This was back when I had a normal sleep schedule as well. So I would try and sleep for about maybe, I'd say 5 hours beforehand. I just couldn't get a drop of sleep because I knew how big of a match was just around the corner. And that meant that I did stay up for longer than I should have. And most of us are awake, says Lim. But nonetheless, we will throw it over to that interview that I did do with Norm Maxwell. As soon as we come back from that, we are going to have a few more stats looking at the leading positional players, I guess you could say, in terms of the different stats throughout the competition. So don't go anywhere. Like I mentioned, there is a little bit of an internet issue when it was coming to this interview. So hopefully it is still audible, but hope you guys do enjoy the interview with Norm Maxwell. I've got a guest on the Kiwi Lads channel. It is none other than ex-All Black and Crusaders lock, Norm Maxwell. Now, we have talked all about the Springboks versus All Black series. Now we move on to the next matches that are taking place. Wallabies versus Springboks. First of all, how are you, mate? And who do you feel has the momentum heading into this contest?
Yeah, well, thank you. It was good to see the ABs gone through. Yeah, obviously, I think that the South Africans will want to bounce back from the last game they played. And obviously, a pretty proud team, the world champions. So I think that they will probably have the momentum coming into this game, I would say.
Because, of course, last year we did see Australia pull off 2 wins up against the Springboks, something that we don't normally get to see in recent history, whereas this time round, the Wallabies have got a lot of injuries. The Springboks, they have got a lot of passion and a lot of youngsters making their way into the side for this contest. It's going to be awesome. Actually, Adelaide Oval going to be where this game's played. Have you ever played a game in Adelaide?
Adelaide? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I want to say it's one of the first games in quite some time, even maybe the first game ever, that Adelaide are going to get to host. Supposed to be quite the crowd, and it will be quite the atmosphere as well. So first of all, we'll ask you the question similar to what that first one was of who you felt had the momentum. This first question will be, what do these two sides need to do differently in this next match to be able to turn it around? What did you notice from the Springboks, the way that they were playing, little mistakes maybe, and also the Wallabies coming off a 31-point loss to Argentina?
I didn't see the Wallaby game, so I won't be able to comment too much on that one. But yeah, I think the Springboks they look like they've got a pretty good game going on at the moment. I think the All Blacks were just they seemed a little bit hungrier, you know.
Yeah.
So I think just more of the same for the Springboks, really. What we talked about before, there's a saying in rugby, it's supposed to decide who wins the game. The backs decide by how much, you know. So once again, that's where it starts with up front, you know. So the South Africans, they just need to work hard in the front like they have been. We've got some big boys and just take it from there.
So interestingly enough, with the Springboks, they have not gone with their iconic 6-2 split off the bench. They have got 5 forwards, 3 backs, whereas the Wallabies, they have gone with the 6-2 split, 6 forwards, 2 backs. So what kind of impact later on a game do you think it could have, having that extra forward in the tank for the Wallabies compared to the Boks?
It's going to make too much of a difference. I used to play 80 minutes, so
yeah.
It's sometimes I suppose it's the modern game now, isn't it? Now with the impact players. So hard to know, really.
Because I know that in terms of those players that the Springboks have got off their bench, they've got Franco Mostert, who can play lock, or he can also play in that loose forward trio. So it seems like they have still got plenty of cover there. They've got a few kicking options off the bench, including Frans Steyn, has been around quite some time for the Springboks. Trying to remember what year he debuted. Did you ever come up against Frans Steyn in your career?
No.
Nah, just a little bit after.
There's not many guys that are still playing that when I was playing. I think I can't even think. I think I played with Owen Franks.
Oh yeah, so he's still going.
He's in the national competition now, isn't he? But I think that's the last player I think I can remember.
Because your last year was 2004?
2005, yeah.
2005. I'm quickly going to look at Frans Steyn's debut, because they've got a couple guys who've been around for a very long time for the Springboks, haven't they? He was 19 years old when he made his debut, so 2006 in the Currie Cup, so just afterwards. So as a forward, you know how you've got Zinzan Brook as an All Black great who's able to kick goals, well, pretty much from anywhere out, whether it's a drop kick or whether it's just a massive boot. Do you think yourself, you think you'd be able to slot over a few goal kicks if you were ever asked to? If you had like 5 injuries in the team and they were like, Maxie, we need you to be the kicker for this one, do you think you'd have any chance of getting it over?
Yeah, I think so. But I used to do the old toe hack. So it's yeah, I don't know. There's like a famous All Black. What's his name, man? I think it was Bob something or whatever. He used to kick with the bare feet. Yeah, back in the day, they used to kick with bare feet, just right on the end of the ball, just like a torpedo. Boom. So yeah, maybe I'll probably slot it with one of those, mate.
See, because I've been trying to improve the goal kicking, and it hasn't been going well. Still not striking them the way that I need to, but there will actually be a segment on this live stream of me attempting some goal kicks as well at some stage. I'm not sure if it's before or after this, but yeah, that some of them don't go the best. I think it's fair to say there. So also another question we've got is actually to do with the Bledisloe Cup. So the Wallabies at the moment, how likely do you feel they are of being able to get the Bledisloe Cup for the first time in quite some time? Do you see something happening this year that might be a little bit different to other years? Only shortened to 2 matches as well, I should mention, rather than the usual 3.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good question, isn't it? Looking at the All Blacks and what's happened over the last couple of weeks, they galvanised together, didn't they? They sort of rallied around the coach and showed a lot of unity sort of with adversity, you know. So I'm quite interested to see how they're going to come out of this, you know. They have the potential to sort of use that sort of the difficulty they've been through to be able to get closer and begin something really, really special, So this is going to be a real interesting test. Obviously, the Argentinians first, but especially with the Bledisloe Cup, so there's a lot of pressure on them. But I'll be very interested to see how they go, how they get on.
Because you, of course, took part in quite a few Bledisloe Cups in your time. Who do you prefer to play? Was it the Bledisloe Cup against Australia, or did you prefer playing South Africa for your personal style of play?
Yeah, the Bledisloe Cup was a bit elusive for me, actually. The games that I played, we were playing 2 games a year. In Australia, they had it from, they'd won in 98, so I came in 99,
Yeah.
We were dropping. We were winning the first game of the series, so the 2 you had to win. Obviously, you had to win both of them. And then we lost, like 2000 and 2001, we lost in the last play of the game. So we just had to, we almost had the Bledisloe Cup back, and we kept sort of slipping through our fingers, So that's always a good contest. But just personally, like I've already talked about it before, it's like I like the style of South Africa. I remember we had obviously there's nothing similar to the Bledisloe Cup they have that I can remember between the two teams. But did they have the Nelson Mandela Cup or something? I don't know.
Possibly. I think now it's the Freedom Cup, but I'm not too sure what year that ended up coming in.
Yeah. So that was after me, I think. So it was just the Bledisloe Cup, but I like the Ramphilly Shield, man.
Yeah,
that was another topic altogether, but that was pretty. It's a pretty awesome trophy.
And I think there's actually a Ramphilly Shield challenge tomorrow. Hawke's Bay playing North Harbour for that one. It'll be interesting to see how it does set up, because I think Northland may also not be too far off a challenge. I'm sure you'll be cheering for the boys in that one.
Yeah. It was the last time they had the Shield in the 70s, I think. So.
Been quite some time, but there's some good players coming out of Northland at the moment. Tom Robinson could be a future All Black, and also a couple ex-All Blacks in there, such as Rennie Ranger, who is another player. Be very dangerous indeed. But I guess moving on to the final question that we have got, as you know, we always ask you for your prediction. Do you think at Adelaide Oval, is it going to be the Australians or the South Africans who are able to get themselves the win?
I think the South Africans should have this one, man. I'd say 15 points to South Africa.
Okay, bold prediction, but I like it. I like the ones with the confidence. You weren't too far off for that last game, were you, between South Africa and New Zealand? I think you were relatively close.
Yeah, I think that, what did I say? I said 15 in the first game. We ended up losing that one pretty badly. Then I think I said 8 or 9 in the second one.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit closer. So between the both, I think it was 13 points, wasn't it? Or 12 or 13 points between the both. So 15, we'll go 15 again, mate. I always like to see Australia lose. So.
That's that Trans-Tasman rivalry, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, brother.
But nonetheless, I guess, thank you once again for coming on the channel, mate. Hugely appreciated. We'll have to have a catch-up before the next match.
Man, I'm sorry I'm a little bit blocked up. I mean, we'll be pretty sick over here.
Yeah.
And the family, so just recovering from that. It's a bit early in the morning as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully you do recover relatively quickly and you can be back out practicing that goal kicking in no time.
Yeah, the old toe hang, mate. Got to be careful about the hamstring, brother. With that technique.
Exactly right. Nonetheless, thank you very much for being here, mate. And we will throw it back over to Hamish in the studio. That's me. I am Hamish in the studio. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. We are less than an hour and 30 minutes away from the kickoff of this contest. South Africa challenging the Australians at Adelaide Oval is going to be absolutely epic to see who gets themselves the win. Last year, we did see 2 wins in favour of Australia. This year could be completely different story. And also, I assume Norm got to play against him, says Fergus there. And yeah, I think he's had quite an illustrious career. Norm Maxwell, like you mentioned, Owen Franks, one of the players who are still about from his era. And I believe Owen Franks, is he playing for Wellington in the Bunnings EBC currently? And also, nice Hamish says Nuzzy Williams. And yeah, and I do see that currently in the game between Australia and the Black Ferns, it is sitting 10 points to 7s, 49 minutes through. That is huge because I saw that Australia were about $17 underdogs or something along those lines. And cheers, Norm. Solid Hamish, says Nathan. Well done, Hamish. And also nice get, Hamish. He's all like that's massive, says Distractor Sports. Yeah, he has been a long time viewer of the channel, Norm Maxwell, so it is awesome that he is popping in. He's been a beanpole, or he was a beanpole, but bloody strong, says Nuzzy Williams. And then you're like, so early we are indeed. We have got plenty planned for this live build-up to the match. Later on in the live stream, we will have our head-to-head that we did do between Australia and South Africa, looking through at the stats for those two sides. And it's 17-7 for the Black Ferns now. And is this game being played where the Black Ferns are now? I believe it might be. If they're at Adelaide Oval, it is indeed going to be that same ground, which is quite cool to see. 2 games back-to-back. I wonder if South Africa flew over to go support, says Lynn. I think that's the thing. Adelaide, I think they've actually got a few supporters in Adelaide, if I'm not wrong. It's kind of a region that we haven't seen a huge amount of rugby being played. I'd love to think that South Africa will be tuning in for that one. What we're quickly going to go is we're going to click this, and we're actually going to look at the ground conditions for the women's game. It looks like a decent afternoon. Overcast conditions, 55 minutes through at the moment. As long as the rain stays away, I would say that probably benefits maybe Australia a little bit more, just because if it's raining, Faf de Klerk more than likely a few more box kicks. And I tag people here when commenting. I think it's just adding the little @ symbol in front. And also, yeah, they definitely have gone, says Lynn. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome. Speaking of an awesome score, North Otago, 69 points to 10 over Buller at the moment, but one-sided in that contest. And type @ the first letter of their name. But we will look through at these squads once again for this contest. First of all, the home side in Australia, James Slipper. He has got over 100 caps to his name and will be excited. Go head-to-head with Franz Malharaba. Then Folau Whainga'a is there at number 2. Alan Alatoa slots in at number 3. Rory Arnold at 4. Matt Phillip as number 5. So the locking duo looking very strong for the Wallabies, and they have got Darcy Swain as the option come off the bench later on. I still would have loved to see a Will Skelton thrown in there for good measure, but he has missed out. Jed Holloway slots in at blindside flanker once again. I did wonder whether or not they would go Valetini and Pete Samu as the 6 and 8 combo, but instead Jed Holloway gets the nod once again to start at blindside. Fraser McWright at number 7, my pick to be able to score a try. And then Rob Valetini at number 8. I believe he was actually Distracted Sports pick to be able to score a try in this contest. Then also Nick White at number 9. 10 is Noah Alessio. So the combination of the young and the old, as we can see there, Rory Arnold, he is arriving at the ground. And Taniela Tupou looks like he is Rory Arnold's child when you look at the size comparison to them. In terms of height anyway, Taniela Tupou, solid individual. And Will Skelton, a.k.a. the big lazy, says L. But the good news is when he does decide to run, he goes all right. You know, it's just you got to get him there before he decides that he is going to have a big game. And I would have flown over, but I was tied down by work the past few weeks. I haven't even watched the cricket. So at the moment, do you want to know what the score is in Kossi? Or you'll probably know it at the moment, don't you? And your mind isn't working, says Tyrell. And also, Hamish says, Mr. Cookie Boy, or well done. Well done. I don't know why I said well done or welcome in. Mate, hope you are doing well. I think I saw the cookies and thought of the other day when me and George decided to try and fry some in the microwave. That didn't work too well. They went a bit weird. Got $10,000 on South Africa and Australia to score one. They each, at least, a work will do a number on us, says Lynn. And are you streaming the All Blacks? We certainly are. We are doing this game first between the Wallabies and South Africa. And then we are heading into the next game, which will be New Zealand versus Argentina. That's going to be a good game. And yeah, why did you say well done? I think I saw the cookie and thought of that one. I'm watching Hamish, says Nkosi. And also we have got Go Valentina. I need you to get over. And let's go, says Mr. Cookie Boy. And there as well. But we will quickly look through the rest of this Australian lineup. It will be Nick White, Noel Alessio, like I mentioned. Then in the midfield, Hunter Paisami finds himself at number 12. Number 13 will be Len Ikitau. I like that combination. You've got Hunter Paisami, who's known for his crash ball, even though he's one of the smallest players on the field, which is quite interesting. But he's got a heart of gold, and he'll keep on bleeding the green and gold for the Wallabies until he gets himself over the try line. Len Ikitau at 13, one of the up-and-coming players for the Wallabies. Then Marika Korombedi, Tom Wright at number 14. He was at fullback last week or the week before, but now transitions to 14. And Reece Hodge slots in at 15. Nice interview, Hamish, and very well put together live stream. Very professional, says David the Mod. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. And yeah, the jumbo kicking video that you will see later on may think slightly otherwise, perhaps, for some of you guys. But we did decide to throw it in there. We've got something planned for next week as well. Every week, we've got some random kicking video that we have been doing. But we do look at the stats as well throughout it. So it's a bit educational into the process as well. And agree, Dave. Awesome show. Says Maritz and Hamish. I know you'll say no, but can I get mod? It's your decision, says Mr. Cookie Boy. At this stage, I think the balance of how many moderators we've got compared to the amount of people we've got watching is pretty good. But when we are looking for more, we will be looking through at you guys who are here regularly. And some of you guys will get promoted to mod. But this is the South African lineup. Oxnard, Joseph Weber, a bit of a surprise for a lot of people that he was still there. But at the end of the day, they've only got 2 hookers. So he had to be somewhere. And Franz Malharba will be there at number 3. Ebenezer Biff at 4 and Ludiacha at number 5. Those two are somewhere that the Wallabies need to watch very closely. Because Ebenezer Biff, if he plays that physical game of rugby, it's going to be dangerous. Ludiacha might be able to get a few line-out turnovers. Certainly help with the position for the Springboks. Sia Khaleesi at 6, the captain. Peter Steftatoy at number 7. He is going to be a menace in the breakdown. Probably not so much getting the turnovers for himself, but pushing hard up against the Wallabies, causing a bit of disruption and creating space for Dwayne Vermeulen to lock himself over the ball and get that one for the turnover. I don't want the mod tag. I don't think I could handle the pressure test, says the Straight to Sports. Let's go. Bok, says Joshua there. And sorry, I have to go. Hamish might be back for the All Blacks game, says Mr. Cookie Boy. And Ollie No, says Cooper Cronk. And there is came the best 7 for the All Blacks. Thoughts? Probably not. You'd have to say it's either Artie Savi or Dalton Pavali with the up-and-coming options of maybe a Tom Christie or a Billy Harmon. Couple names thrown in there just for good measure. But I think Tom Christie's doing wonderful things for Canterbury and also for the Crusaders. He's a tackling machine. Doesn't normally get too many of those turnovers, which I think is what the All Blacks are looking for, which is why Sam Cane in that game up against Argentina, he is certainly going to have to step up. And also South African flags there from Lynn and Go Bok, says Maritz. And when you're going to start commentating on horse racing, the thing is, the Melbourne Cup's coming up, so maybe we do try a little bit of horse racing commentary. The thing is, it's actually quite tricky, isn't it? Compared to, like, I guess because I talk real fast, it seems like it would be something that's relatively easy. It's like auctioneering, but as soon as you start trying to talk fast, when you know you've got to talk fast, it's normally when the downfall happens. But we'll see how we go. We could do some Melbourne Cups. We'll go going around the bend, around the bend, around the bend. And I'll also sell someone's house in the process just for fun. And also 6:13. And Joe Berg almost there, says Maritz. Yep, we are getting closer. 1 hour 15 away from this exciting contest getting underway. But this back line, it is excitement personified. Faf de Klerk, number 9. Hondre Pollard at 10. They will be the 2 kickers of the back line, you would think. And then on the outside, it's going to be running all day long. Damien Dialende at number 12. Lucanio, over 100 running meters in the last match. He will be hoping to break that record. And this one, Makazole Mapimpi, also brilliant. Warwick Halant, young opportunity for this guy. 10 caps to his name. And then Damien Valimza going to be at the back. I still don't know what else does Malcolm Marx have to do to start for the Boks. But he's been explosive from the bench, says Nkosi. And I believe that is their tactic behind it. Is worse comes to worse with Weber. If he doesn't have the best game, which I think he will go a lot better in this game than he did in that first game up against the All Blacks. He was thrown into the deep end. It was like, 2 days before the game was going to be on, and they were like, hey, by the way, you are now starting. Rather than promoting Malcolm Marx into that starting lineup, they went, right, Dweber, you can do. There you go, have a crack. So worst comes to worst, we see Dweber for the first 30, 35 minutes, and then the rest of the game, I think we are going to see a lot more of Malcolm Marx, and we could see 9 Hendrickson, 10 Yankees, 12 Pollard, 13 Valimza, Warwick Halant at number 11, Lucanio Arm at 14, 15 Stain. Could we see Mapimpi get a rear sub? I want an athletic back row, 6 Khaleesi, 7 Mostert, and 8 Huacha Smith in the second half. So, yeah, there could be quite a reshuffle if they do decide to go that way. I think they'll keep Arm at number 13 because that combination seems to be a very good option for them at the moment. And also 22-7 for the Black Ferns kick to come. And what would be the best backline currently in the world? Well, you've got to have Lucanio Arm. He's the first man who's locked in his position. Best number 12 in the world. Always a bit trickier because if you're going off chemistry, you'd go Damien Dialende. But if you're going off everything else, maybe I don't think I'd give it to Robbie Henshaw, would you? Don't know. Who would you have as the number 12 if you weren't going Damien Dialende? And Joshua, that's a bit rough, as in he only had 2 internationals, one against the ABs, says Johan. And yeah, so yeah, it's one of those ones that I think he's going to go pretty decently in this game. Joseph Dweba, hopefully. That kick's missed for the Black Ferns. I should mention the weather is looking good in Adelaide. It certainly is. And as Dweba played before, it was his last game against AB's his first game. He's only had 3 international caps now. So he's still very young, 26 years of age, hasn't had a lot of experience there for the Springboks. And I guess it just comes with time. And also he has a new start from the decimal previous game. Hopefully he'll do great. And the thing is, no matter what he does in this game, it will look like an improvement, if that makes sense. Because I think it was about as... This is going to sound really harsh. I do like Joseph Dweba. I watch him play in the URC, the Curry Cup. The man's a tank and he has got talent. But a lot of people looked at that last game and went like, yeah, okay, looks like Joseph Dweba is not our guy. But I think no matter what he does in this game, it's going to be an improvement upon his last one. And hopefully he does great, says Joshua. Spare ribs almost ready. We'll fly some over to you, Hamish. Says Maritz, they might arrive by next week's game. If we're lucky, a markless bench at this rate. It's not a bomb squad. If you say Dean 3 or Krobela proves as good off the bench as Marks, that is when we will give some more starts. Or give him some more starts, says Contender. And I actually mentioned it earlier on in the week to someone. I don't think it was on a video or a live stream. And I was like, imagine if they brought back Bismarck du Plessis for the hooker position. I would hope that they wouldn't because, of course, for the Springboks, a word that has been thrown around a lot is building depth and looking towards the future. But Bismarck du Plessis, we've seen him so many times in the Curry Cup and the URC. That man just collects cards. I feel like he's more of a card collector than me, and I got a few Weet-Bix cards down here. Who's the first one we found? We found TJ Perenara, but he has got plenty of them in the last 12 months. And Blackadder will be New Zealand's number 7 by the World Cup. And forget the delivery, pin me, says Ngozi. And Bismarck, bring him back, says Hanoi, and we'll do Lynn, says Maritz. But yeah, that's the thing. If they went with Bismarck, I think it would annoy a lot of people because they have got Kieran van Veeren, Johan Robela, all those young guys. You'd even look at maybe a PJ Borta if you had to. Maybe. Is he number 2? Or have I said the wrong position? He's in the front row. I can't remember which one. And bring him the ship, says Contender. And there's one. Absolutely, bro, says Maritz. And there, but nonetheless, we will quickly look through the benches. Now, we mentioned the bomb squad just a moment ago, but the Springboks going with the 5-3 split, something that I actually managed to predict correctly for what they would do in this contest. Malcolm Marks at number 16. It's going to be dangerous no matter what. Stephen Kitts off number 17, and then Vincent Koch at 18. Franco Mostert, he can play lock, he can play loose forward, and is a very handy asset to have in that locking jersey. Then Quaha Smith at number 20. Jaden Hendricks at Elton Yankees, which was a bit of a surprise for a lot of people seeing him back in there. Definitely with the next option they have got, which is the kicking of Frans Steyn. Then looking at Australia, Dave Parecki at number 16. Scott Seo and Taniela Tupou there at number 18. I think he will be able to have a real impact, which is why him versus Kitsoff, I have said it before and I'm going to say it again, it's going to be one of the best head-to-heads that we see throughout this match. Darcy Swain at number 19, Rob Leota at 20. Then it is Pete Samu, 21. Number 22, Tate McDermott. And then number 23 to close out the Wallabies bench will be Andrew Callaway. So I think Tate McDermott's certainly going to be a dangerous one for the Wallabies. And also agree to bring Bismarck family issues. Got both du Plessis brothers tied at home. And yeah, and also we have got a little bit earlier on. Do you think the best player from New Zealand, South Africa, Australia should combine as a team? Or the best player, to play the British and Irish Lions in a series? It would be pretty awesome to see, but I don't know whether or not they have got that one planned. I think their next big one is a Club World Cup, I think is the next one that they're looking at. But I would love to see a Southern Lions go head-to-head up against all the Northern Hemisphere teams. Agree with Weber. He is a great player. If it was your first time seeing him in the last game that you haven't seen him at his best, he will get better this year. He will get more game time with the Stormers, says Sean. That's the thing. The big thing for me with Joseph Dweba is everyone's got to start somewhere, and international level getting thrown in and compared to Malcolm Marks off the get-go. Like, you're looking at Malcolm Marks, who had one of the best performances ever seen, I would say, by a hooker in that first game up against the All Blacks. 6 turnovers, 1 running meters, precision line out. And then next week, like, no matter what, if Joseph Dweba got 3 turnovers, people still would have said, but he didn't do a Malcolm Marks. Of course, it would have been a lot better than what he did, but people would have still compared it to that Malcolm Marks game the week before. And hi from Carter as well. Hope you are doing well, mate, I should say. And also, this game has the potential of being an epic encounter. I hope, or I for one hope so. And there would only be Springboks in that combined team, says Joshua. And I'm sure Frans Steyn can play prop if required. It would be great to face the British and Irish Lions, says Moritz. And waste of time. It would be one-sided to the Southern Hemisphere, and I, says Carter. And there as well, I believe in Australia, but I think Australia is going to lose, says Carter. Although they have got the record books on their side. They have got a very good win rate up against the South Africans in Australia, but still going to be very tough. And I heard Evan Ruiz will be playing against Argentina, says T7. I hope he is, because he has been missing out quite a bit. He wasn't in the touring squad. I hope if he doesn't get used as a Springbok player in the end-of-year tour, he does get to make his way into that South Africa Select 15. And in fact, I would go as far as saying, give him the captaincy of that South Africa 15. See what the youngster can do. They're all about building depth for the Springboks. Why not look at your next captain for 10 years' time or 5 years' time? And I'd like to see Elton kicking the winning point today to boost his confidence after his last game, says Sean. I hope so, because Elton Yankees, he's one of those players, people love to hate him and they hate to love him, if that makes sense. It's one of those ones, if you're an Elton Yankee supporter, you normally get shut down and everyone goes, why would you want to, or why do you like him? He's had a few rough games. Whereas if you hate him, even if he has a good game, people still go, nah, I remember that game from last time. It would be nice if you could have thrown one line out straight, says the Straight to Sports, and Dwayne needs a big game. He does, or else I think Jesper Visser may find himself back in that starting lineup. We might see Juaja Smith, maybe Evan Ruiz builds towards the future. I think the BF or the Black Ferns might just win this game. Yeah, currently sitting 22 points to 7 up after 71 minutes. Mornings. And there's Seshuel. Welcome in at my best back line. Smith, de Klerk as number 9. Then 10, possibly Barrett. 11, Mapimpi. Possibly Havili at number 12. Armin, number 13. Will Jordan at 14. And then Barrett. What changes would you make, says Ollie in there? You'd have to have an Australian in there if it is going to be, I guess, as a combined team. I think they'd throw all nations in there. If Ruan Pena came back into the side, this would have been a better showing. Bomb squad. He will cover 9 and 10 and 15. 23 can now focus pretty much at the back three, says Kotenda. Yeah, it's interesting that they did go with Yankees and Frans Steyn. I can understand why they did it a little bit, but it's also that case of if you had, when you look at their squad, you could have had maybe Cannon Moody there, someone who can cover a couple of the other positions in the back line, Andre Esterhazen just in case, and just having an extra option there for your back line. But Frans Steyn, he's very handy. He can cover a few different positions, and with the reshuffles that they could have, I think it's going to be completely fine for the Springboks. I was very interested to see that Australia decided to go with the 3 or the 6-2 split, them off the bench rather than the usual way that we do normally see it going. And how's it, Hamish? How long till kickoff? We have got an hour and 7 minutes time. True, Hamish. Elton is a catch-22. Says Nkosi, and why are the New Zealand Rugby Union obsessed with reviews on everything? Says Neil. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those interesting ones. I think a lot of people are turning against New Zealand Rugby Union because of the Foster debacle, I guess you could say, that we did end up having. How it was the case of they initially said if you win a game in South Africa, you can keep your job. And then straight after he won a game in South Africa, they were like, we'll think about it. So I think it's one of those ones that they are not the most popular people at the moment in New Zealand, but hopefully they can sort it out. Are there any young 10s in the Curry Cup coming through, says Hanoi? I very much like the look of, what's his name? I've forgotten it. He got injured last year with a knee injury, and he looked very good in his first game. I can see him, but I can't think of his name. What is his name? I want to say he was at the Lions for a bit. Karevi at 12. Says Hanoi would be a very good option there. I'd swap Mapimpi for Koromberi, says Al there. And I've been nothing but wholly supportive of Foster, says Distracted Sports in the chat as well. It's going to annoy me if I can't think of that guy's name. Young South African fly halves. But I've only seen like 2 of his games, and he was very good. Future of the under-23s. I think he played for the Lions. Number 10 was the game that he got injured in. No, not the British and Irish Lions. Martin Lebock, he is a very decent one. He wasn't the one I was thinking of, though. I can literally see the guy. This is going to really annoy me. Golden Lions, number 10. Who we got? We got their squad. I'm going to find them for you guys. Jordan Hendrickson. Was it Jordan Hendrickson? No, don't think so. Or was it? Yeah, no, it might have actually been Jordan Hendrickson now that I look at his photo. Yeah, Jordan Hendrickson. I think he's got a decent crack, although I've only seen a couple of his games before he got injured. Is he one that you guys think could have a chance in the future? I think he actually transferred over to play a bit of sevens as well, didn't he? In more recent times. In an hour left, yep, we are getting closer and closer to the kickoff, which does mean relatively soon we are going to be throwing it over to myself to do the head-to-head stats. And you're only as good as your last game, so Elton has a chance to redeem himself, says Roger. Exactly right. Elton Yankees, if he gets the winning kick, he will be loved by some people. Of course, a lot of other people, like I mentioned with Elton Yankees, he still has those people who say, nah, we don't care if he wins a game. We still don't like him. But if he wins this game for them, it would be huge. And also we have got the Marnie Lebok, Jordan Hendrickson. I believe it was Jordan Hendrickson who did get injured early on, but he actually looked very good in that first game I had ever seen him in. So hopefully he has got a bright future. He's still very young as well by the looks of it. He is born in 2002. And also, you never know how much I love you. And there it says, it was Nathan and Chris Smith. Christopher Smith, I think he's very much Mornay Stain 2.0, isn't he? Those two have spent a lot of time together. And you can kind of see it in the way that Chris Smith plays. He's got quite a good territory kicking game. So I wonder when he will get the opportunity. Could you look at the back line, please? Says it was from Ollie. So we have got Smith, Barrett, Mapimpi, possibly Havili. I think I'd change Havili at number 12. I think you've got a few other better options than Havili. Like someone mentioned, Samu Karevi, a very good option. And also, I don't know whether I'll go Will Jordan as my 14 just because normally he would play fullback. So maybe you go, I don't know if Reese is the best option. Though if Cheslin Colby was back, I'll go Colby at number 14, I think, as that option. And then maybe Will Jordan off the bench. Wouldn't be too bad of a shout. And also we've got that Chris Smith, way to go, says Maritz. And Hamish, not happening now, just say, says Brandon in there. Says Brandon. Also, Yankees could save a kitten from a burning house. He would still be blamed for all the kittens he has. That is actually a perfect analogy, Johan. That's literally summary of Elton Yankees' career. Like, people forget what he's done in the past. He's had some match-winning moments for the Springboks. But everyone goes, the thing is, do people also, I know this sounds weird to say, but is it the haircut a little bit? Because I know a lot of people in the past have said they don't like him because of the haircut, because they think that it's interesting, to say the least. But like, I think he's an unlucky guy, Elton Yankees, because he always gets the stick, but never gets the hot dog. That's not the analogy we're ever going to say again. That didn't quite roll off the tongue the way that I thought it would. And who was born in 2002? Jordan Hendrickson. So still very young. Plenty of opportunity. Let's have a karaoke night, says Nathan. I need to see some Gen Z 2000 kids in the sides. Or it's nice to see them and not happening now. Just say new Springboks number 15. Got COVID, says Brandon. So one moment. We'll have to have a quick look. Springboks versus Wallabies. If it has been cancelled, that would be absolutely massive. But I don't see any information on it. Brandon, so is that actually the case, or is that just something you have said? Because hopefully it is just something you have said. And also, does the Box have a women's team just watching the end of Oz versus New Zealand women? They do indeed. They did actually play Japan recently. They won out of the closet. Irish, says Nazi Williamson. Yankees is one of those unlucky blokes. He is just not likable, says Ryan Osterhazen. And Shannon Frizzell, the new Jerome Kino. Jerry Collins, the X Factor, says Neil. And yeah, he'll bring that physicality as unfinished business up against the Springboks just on Sky Sport 1. I am currently on Sky Sport 1, but I haven't had any of that information yet, Brandon. I've had Nando's with Elton and Wellington in 2018. He's a nice guy. It was the day before South Africa beat New Zealand and Wellington. People love him mainly when he plays good against New Zealand like last year and 2018. So yeah, if he has a massive game here up against Australia, like last time we did see Quade Cooper kicking the match-winning penalty. This year, if it was Elton Yankees, see, it's the thing. now that I think about it, he kicked that match-winning penalty up against the All Blacks last year. I went very high pitch for that because I just had like the memory hit me. He got that kick that then, yes, it was straight out in front, but he got it over. Could have missed it. Esterhuizen should get a few runs at 12, says Hanoi. And yeah, it would be great to see Andre Esterhuizen get a bit more of a crack. But the big thing is, when you've got the potential and the talent that they've got in that midfield, Damien Dialende and Lukanyuam, how do you take one of those guys out unless it's like a season-ending injury? I'd love to see him get a crack, though, up against Argentina, just because he has been traveling with the squad everywhere and hasn't really had too much of a crack throughout that time. But nonetheless, we are now less than an hour away from the game taking place. So what we will quickly do is we will throw it over to a video that I did pre-record where we look at the head-to-head stats, and then I pick a player out of the positions who I think will be the more dangerous in this contest. So we'll see you all in a short moment. Break them down again. You guys did seem to enjoy this last time when I did it for the Springboks versus All Blacks. We are bringing it back for Wallabies versus Springboks. But first of all, we will be looking through at the props. Now, as you guys know, we go 1 versus 3. So starting off this head-to-head battle, it will be James Slipper going up against Frans Malherbe. So first of all, James Slipper's stats. He is 33 years of age, 117 kgs, 185 centimeters tall, and has got 116 caps. So a very experienced veteran for the Wallabies. Whereas you look at his counterpart, Frans Malherbe, he recently brought up his 50th cap. He is 31 years of age, 125 kgs, and also 191 centimeters tall. So it is a battle of the experience. And this head-to-head was quite a tricky one to decide who would have the better of it. But for me, normally experience is a wonderful thing. And James Slipper's got that much of it. You don't get to 116 cats for a side without learning a few tricks along the way. Frans Malherbe, he is an absolutely brilliant scrummager. James Slipper, I think he will be able to have just a little bit of a better game out of the two, which is why I am selecting him as the man who I think will be the more prominent. But now looking through at the hookers, it will be Folau Fainga'a of the Wallabies going head-to-head with Joseph Dweba. Now looking through at Fainga'a's stat, he is 27 years old, 106 kgs, 178 centimeters tall, and has got 28 caps. Whereas Joseph Dweba, he is 26 years of age, 108 kgs, 172 centimeters tall, and has only got the 3 caps for the Springboks. Now, he did struggle a little bit up against the All Blacks in that second test match, although he was thrown into the deep end for that contest. Originally, Bongi Umbanambi was going to be starting at hooker. Instead of bringing Malcolm Marx into the starting lineup, they did give Joseph Dweba the start, and he was off the field within about 30 minutes. But the thing is, outside of that performance, Joseph Dweba, when you see what he does at domestic level, that man is an absolute beast. And I do look forward to seeing what he can do in the future as long as he continues to get opportunities for the Boks. Then looking at Folau Fainga'a, a staple in the Brumbies lineup throughout Super Rugby Pacific. He has been dangerous anytime a rolling maul starts. That man knows how to finish it, and also has a good running game when it is down the wing. So for that reason, I have gone with Folau Fainga'a as the one out of the 2 players who I think will be more dangerous. Now looking at the other side of the scrum, it will be Alan Alaalatoa versus Oxnard. So on this side, there is a lot less experience than what we saw on the other, but still quite a few caps for Alan Alaalatoa, 55 to be exact. And alongside that, 28 years of age, 120 kgs, and 182 centimeters tall. Then for Oxnard, he is 27 years old, 115 kgs, and 176 centimeters tall with 11 caps to his name. So far we have seen a lot more experience in the Wallabies front row compared to what the Springboks have, and you could say some of it's down to injuries and also the selections that the Springboks are going with, trying to build towards the future, whereas the Wallabies, they seem to have their set front 3 that they will be going with for this match and maybe the next one, depending on how this one does result for them. But in this matchup, I think Alan Alaalatoa is going to have the advantage. Oxnard still a very good player in his own right, but I think Alaalatoa in Australian conditions will get the better of that head-to-head. So that actually means I've gone with all 3 of the Australian front row as the players to watch out for, although now we move on to the locks, and it could certainly be a different story. At number 4 for the Wallabies, it is Rory Arnold, and then number 4 for the Springboks, they have gone with none other than Eben Etzebeth. Now these two are absolute mammoths when it comes to height. Rory Arnold, 32 years old, 120 kgs, 208 centimeters tall. and has got 22 caps for the Wallabies, whereas Ebenezer, he is 30 years of age, 117 kgs, 203 centimeters tall, and has got 102 caps. So Ebenezer, we've seen how physical of an individual he can be. Loves when the game's getting physical. Rory Arnold, probably more about the technique rather than the physicality. Even though that man does have size, does enjoy normally the line-out aspect of the game more than the big hits. But for me, Ebenezer, down under, he's going to have a cracker. And that is why he is the player out of these two that I think will be the more dangerous. Now we move to the other lock. It is going to be Matt Phillip for the Wallabies, going head-to-head with Lou Diacha. So first of all, Matt Phillip, he is sitting 28 years of age, 115 kgs, 199 centimeters tall, and has got 23 caps, actually the one more than Rory Arnold has got for himself. Then Lou Diacha, he is sitting 29 years of age, 112 kgs, 205 centimeters. So once again, the Springboks have got two men over the 2 meter mark in their locking duo, and has got 60 caps for the Springboks. So when looking at these two and the stats that they have been able to create for their sides in individual competitions, Lou Diacha certainly does have that advantage. Matt Phillip, he does bring physicality into that Wallabies lineup, but Lou Diacha, the way that he plays the game of rugby, the amount of line-out turnovers he normally gets, he didn't get a huge amount in the second match up against the All Blacks, but in the first, you'd have to say he almost got enough to warrant both games the way that he was going and stealing the ball. So for that reason, Lou Diacha, I think, will be able to put extra pressure on the line out, and that is a big one to say, but that is who I'm going with in this head-to-head. Now looking at the loose forward trio, the first position of the three, it will be number 6, Jed Holloway, going head-to-head with Sia Khaleesi. So Jed Holloway, he is 29 years of age, 118 kgs, 196 centimeters tall, and just has the 2 caps for the Wallabies. Recently getting his debut in this year's Rugby Championship. Then for the Springboks, it is their captain. He's got a lot more than 2 caps, 67 to his name, 31 years of age, 106 kgs, 189 centimeters tall. But Sia Khaleesi, he will enjoy this battle in Australia. Now last year, the Australians were able to win both of those matches up against the Springboks. This year, a lot of people have said it could be 1-1, maybe 2 matches going the way of the Boks because of all those injuries that the Wallabies have had for themselves as of late. But Jed Holloway actually plays a lot more of a lock for the Waratahs than he does loose forward. But he has got a little bit of that X factor to him, the way he was playing up against Argentina. But Sia Khaleesi, the skipper, it's very hard to say with 65 caps advantage that he won't have the better game out of the two. So Sia Khaleesi is my pick for blindside flanker. Now looking at open side flanker, huge news of course at the start of the Rugby Championship when we found out that Michael Hooper would be unavailable for the Wallabies. In his place, it will be Fraser McWright, who's a very dangerous player for the Reds. Hasn't got a huge amount of caps for the Wallabies, but certainly has been looking very strong throughout 2022. So he is 23 years of age, still very young, 102 kgs, 184 centimeters tall, and has got those 4 caps. And his opponent in this head-to-head is an absolute beast. It is Peter Steph-Toy. He is 29 years of age, 119 kgs, 200 centimeters tall, and 62 caps. So the experience advantage definitely goes to Peter Steph-Toy. I think the big difference between Peter Steph-Toy and McWright, though, is probably that McWright's a little bit more of a get the turnover and the breakdown, whereas Peter Steph-Toy is more of the counter-rucking number 7, although when he does lock himself over the ball, it's extremely hard to shift. But for this one, I think you've got to go with the man who's got the experience, got the size, and Fraser McWright, I still feel he's going to have a pretty decent game, but I think Peter Steph-Toy is going to be the player out of the two who does end up having the better one. Now moving on to number 8. Number 8 for the Wallabies, it is Rob Valetini. And then number 8 for the Springboks, they have gone with Dwayne Vermeulen. Rob Valetini, he's 23 years of age, 113 kgs, 193 centimeters tall, and 20 caps for the Wallabies. Then Dwayne Vermeulen, he's 36 years of age, 117 kgs, 193 centimeters tall. So actually the same height as Rob Valetini, just with a little bit of a weight advantage, and then 61 caps for the Springboks. Now, the thing that concerns me a bit about Dwayne Vermeulen is he's only recently come back from injury. It does seem like maybe it's not quite at 100%, whereas Rob Valetini, normally when he's playing for the Brumbies and for the Wallabies, can have those very strong, powerful runs that we used to see from Dwayne Vermeulen. I remember watching the Curry Cup, and any time Dwayne Vermeulen's side would win a penalty, anywhere near that 10 metres out, Dwayne Vermeulen, he would take the tap and he'd throw himself at the line. And that is something that I don't know whether or not his 36-year-old body has still got in it, which is a shame to say because he has been such a great player for the Springboks over the years. But Rob Valetini, he's got that fast twitch fibre, 23 years of age, still a pup compared to Dwayne Vermeulen. So because of that, I am saying Rob Valetini will be the more effective out of the two. We move on to halfbacks now. It will be Nick White for the Wallabies versus Faf de Klerk of the Springboks. So Nick White, he is 32 years of age, 82 kgs, 175 centimetres tall, and has got 50 caps, recently bringing up that 50th up against Argentina. Then Faf de Klerk, he is 30 years of age, 80 kgs, 172 centimetres tall, and has got 39 caps, so slowly getting towards that 50 mark. But these two, they went head-to-head last year in the Rugby Championship 2021. We saw great moments from both of them. Nick White continues to use that tactic of running around the side of the breakdown. You've heard me mention it all throughout the week, but it is such an effective tool for the Wallabies up against the Springboks. If you can lure in a few of those big defenders right next to your breakdown and then create space on the outside. They've got Marika Korombeti, who we will be getting to very shortly, and a few other dangerous runners in that back line. Whereas Faf de Klerk, you'd have to say, probably going to play a little bit more of a kicking game in this contest up against the Wallabies. Test out how they go under the high ball, and then if it is effective, continue to use it throughout the time that he is on the park. So for this head-to-head, I'm going to say it's Nick White. I like the running game aspect a little bit more than the kicking. Of course, the kicking, depending on how the Wallabies handle the high ball, could be the more effective way of the two. But for now, before kickoff has taken place, I think running in Australia is normally a more effective tactic. So that is why I'm giving it to Nick White. But now looking at fly halves, this is the young versus the old, and one of them isn't even that old. It is going to be Noel Alessio versus Andre Pollard. Noel Alessio, he is 22 years of age, 89 kgs, 180 centimetres tall, and has got 12 caps, whereas Andre Pollard, the one that I said was the older of the two, he is only 27, so a massive future for Andre Pollard, making the millions no matter what league he plays in the world, as he is an absolutely class fly half, and the Springboks, they are very lucky to have him in that lineup. He is 98 kgs, 189 centimetres tall, and has got 64 caps. This one I think is pretty self-explanatory for who I feel will be the more dangerous. Noel Alessio, he has improved a lot over the last 12 months. Now, a lot of people were worried about his goal kicking. He seems to have come a long way in that aspect. Doesn't go too badly with running the ball, but Andre Pollard, his kicking has been next level throughout 2022, and he has also been adding a little bit of that running game in there just to throw the defensive line off. So for that reason, it's got to be Andre Pollard out of these two who will be the more effective. Now looking through at the wing. Now we will start with the left wing of the Wallabies, which is number 11, Marika Korombeti, and he will be going head-to-head based on the sides. He will be up against Warwick Hallant, who is at number 14 for the Springboks. So Marika Korombeti is 30 years old, 93 kgs, 180 centimetres tall, and has got 35 caps, whereas on the other side, we are looking at Warwick Hallant. He is 27 years old, 89 kgs, so 4 kgs lighter than Marika Korombeti, then also 180 centimetres tall, so the same as Marika Korombeti, and he has got 10 caps for the Springboks. Now Marika Korombeti has been playing in Japan more recently, has been looking very strong over there. He runs the ball hard and has got brilliant acceleration that can turn any defender inside out. But Warwick Hallant, he is a player who could certainly be a star for the Springboks in the future. He's still got a lot left in the tank, and he is another player that can certainly turn a game around. We've seen that for the Stormers throughout the URC, but it's that question of whether or not, with the lack of caps at international level, will Marika Korombeti be able to get round him when it comes to that attacking style that Marika's got? And I think the answer is maybe a couple of times. So Marika Korombeti, he gets my pick of this head-to-head between the two wingers. Now we will jump to the other wing. It will be Tom Wright on the right wing. He will be going head-to-head with Makazole Mapimpi. Now Tom Wright, he is 25 years old, 98 kgs, 186 centimetres tall, has got just the 12 caps, whereas Makazole Mapimpi, he is 32, 90 kgs, 184 centimetres tall, and has got 29 caps. Now, what can you say about Makazole Mapimpi other than the fact that this man is in some absolutely tremendous form, just like he always is. No matter what, you know he's going to turn up for the Springboks. Had almost 150 running metres in that last game up against the All Blacks, and I think this game may be no different. It just seems like he's able to find any little gap that's out there on the park and able to make the absolute most out of every opportunity. Tom Wright, he has been playing a little bit of fullback, of course, with so many injuries for the Wallabies. they have had to have quite a bit of a reshuffle, but for this game, Reece Hodge slots in at fullback, Tom Wright moves out to the right wing, which is where he's more prominent for the Brumbies throughout Super Rugby Pacific, but it's got to be Makazole Mapimpi when you look at these two head-to-head, who I feel will be able to have the better game of rugby. Now looking at inside centres, at number 12 for the Wallabies, Hunter Paisami. At number 12 for the Springboks, Damien Dialende. Looking at Paisami's stats, he is 24 years old, 91 kgs, 172 centimetres tall, and 17 caps he has got for the Wallabies. Then Damien Dialende, 30 years of age, 101 kgs, 189 centimetres tall, and 62 caps for the Springboks. Hunter Paisami, he's trying to fill the shoes at the moment of Samu Kerevi, who's been so effective for the Wallabies throughout the last 12 months. He is sadly injured and will not return till 2023. So Hunter Paisami, a massive opportunity, try and secure himself that number 12 jersey. They have tried Lalakai Fekete in one of those games up against Argentina, but Hunter Paisami is great with the crash ball for the Reds and really doesn't shy away from taking a big bit of contact if he needs to. Damien Dialende, pretty much the exact same as what I just listed. Dangerous with the ball in hand, hits the line hard, and was very good at running straight at Bowden Barrett throughout the first two matches of the Rugby Championship. I can see him in this game carving towards Noel Alessio, which is where Hunter Paisami, if he gets lured in, maybe that gap opens up on the outside. So for that reason, and of course a few more, such as form, I am going to say Damien Dialende is the player out of those two. Does have the better game. Now looking at the outside centre, it will be Lena Cattell versus Lukanyuam. Now for the Springboks, you can't have Damien Dialende without on his outside. That seems to be the perfect combination, and I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. Whereas for the Wallabies, a little bit more of a reshuffle they have had to experience over the last few months. But one thing has stayed the same, and that is Lena Cattell at number 13. So he is 23 years of age, 90 kgs, 180 centimetres tall, and then 18 caps. Whereas Lukanyuam, he is 28, 93 kgs, 186 centimetres tall, 30 caps for the Springboks, and is one of the most informed players in World Rugby. I had to throw that in there because he has been playing absolutely terrifically in the last little while. So Lena Cattell, he had a very good season last year for the Wallabies. He has not been playing bad rugby by any means of the word, but it is so hard to compete with someone to the standard at the moment that Lukanyuam is setting, because that man is doing absolutely incredible things at number 13, whether it's having over 100 metres carried in a game, breaking the line, finding silky offloads, and setting up his teammates. Lukanyuam has been doing it all, and I haven't even mentioned how great that man can be when it comes to defence. So for that reason, gotta be Lukanyuam as the one out of the two who is the more dangerous. Now looking at fullback, this one's a little bit trickier, as it is going to be Reece Hodge added into the side, and he will be going head-to-head with Damien Willemse. So Reece Hodge, 28 years of age, 94 kgs, 191 centimetres tall, and 53 caps. Whereas Damien Willemse, he is 24 years old, 86 kgs, 183 centimetres tall, and 20 caps. So the big thing here is Reece Hodge, he has the option of kicking from 50 plus metres out. I believe he will be the go-to. He did have quite a rough start to Super Rugby Pacific, whether it was with suspensions, just little mistakes that were costing him quite dearly for the Rebels. But he has been able to keep going through that, and I think it has made him stronger in the long run. Damien Willemse, that man has had a dream start to this year at international level. He has been looking very good up against Wales. He's been looking good up against the All Blacks, and I don't think it will be any different up against the Wallabies. That man has been making last-ditch tackles that some people would call almost impossible. We did see that one when there was a breakaway for the ABs. Damien Willemse ran all the way back and was able to shut it down. He also is very good with his long kicks down the field, which I think the territory could be so important between these two sides. But because of that long kicking, and if Noel Alessio is feeling the pressure in the game, Reece Hodge, I believe, will be taking the tee off him and will get kicking responsibilities. That is why, as much as it pains me to say, I am going to go Reece Hodge as the one in this game who will have more of an impact. But now we are on to the stage of looking at the benches. First of all, we will start with the Wallabies actually going with the 6-2 split in this game, which is something we normally see from the Springboks. But instead, the Springboks did go with 5-3. But for the Wallabies, Dave Parecki, Scott Seo, Taniela Tupou, Darcy Swain, Rob Leota, Pete Samu, Tate McDermott, and Andrew Callaway. Then for the Springboks, Malcolm Marks, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch, Franco Mostert, Quacha Smith, Jaden Hendrickse, Elton Yankees, and Franz Stein closes out that bench. So this was a very hard one because, as you guys know, I only pick one bench as the one to watch out for, and this game's extremely hard to pick. The Springboks, they have gone with their extra back, so they have got quite a few kicking options there, whether it is Elton Jantjies or Frans Steyn. Malcolm Marx off the bench is going to have a huge impact. We need to remember that if Dweber starts a similar fashion as he did up against the All Blacks, we could see Marx out there as early as 30 minutes. Good front row replacements in Stephen Kitsoff and Vincent Koch. Franco Mostert, always world class off that bench as well. Whereas for the Wallabies, you've got Tongan Thor, Taniela Tupou, normally able to bulldoze his way forward, create post-contact meters. Alongside that, you've got the elusive Tate McDermott, and also very handy having Pete Samu as a late option in this game as well. So it's a tricky one, but I am going to say the Springboks bench will be more effective in this contest, mainly because some of the players in the starting lineup for the Springboks, if they don't fire the way that they want them to, the bench could be turning this game around for the Boks. So for the tally, it does mean it equals 9 for the Springboks and 7 for the Wallabies. So a little bit in favour of the Springboks. They are actually favourites for this contest as well, but we are getting closer and closer to kickoff. So I will throw it back over to Hamish in the studio, and I will see you guys in a very short moment. There we go. We are back to Hamish in the studio. I've made myself extra small. Hope you guys enjoyed that little head-to-head that we did have. So in the end, South Africa, they had the advantage in terms of the numbers in my books. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. But the good news is we are less than 40 minutes away from the kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be awesome. Adelaide Oval hosting this monumental clash. Quickly looking through at the table, the way that it currently sits, as you can see, Argentina sit on top of the bunch, and it's almost reversed, I guess you could say, of what we saw for last year. At the moment, the way that it is sitting, Argentina at the top, Australia in second, South Africa in third, and New Zealand in fourth. So for every team, this is a must win. They want to be able to get those points on the board. A bonus point would be even more sensational, of course. For the bonus point, as you can see, you do need to score 3 or more tries than your opposition. Unlike a few of the other competitions around the world, it isn't just the 4 tries. You do need 3 or more. Then the other side, the losing bonus point could also be in effect here if it is by less than 7. Good commentary says, Golden Guest. Do appreciate you, mate. And also, how come is it unavailable on normal TV? Says annoying without Hooper and Cooper. The Wallabies are half the team they can be. And also missing Samu Karevi, one of the best players last year for them to get himself nominated as World Player of the Year. A lot of people wanted to see Lucanio Arm there. And if he doesn't get in there for this year, I would be absolutely surprised. He has been going brilliantly. What time is kickoff, says Andrew? It is at 5:30 p.m, so in only 37 minutes time. And it's going to be awesome. How's the Springboks third, says Mitch? It's just the way that it's worked out because everyone has gotten themselves the individual wins, and pretty much means that they have been able to, I guess, even out the competition as close as it could be. But what we will quickly do is we will look through at some of the leading stats for each of these teams in the competition. We will start, first of all, with tries. And this one may surprise a few people, but the leading try scorers of the competition, it is Argentina. They have got 9 tries, Australia in second, New Zealand in fifth, or in third with 5, and then South Africa sitting at the bottom with the amount of tries they have been able to get, but they are sitting right up there with clean breaks, sitting on 10 at the moment, and Argentina, they have actually led the clean breaks as well. And then the carries, we've seen the least amount of carries from South Africa. You would have to say that's probably from the way that they play the game of rugby. We see a little bit more of a prominent kicking game for South Africa, but Australia having the most carries, which does mean that we may see quite a few tackles being made by the Springboks. And a few of the other stats that we will quickly look at. We've got meters carried, New Zealand right up the top. Interestingly enough, Argentina are actually down the bottom for meters carried, but very similar between Australia and South Africa. And something that I need to mention, going back to that last stat, we saw the most carries out of any side for Australia. South Africa have only had about 60 meters less in the less that they have had. And also we have got there, how many games has Argentina played against South Africa and New Zealand? And there as well, says Chris. So how many games has Argentina played against South Africa? They've had quite a few throughout their times. Recently, Argentina getting themselves their first victory. Yes, South Africa has gotten a lot of tries. And there says Lynn. And yeah, and good evening, Hamish. Good to see you boxed by 30, says Spider Mix. So a big, bold prediction there. Defenders beaten. We have seen a lot less from South Africa than Australia, but I'd say that that's just down to the way that we have got. If you listen to this idiot, Argentina will win. says Chris in there as well. Interesting way of plugging your channel, Chris, by insulting the host. I feel like it's an interesting way of trying to do it tactically, I guess you could say. You have won a timeout. Woo. That lineout's won at the moment. Argentina, they are sitting at the top now. The South African lineout is actually at the bottom of the bunch, sadly. An interesting stat, says Hanoi. So, yeah, South Africa, they aren't really leading a majority of the different stats in this competition. But the good news is they can still be very dangerous. I believe scrum percentage-wise, when we do bring that up, they are actually sitting top of the scrum percentage. There you go, 93% compared to 82% of the Australians. So there is a massive difference between those two sides there. And actually offloads the least, which is surprising because we've seen a few offloads in the process of their season so far. And the Rucks won. Argentina right at the top. New Zealand sitting on 93 alongside South Africa. Australia with the least ruck security out of any of the sides in the comp. Quickly looking through at a couple of the other fun stats that we have got in terms of player stats. Try scorers, we have seen 3 men score twice. That is Juan Matan Gonzalez, Thomas Gallo, and Len Ikitau. Now, there are more than just these men who have been able to score 1 try in the competition, but can only fit 10 on the board. Then also looking at carries, Artie Savia, top of the bunch. Rob Valentini's had a pretty busy season. I think the low scored or try scored is because South Africa played against the All Blacks. See how it goes today, says Bram. Yeah, I think it's certainly going to ramp up a little bit. I'm liking your IP address. Time out, my guy, says that Nathan there. If Argentina wins, it will be a major upset. Very unlikely, says Kovis. And also Hamish can play fly half rather than Yankee, says Yako. Although if you've seen my kicking videos, you may think otherwise. They aren't the best as weak server running off hotspot. So cheaps, says Nathan. As well, if Argentina wins, it would be a major upset. Very unlikely, although not impossible. We did see them beat the All Blacks a couple years ago in the Rugby Championship. We saw them get a record-winning margin over the All Blacks as well. Looking at the clean breaks, no surprises there. Lucanio at the top of the list, sitting on 6. That is 3 more than any other man throughout the competition, and rightly so, as he has been looking very good indeed. Then also another one that we are looking at, defenders beat Enrico Ioane and David Arveli up there. But Rob Valentini, Len Ikitau, and then Lucanio is on that bunch as well. Also, Damien Valimza gets a bit of an appearance for the defenders beaten stat. Then we will quickly look at a couple more of the factors. Lineouts, 1, Eber Netzebiev. I would be pretty certain that they will go to him very often throughout this one. As you can see, their 3 main jumpers, you'd have to say Eber Netzebiev, Franco Mostert, and Pieter-Steph Totoy. We don't often see them go to Lou Diacha, but he is one who has been able to get quite a few line-out turnovers in the competition. South Africa have a few settled combinations, whereas Australia has suffered from injuries, which has disrupted theirs. Exactly right. You heard from Michael Cheika, though, or through paper and news headlines, but no actual press conference that I found. Anyway, wonder why. It's Chris Howell. The Alton Yankees still somehow makes his way into the squad. Makes no sense. Anyone who knows rugby says BDP. And also, I feel like your kicking is more consistent, says Yako. Unless ruck security, that turnovers lost, says Hanoi. Or pretty much, I guess, yeah, it will come down to how many times they have had a knock-on at the breakdown, how many times they've lost the ball with a clean turnover, and anything along those lines. In Argentina, it's tough now. Hamish used to get a hiding, not anymore. Exactly right. Anyone who underestimates Argentina, the thing is, this is going to backfire because they're probably going to end up in the situation of if they lose by 20 or so, then everything that I'm saying now becomes a little bit redundant. But Argentina are no longer a side that can be underestimated. They are brilliant at the moment. They've got passion. They've got a lot of potential. And Big Love says Sebastian, and also Pieter-Steph Totoy will get a few, I reckon, says Hanoi. And you've got in the stats presentation to mention Pieter-Steph Totoy was a World Player of the Year worth a mention, says Roger. He certainly was. And he's certainly going to be tough. The thing that I like more about Pieter-Steph Totoy compared to in the past, currently, he's going more for that counter ruck, causing that disruption rather than jackling straight over the ball, trying to get the turnover. He knows that if he puts that pressure on, it can actually cause a little bit more of an opportunity for attack for the Springboks if they get that clean turnover, get them on the back foot rather than taking the 3. It's quite strategic, and it is showing his knowledge there for South Africa. Hippopotamus suits the better than a Springbok, says Saran. Springboks will win in very fancy font from Jomo there. And also, if the Springboks are turned on like the first game against the All Blacks, it will be a tough night for Australia, says Bram. And how many times have Pumas beat the All Blacks? Just the once. But it was recently, and I do like where the Pumas are going recently in the way that they've been playing. Aussie's going to win, says John. And the stats are in favour of the Australians. Anytime that these games have been played in Australia, does normally go about, I believe, 70 or 80% in favour of the Aussies. And maybe he's referring to Frans Steyn, says Johan there. And if the Springboks, oh no, I read that one. And also, hopefully, All Blacks win by 0 again against the Pumas, says Louis. But Lukanyuan sitting at the top of the metres carried. It's a very, very handy player to have in that midfield. Like, you can't really stop him when he's in form. And David Nathan, big love. Sun shining in Adelaide. Yeah, looks absolutely beautiful there at Adelaide Oval. 4 tries for the Box. And Georgia now is like Argentina 20 years ago. Good in the forwards, but lacking the backs cohesion, says Hanoi. But I'm liking what Santiago Carreras has been doing recently. And you can see there, Makazole Mapimpi also very close to the top of the try scorers. How much I bet my house on the Wallabies? That is very risky, although they are underdogs. So I guess you're slightly looking like you might be able to get a mortgage on a second house, or you might not have a house at the end of the game. And Aussie, says John. And also Lena Cattell, Rob Valentini having 161 metres carried. It's very impressive for a number 8. And out of everyone on that list, other than Adi Savia and Juan Cruz Malia, he's actually in the backs, just the 2 number 8s up there as well. But it looks like a nice day. That man is blowing up balloons. Oh, I'm on the Bunnings NBC live stream. That is why it looks so weird. Here we go. This is what we want. I was like, why is that man blowing up blue and white balloons? But I've worked out now I was at the wrong ground. Looking through at the next stats that we have got, it is Adi Savia with the most offloads. Marika Koromberi, he is dangerous when it comes to that offloading game. And that is something that the Springboks will have to try and shut down relatively quickly as well. Then also for the points-wise, Honore Pollard, after this game, you would have to say he will be ahead of Emiliano Boffelli, and that will be a very happy one for Honore Pollard, leading in another stat. Sia Khaleesi, the tackler machine, 22 tackles made. Fraser McWright on 18. Ludiacha sitting on 20, and Malcolm Marks on 17. And we need to remember that man came off the bench in one of the contests up against the All Blacks, but he was absolutely brilliant in that first test match. And I says, Atini, welcome in. Do we have any news on Colby? I know that his face is still in the recovery process. I know he's no longer going to the Stormers, is probably the most recent one that we do know as well. But they are just chatting to Dave Rennie, the Australian head coach. It's absolutely beautiful at Adelaide. I was hoping that it wouldn't be raining, and there is anything but a cloud in the sky above the ground by the looks of a big match. AB's going to thrash the Pumas, and AB's won't lose. Stop it, says Cobus. And no, Louis. Still till the World Cup next year, regardless. And Paisami is super underrated. Keep an eye on him today. Exactly right. I mentioned it earlier on. He's got a heart of gold. The fact that no matter what, whoever he's running at, he's going to put 110% into it and just crash into the line, which is absolutely awesome to see from a guy who hasn't got the biggest size in the world, but he has still got some very handy skills as well. I believe he's 172 centimeters tall, about 80 kgs, somewhere around there. But what we are quickly going to do is we are going to talk a bit more about the kicking. Now, some of you would have seen the video a bit earlier on that I did talking about some of the drop kicking and the kicking aspects of this game. We are going to play that video. It's about 6 minutes long, and then we will be back getting ready into the build-up for this massive clash that is coming up in less than 30 minutes to go. But don't go anywhere, and we will be back very, very shortly.
The local rugby grounds for yet again another segment of our kicking series. Now, we have talked about Honore Pollard's kicking accuracy off the tee. We have talked about drop kicks. So today we will be highlighting both of those aspects in the one video. On she goes. That's actually gone over. That didn't spiral very nice though, did it? First of all, we are going to be looking at Honore Pollard once again. You're probably sick of hearing me say that man's name, but he is kicking tremendously at the moment. Now there's a saying in cricket, which is seeing it like a beach ball. That is when a batsman is hitting the ball absolutely beautifully, seeing everything out of the middle of his bat. Now Honore Pollard, you'd have to argue, he is seeing the rugby ball like a beach ball at the moment, the way that he has been kicking. So for that reason, I found a toy. Does that sound weird? So I went looking in my garage, and I found this gigantic inflatable rugby ball, and I thought, why not see whether or not we can improve our kicking accuracy with this. Now, the Springboks, they have announced that they have got Honore Pollard, Elton Yankees, and also Frans Steyn as their 3 kicking options. Now, the Springboks, they have announced their side early. The Wallabies, we are yet to know at the time of this recording who they have got. But more than likely, it will be Reece Hodge, maybe Bernard Foley, and Noah Alicio, but we will get straight into kicking this bad boy straight over the post. Maybe 15. I'm feeling ballsy. God, they're getting worse, aren't they? Now, as light as this may look, there's a little bit of weight to it. So I feel like there will need to be some kicking technique and some technique to get it on the tee. How do you balance this thing, Mum? It's got its nipple down the bottom and it doesn't sit right. It doesn't help that I can't see the tee because the ball's too big. I'll just do that. That only took 10 minutes. I don't really know where the sweet spot is to strike it. I guess you just go underneath. Well, that went better than expected. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? You don't expect to kick something that hard and not have any resistance. Right, another crack from further out or not?
Oh, it only just went over it though.
Yeah, but now my ego's inflated just like this ball, eh? Right, same again. Did I hear someone call for, it's time for seconds? Don't you do that to me now. That was a accident waiting to happen, wasn't it? You can't get a clap going, you're holding things. Oh, is there a giant inflatable rugby league? So I might start one. The nipple's at the bottom this time. You know what that's going to help with? Buoyancy. You see my Muhammad Ali shuffle again? Stood on my own toe. Here we go. I'm going to become an inflatable rugby player. Now, as you know, I have a giant inflatable All Black. Does this count as like offensive to him? Because like I'm kicking one of his own kind. Should we try and kick Kieran over there? Oh, is this still 22 or has it got further? Man, that looks far compared to last time. Don't film yet from behind, my ass is out. Ready? Oh, that was a shame. Little tip for you youngsters while there's a pigeon. It's over there. You found it? This one's going over. If it doesn't, I'll change my last name to Van der Westhuizen. That's not a literal fact. That might have to get cut out depending on whether or not this goes over. My name is Hamish Van der Westhuizen, and this kick's going over. Woo! I think I need to change my name to something Afrikaans. It's gone a lot better. I'm doing it from 50 out.
Right, so we are going to pop back in, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting very close to the kickoff. We are less than 25 minutes away. So we did have to cut that one a little bit short, but we will be going through now and looking at the starting lineups. We're seeing all of those players running around. The next kicks that I did in that were pretty much banana kicks that did not go the way that I needed them to. But first of all, we will look through at the reserves once again. Oh, no, sorry. We'll start with the starting lineups. Probably a good start for that one. But Australia, they have got James Slipper at number 1, the experienced veteran. They are chatting to Sonny Bill Williams at the moment on the sideline. And that's the thing. Adelaide Oval's looking like an absolute picture at the moment for this contest. Falau Fainga'a there at number 2. And then Alan Alatoa at number 3. So a lot of experience there for the 3. I'm on my new phone. And Tohak G says Nazi Williams there as well. But Roy Arnold at number 4. Matt Phillip slots in at number 5. So you'd have to say the advantage at locking time does go to the Springboks. Jed Holloway slots in at number 6 at blindside flanker. Fraser McWright at 7. And then Rob Valentini sitting there at number 8. And like I mentioned, he's right up there in terms of those lists of players who have been going absolutely brilliantly throughout this Rugby Championship competition. I don't see this game being any different. Good morning, Hamish, and good morning to everyone. And then your bananas kicks went bananas, is it? Says Sarin. Now looking at the back line, Nick White at number 9. He is very dangerous up against the Springboks. Always has a very good attacking game around the side of the breakdown, causing disruption for the box as well. Noel Alicio at 10, a massive day for this young man because he is 22 years of age. He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders here. And at international level, we have seen him be a little bit 50-50 in the past, but perhaps this game can be the one that he does step up and really cause a big impact. Hunted by Sami on his outside. That man knows exactly how to cause impact. Leonard Cattell at number 13, and then Marika Korombedi at 11, Tom Wright at number 14, and Reece Hodge does slot in at number 15. So that is the Australian starting lineup. Now we look through at the Springboks. The away side, they are going to be as follows. Oxner, Shade, Joseph Dweber, and Franz Malharba there as the front row. So unchanged from what we saw last week for the Springboks, or the week before, sorry, up against the All Blacks. And Eben Etzebeth and Ludiaha there at number 5. A lot of experience between those two. Going to be very exciting to watch them at line-out time. See what they can do. Sia Khaleesi, the captain, at number 6. Peter Steph-Toy at 7. And then the big Dwayne Vermeulen, recently returning from his injury. He will be there at number 8. Faf de Klerk at 9. Honore Pollard. Then at 10, Damien Dialende and Lucanio Armes, the midfield combo. One of the best midfields that you will ever see in World Rugby today. They are brilliant. They know exactly what each other are thinking. And Lucanio Armes, the leading meters made in the competition currently, followed closely by Makazole Mapimpi, who is out on that left wing. Warwick Halan gets the opportunity for the box after quite a bit of time not actually being in the side. He now makes his way back in and will be very excited to get underway. That is in the replacement of Jesse Creel and also Kurtley Arinsur, who was suspended, but must be due to come back relatively soon, maybe in time for Argentina. Damian Valimza, an informed fullback, will be there. And also we'll be looking to expose that kicking game at some point in time. Go the Wallabies, says Kari, and also thank God Fuff playing in there. And also we have got the A Wood, says Nazi Williams, and good luck Aussie Bros and Nico Marks. If Quade Cooper, oh, that went quick. And also we have got there, if Quade Cooper didn't have injuries, he would be a god. Yeah, he had a very good game up against the Wallabies, or up against the Springboks, last year. But without him there, without Samu Karevi, and without Michael Hooper, the Wallabies are going to have to dig deep to be able to beat the Springbok side, who, for me, didn't have a terrible game up against the All Blacks in their last game of the Rugby Championship. There were a few players did let them down a little bit, and I think that is why they did struggle so much in certain aspects. The Harry Mish, who will win it, and what is Marks doing on the bench this far? So looking through at the benches, we will have a quick look. It is Dave Pareki, Scott Seo, and Taniela Tupou, the Tongan Thor, there as the tight head prop replacement. Darcy Swain, Rob Leota, and Pete Samu. So the 6-2 split for the Wallabies. Pretty exciting to see that they've decided to go with that rather than going with the 5-3. Tate McDermott can be very dangerous. The elusive halfback, always able to inject himself into the side and make a big impact. And then Andrew Callaway is there at number 23. Malcolm Marks at 16. Number 17, Stephen Kitsoff, and Vincent Koch as the front row replacements. So the question of why isn't Marks in the starting lineup, I believe they feel he will be more effective coming off the bench in the later stages, or maybe 50 minutes through the game, or he might get 50 minutes, I should say. I think he is going to be very effective late on when the Wallabies start to tire. And also you're doing real good with Afrikaan names, mate, says Eric. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. We have practiced them many times. We've done the Curry Cup, the URC, and we will be doing both of those competitions this year as well. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. All merchandise sold out pretty fast at the ground, mate, just told me, says Hanoi. And yeah, the Springboks fans in Adelaide, I believe there are quite a few of them, which is awesome to see. Franco Moster, Quaka Smith, the two other forward replacements for the Springboks. Then Jaden Hendrickse off the bench, Elton Yankees as well, and Frans Steyn, that man who made his debut in about 2006, is now still there and might be able to strike him from 60 metres out to win the match with a penalty, perhaps. Could be something just around the corner. Where did Ian Foster go? He's in the chat earlier. Sorry if I scared you off. Fozzie says Nathan, and subscribe says Far, and Quota Marks says Nazi Williams. But yeah, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Be sure to check out the Kiwi Lads Sport channel as well. That is our other one, Quacker Smith, a silent hero. Exactly right. You don't hear him say much, but he certainly makes all of the noise out there on the field when he's there. He's brilliant in the breakdown and does very nicely. Let's go. Oh, got to head out to dinner, mate. Good crowd in here. Let's get a collection going for the lad. Have a good call, champion. Thank you very much, Distracted Sports. Hugely appreciated, mate. And yeah, I hope you do enjoy your dinner. And Wallabies need to get angry on the field. Show it, says Louis. And got good kickers. Yeah, they've got plenty of options here for the Springboks. Some would say maybe too many options. They can go with pretty much anyone as their kicker. But I believe for the start of the match, it's going to be Honore Pollard. If Pollard goes off late, then they'll have to decide whether Yankees gets the nod or whether they go maybe with Francois Steyn, or they have also got the option of Damian Valimza. So plenty of options for kicking. As long as they do get that one relatively right, I'm sure they will be able to get plenty of three-pointers throughout this contest as well. Dialende at 13 needs to be done at club level before at BOC level. Could we see a Qantas plane fly over Adelaide Oval? Ooh, not too sure if that is going to be an option. And also straighten up your time, mate, says Marcel. Yeah, it's a bit wonky, isn't it? It's the way that it sits down further. If I pull that way, there we go. That's not too bad. And let's go North Harbour. My money is on Marks and Kits off team. And Springboks South Africa, says about there. And Quagga probably could have been decathlete. What is the decathlon? You have, is that the one where you shoot as well? Or is that the wrong? No, that's the by try. What is the one where you ski? You ski and then you got to shoot the target, boom, boom, and then you ski again. What's that one? Long distance thingy-mabob. And how do I become a member? Says Farcanel. So, no, I just said your name out. Too close, didn't I? But pretty much to become a member, there is a join button in the main menu. I will see whether or not I can get the link as well. With the Kiwi accent, 10 events, decathlon, and also now only awake, says Lynn. Yeah, it is very early morning start for you guys in South Africa, that is for sure. And mostly track and field. And what am I listening to? Says Corral, you are listening to the Kiwi lads. Welcome in. Decathlon is 10 events, jack of all trades, master of all. And Hamish is Tony's Distracted Sports joining you at halftime. I believe he's got a family dinner by the sounds of it. So we might be missing him from this one. But hopefully we will be able to have a catch up relatively soon for that one. But what we will do, if anyone does want to become a channel member, I will put the link down here. There we go. So that is the link to become a channel member. Who knows? Maybe we go on a membership train today. Anyone who is new, sure to hit that subscribe button and also check out the membership. And Wallabies with a big win, says John there. And Biathlon, says Far. Is that the one where you do the skiing and the shooting? Maybe. But nonetheless, we are only 15 minutes away from kickoff for this game at Adelaide Oval. It's going to be sensational. The crowd are going to be electric. It seems like it's a relatively even split, to be fair, the crowd from what I saw before. Quite a few Boks supporters, quite a few Wallaby supporters. And hopefully they are well and truly loud for this one. And the Kardashians' father did the decathlon. And I'm scared, says Atene. And Wallabies lost 49-18 to Argentina. So Springboks by 60-13, says Live Starts. Although completely different conditions, of course. It's going to be dangerous for both of these sides. I think the big thing on both of the sides' mind is start well. Because we saw with New Zealand up against the Springboks, anytime that they didn't start well, same with New Zealand up against Ireland. If they got it wrong, they were definitely going to be behind from the get-go. Whereas Australia, they've started their matches a little bit rough as well up against Argentina. I believe Argentina scored 2 tries up against them. And also, thank you for the link, says Alta there. And also, close game between Hawke's Bay and North Harbour. Good comeback from the Magpies. And yes, very early, 7:15 a.m. here in South Africa. Got a coffee in one hand and a beer in the other box, says Abat. That would be an interesting combination, wouldn't it? Also, you're bloody Aussies and their funky time zone, says Gareth. Yeah, I guess you guys are probably experiencing now, you guys in South Africa, that is probably what I have for the sevens later on tonight. We are going to be covering it from 4:20 a.m. New Zealand time. So be sure not to miss it back from the braai on a cold early morning, waiting for my pep to be ready. Lounge is already filling up. Let's go, Bok, says Nkosi. Yeah, this is a game that you certainly do not want to miss. And this better be good. I got up early on a cold Saturday in Cape Town, says Angela. So hopefully the Boks will be able to put in a good performance and make you proud as a Boks supporter. And at the end of the day, they get to go back next week and do it again, although it will be a later game. It will actually be 11:35 for South Africans for that next week's game. And I'm in the USA, and it's 11:30 p.m. game here. And Call the Seven says, I know, yep, we are going to be covering them. So the first game that we are covering of the sevens, it is going to be the matchup taking place between South Africa and Fiji. No, that's a lie. South Africa and USA. In fact, Springboks for the win. And you know what, Lynn? And what the Foxtrot Charlie Echo has happened to Sky Sports in there, says Far. I mean, currently in New Zealand, it's on Sky Sport 2. If you are looking for the best way to be able to watch it, Springboks for the win, says Max. And if Lightning does strike for the 4th time, dear Lende will be the one who I would predict, God forbid, to go down. Maybe bring Yantes and shift Pollard to number 12, or with Stain play 15, or will Stain play 15 and Valimza 12. Yeah, that's the thing. Damian Valimza, people sometimes forget how much of a utility back he really is, because he's written down as a utility back, but he can play fullback, he can play wing, he can play 12, he could probably play 10 if you need him to. The only position in that back line that he doesn't play is halfback. And they've got 4 of them in the Springboks camp, so they should be all right in that regard. You don't have to be a Safa to know the P-word, Hannes, and there as well. And also Australia 28, the Boks 28, I'll say 18, 24 Springboks win, go the Boks, says Maritz. And yeah, that's the thing. They are coming in as favourites, even though they don't have the best record in Australia Adelaide, you'd have to say, is almost a little bit closer to mutual territory. Anyone know how to watch the game live overseas, says Hudson. Do you have a VPN, Hudson? Do let me know, because there are a few options if you do have a VPN. If not, you may have to sign up for one. Unfortunately, they do cost a little bit of money, but it is well and truly worth it because you will be able to access games from all over the world in the future. And Lucanio Arm will score, I reckon, says the flight train. Or the freight. Is that the flight? No, freight train, sorry. Not the flight. And South Africa, 100 Australian nil. Tell you what, if that happened, that would be massive. That is for sure. Like Argentina winning their game up against Australia by 31 points was absolutely huge. 34-0 for the South Africans from Nazi Williams. Happy to not about not popping the bottle at 1:30 this time at Stan Sport. Says Henry, are you going to hide to the chats? Says Janine. And there as well. So pretty much what we will be having is we will be commentating the game throughout the match and then occasionally reading out the chat as we go. There are YouTube channels streaming the game, so I got my VPN in Bali for nothing, says Zane. Although more than likely they will get taken down relatively quickly. But with your VPN, Zane, you can actually sign up for 9 now, or you don't even need to sign up. If you type in 9 now, you will be able to watch this game for free in Australia. So you're all good to go if you do have that VPN. And it should be higher quality and you won't have to worry about it randomly cutting out halfway through. 10 minutes, says Atini, we're getting close. That is for sure. At the moment, line-out comparison. They are just showing the height jumping that you can have for the line-out. And Ebenetzebev, he is normally extremely dangerous at line-out time, has claimed the most. It means you're in there, says Christina. I'm back home now, so it's all good, says Zane. And 33-6 to the box, says the freight train. And come on, Janine. And I'm watching SS2 or Sky Sport 2, my friend. And also Valimza 2, Mapimpi, a Yankees for South Africa try scorers, Callaway for Australia, says Contender. That is a bold prediction, but I'm going to star it so I can see it later on. And can I watch the game in the UK, says Dean. Have you got a VPN, Dean? Because if you do, can set yourself to Australia and you can either sign up for a Stan Sport free subscription for the 7 days, or you can go on 9 now, which is your better bet, although you won't get access to New Zealand versus Argentina. And then one of Australia play with Angan Hurt, then they will win, says Louis. And also we have got the chat South Africa, and also 21-19 for the box is Darren in there as well. But this Adelaide Oval ground, like I mentioned, you can go on a rooftop walk. It's actually extremely nice. They normally play games of cricket there. We did see it for the Ashes. I'm watching from the UK, says I'm nutty, and yeah, I will not watch Channel 9, as they says Bevan, and there as well. But now they are showing Oxnashea on the lineup. He is definitely dangerous. They're showing the front row replacements of Malcolm Marks, Stephen Kitsoff, and Vincent Koch as well. Looking forward to this match, 23-19. And how do you think Tate McDermott will go? I assume that question is. And I think he's going to go pretty well off the bench. He normally does have quite an impact either in the starting lineup or off the reserves bench. And with the fact that they have gone with the 6-2 split, we might see those forwards working a bit harder for Australia, creating opportunities for him to come through and maybe snipe around the side high from Ellie as well. Aussie versus Bockies, says at Denny, and South Africa 40-10 of the Australians. So do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, as we get closer to the kickoff, who will be scoring the first try of this match? You're going to run out of puffs before the All Blacks? I don't think so. I may run out of puff before the Sevens at 4:20 a.m., but I don't think I'm going to be going too bad up until then. But they are just showing the comparisons in the 4-pack. What we're quickly going to do is we're going to look through at the starting lineups and reserves. By the looks of it, the Wallabies now making their way back to the changing sheds to get mentally and physically prepared for the battle that is about to take place. But looking through at the Australians, the home side, James Slipper at number 1, Falau Whainga'a at 2, and Alan Alatoa slots in at number 3. Rory Arnold and Matt Phillip combined as the locks. Man, they get massive changing rooms. You could literally go for sprints of 100 meters down that hallway if you really want to do. I don't know whether or not you'd actually want to, though. So I feel like it would be a safety hazard once you get to the door. But then saying safety hazards, Rob Valentini's definitely one. He's a dangerous man. He's had the most meters carried out of any forward in the Rugby Championship so far. Jed Holloway slots in at 6 once again. And Fraser McWright, he's going to need a lot of turnovers. He needs to try and fill those boots of Michael Hooper, which is very tough to do. But Fraser McWright, if it's anything like he played for the Reds, should have a decent enough crack. Nick White at number 9, Noah Lolesio slots in at 10. Then it is Hunter Paisami at 12, Leonard Cattell at number 13, Marika Korombedi at 11, Tom Wright at number 14, and then Reece Hodge comes into the starting lineup, and he will be the number 15, and more than likely the long kicking option. Noah Lolesio will take these shorter kicks. We've got a new member on the channel. Thank you very much, Beverly. Hugely appreciated you hitting that membership button. Anyone else who does want access to the exclusive emojis on the channel, be sure to hit that link. We'll take you through to the membership button. And also, we've got the South Africa for the first try, says Bevan. First try will go to De Klerk, says the freight train. And also, a little bit later on, I saw Damien Dialende to score the first try off a Reece Hodge mess-up. It's very specific, but it could certainly happen. But this is the South African lineup. Oxnechet, Joseph Dweber, and Frans Malharba will be there as the front row. Eben Etzebeth at 4, Lou Diacha at number 5, Sia Khaleesi 6, Peter Steph-Totoy at number 7, and then number 8. It is big Dwayne Vermeulen, who is still recently coming back from his injury, so I'm curious to see what kind of game he has in this one and how long they decide to leave him out there. Of course, normally with that 6-2 split of the Springboks, you have the option of taking him off a bit earlier on as you've still got those 2 loose forwards. This game, they have only got the one. I want the Boks to annihilate Lolesio or Paisami. Hodge is not a match winner, tends to miss crucial kicks, says Goodenda. And now looking through at the Boks back line, it will be Faf de Klerk returning from his head knock, gets the opportunity at number 9. Might see a few box kicks early on just to test it out. Also, depending on what way the sun is facing. Sounds like such a simple statement, but if the sun's in your eyes, it's hard to see. And they may have a couple handling errors off the kickoff, depending on who's got that aspect. Then Honre Pollard at number 10. One thing that man hasn't been doing, and that is missing kicks. Sensational throughout the Rugby Championship, is sitting second most on the point scorers. But all he needs is 4 points, and he will be tied for first. Then Damien Dialende at number 12, Lukanyoam at 13, Makazole Mapimpi out there on the left wing. Warakaland on the right gets added into the lineup. That is with Jesse Krill and also Kurtley Arinsur unavailable. Damien Willemse at number 15. He is certainly one to watch out for. He is the future of that Springboks fullback, and if he can get it right, I think he will well and truly secure that spot over Willie LaRue. We have got Go Aussie, says Joanne, and my mind is saying that it's going to be a one-sided match, says Ryan. Is that in favour of the Springboks or in favour of the Wallabies? I believe I've seen a lot more predictions, more one-sided in favour of the Springboks than the Wallabies. I saw one a little bit earlier on. I believe it was just a joke, though, but it was 100-0 for South Africa. It won't quite get to that stage, I don't think, but South Africa have certainly got the potential of scoring 30 points in this game. But the difference is, I think Australia also have the potential of being able to score 30. We could see a game go down to the last minute, and I am absolutely thrilled that we will get to see it. While the game is in Australia, a country located 3 miles away from the surface of the sun, you can't avoid it, says Sebastian. I am streaming the game, so may have to get off here if there's a lag, says Darren. And also we have got 180 seconds, says Atini, although they don't actually have either of the sides out on the field. So once again, no surprises here. Australia are late from when they say they are going to be doing their kickoff compared to when it's happening. I think we've still got another 10 minutes till the kickoff here. Record defeat for Australia at home coming as well, says live starts, and go Bok all the way. I guess that's a question. What is the largest winning margin South Africa have had up against Australia in Australia? Did you see you achieved 99,000 views for second South Africa versus New Zealand test? Well done. Remarkable effort, says Far. Thank you very much, mate. And yeah, the support you guys have been showing on these live streams has been absolutely insane. And yeah, we appreciate every single one of you for being here. South Africa 50, Australia 0, Sky Sports main event and Sky Sports Arena for UK viewers, says Sebastian. And 38-12 for John there and Go Box, says Tian. But these are the benches. Dave Parecki, Scott Seo, and Taniela Tupou there as the front row replacements. Then Darcy Swain, Rob Leota, and Pete Samu going for the 6-2 split here for the Aussies. A little bit of a, I guess, I don't know if it's an intimidation tactic, but either way, it's going to be interesting to see how it ends up going. Taniela Tupou, he's certainly a beast, though, in that front row, one to watch. Then it's Tate McDermott at number 22, Andrew Callaway at number 23. He didn't have the best Super Rugby Pacific season, but he certainly got talent. We saw that last year in the Rugby Championship. We'll be hoping to replicate it this year. Rob Rocks is in the chat. Said hello from China. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing brilliantly. And 50-10, says Moretz for the Box. Australia is going to get smashed, says Richard, and Go Box, says Adeni. And biggest Box win over Australia is 38-12. Oh, okay. So that's actually not a huge, well, it's a big margin, 26 points. I would have expected it to be bigger, to be honest. But South Africa, maybe they can make history today, or maybe Australia can continue that winning streak that they have got up against the Box in the Australian location. That was a weird way of saying that. Malcolm Marks there at number 16. Stephen Kitsoff at 17. Vincent Koch will be number 18. So a huge amount of scrum power for the Springboks coming off the bench. Franco Moster and Quagga Smith, both very classy players as well. They will be dangerous. Jaden Hendrickson, Elton Yankees, and Francois Stein there as the last back replacement. We have got Let's Go Bok Go Bok, and they're supporting from Vietnam today. We break the curse. Bok by 8. My blood is green, says JB. And Marks and Kitsoff should be starting, says Selena. It was interesting to see that they were coming off the bench, but I believe we may see a similar tactic to what we saw in that second match up against the All Blacks, how Oxney is told, go out there and absolutely run your heart out because you're going off at 35 minutes. And that's where Kitsoff will make his way into that starting lineup and then maybe have quite the impact. But currently, I would say we are about 6 or 7 minutes away from this kickoff of this match. I do see that Australia look like they're lined up in the background. South Africa may be as well. I'm not too sure where the tunnel is at Adelaide. There it is. It is right near the end. I mean, I've been watching a lot of the Ashes at Adelaide Oval. Haven't seen a rugby game there before, so it's going to be awesome. Banging World. And there is the Rugby Union song. Or In Union song. It's like 2019 all over again in the house. And also like and subscribe. Kiwi Lads best content around, says Fine. I subscribe, says B Simulator. Thank you very much, mate. And also we have got anyone have a link where I can watch the game. So if you have got a VPN, all you need to do is go on 9 now. But if you don't have a VPN, I do recommend checking out one. I can give you a link, but it is one that does cost money, unfortunately, just like all VPNs. You must be a professional commentator, says John. We have only been doing this for a couple of years on YouTube, so who knows? Maybe one day we'll be able to go towards that way. And Eugene has said, loving the commentary. Appreciate you, mate. And yeah, like I mentioned, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And we've got another new member on the channel, Elmarie David. Thank you very much for hitting that membership button. Anyone else who does want to become a member, here is the link. Check out. Currently, we have got 2 new members. Oh, in fact, 3 if you count David the Mod, and reference Paul Williams as a Kiwi. And don't forget All Blacks versus Argentina, says Simon. That is a massive game. You have to sign up for 9 now, but works with a VPN or IP vanished VPN at least, says a Kiwi. So yeah, it's normally just as simple as putting in the email and then they're like, yep, you're good to go. And Aussie is late, says attending. They always are. And how's the attendance at Australia? It looks like it's pretty nice in the Adelaide Oval currently. Would say with the women's game kicking us off for it. What are all those jerseys doing on the ground? I guess they aren't the match jerseys. They must just be the spare ones that they have got. But this front row, Slipper, Whainga'a, and Ala Alalatoa. This is going to be a massive contest. Then they've got Arnold and Phillip as the 2 locks. And then to close out the 4 back, you've got Rob Valentini at number 8. Being very handy, and Springboks score first at 8 minutes. Final score will be 37-21 favor of the Boks, and mine was just a renewal, says David the Mod there. And Paul Williams is trash, I won't lie, says Gareth. And yeah, I guess it's very different depending on. Oh yeah, that's a good crowd. I can hear them chanting for the Wallabies as they make their way out there. Do people even watch Rugby Union in Adelaide? They do a little bit, not as much as some of the other regions, just because they haven't really got a Super Rugby team to fully get behind, but it's going to be pretty awesome to see how the Adelaide crowd, that man's got his kangaroo. That's an inflatable. That's a Halloween costume idea, isn't it? You know, a kangaroo. And thank you for reading my chat, says Be Simulator. No worries at all. I'm nervous, but I ain't even Aussie or Safa, says Scroll. And that's the other side of things. The Rugby Championship is that close currently that anyone could finish in first. Looking at this one, Argentina in first at the moment, sitting on 5 points. Australia with a points differential on -16. They would certainly love to increase that in this game over the Springboks and also increase their points to more than 5. Then South Africa, they're sitting on 4. They want to get into that top 2. And possibly after this game, they will be sitting at number 1, if not maybe at the end of the round. And then New Zealand, they are in last as we currently sit on the 4th place in the league. And also we have got there, let's go Springboks, let's go. And also South Africa says Roblox. And also they don't have a rugby union nor a league team. That's why people become grandparents by the age of 30 over there. And also the Hamish and the George emojis from it. Denny Gobot Go says Mornay. So now the Springboks national anthem is about to take place. Springboks are looking focused here. It's looking very hot though. I'm not too sure what the heat is in Adelaide, but everyone is sweating and we are yet to make it out onto the field for the first minute of the game. Go Bot Go. And South Africa, and there says Roblox as well. Now, it will be the Australian national anthem, in fact, first in the Mandela plate. It's going to be on the line for this one. Argentina are going to beat the ABs today. I got that feeling. Checker is going to Wedgie Foster. That would be an interesting sight, wouldn't it? It looks like a formal event. What's with the tie? Says TDR. Pretty much the gist of it is anytime there is a big match, we wear a big match suit, which is what this is. It's 18 degrees at the moment in Adelaide, I will mention as well. But yeah, we always have the suit on for the suit and tie, just to know that it is a big game. Is that Australian gold? Says Far. The moment I mean, the kit is an interesting one, hasn't it, for the Wallabies? It's almost become more orange in recent times. And go Pollard in there, says Mornay, and hoping more game time, says Dwayne, hit some form. When he is in the game, he is a titan. He certainly is. And like I mentioned, when he plays in the Curry Cup, just throws himself at the line, has no worry in the world for his body because he is a warrior. He will just keep on going. Unfortunately, those injuries creeping in. When you're 36, the body does start to wear down a little bit more than when you are 26 per se. But this is going to be an epic match. And also, please, no one gets knocked out, says Nathan. Yeah, fingers crossed there are no injuries in this contest. We did see a game yesterday. It was actually the Canterbury versus Tasman game. We saw 3 injuries in the first 30 minutes of that contest, one of which was Cullen Grace, who could make his way into the All Blacks in the future if that injury isn't too serious. But as we sit here only a few minutes away from kickoff, ladies and gentlemen, let me know. Exact player. Who do you think will be scoring the first try of this contest? Global warming happening in Adelaide, and Sub Hamish Guru offline. You will have many fans today, says Jarek Brown, and also Caleb Clark, not on the field to knock you out, says Nathan. Yeah, his knee is lethal, isn't it? He knocked out 2 Springboks with that knee, but I think Ebenezer the type of guy who could rearrange a rib cage, one of the Australians, if he's not too careful. I've got the Australian national anthem. No, in fact, it's going to be the Springboks national anthem first. I can almost play that one on guitar, can't I? And Wallabies to win, says Chris. And the Bok 18, Australia 15. And how's it shaping? What happened to Guru? Says Kevin there. And why haven't we kicked off yet? Are we running late? Says Stephen. We certainly are. For some reason, anytime we have a game in Australia, whether it's the early game or the late game, they always run late, which does mean we probably will have to change the time that we are starting our All Blacks versus Argentina live stream, unfortunately, just because they have taken a while to get this one going. Who's staying here for the All Blacks game? It's my birthday, is it? We'll play that better later. That was my happy birthday. And also, just offline, no one knows where he is. Says Shark Brand there, and Guru Who says Obi and there as well. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Like I mentioned, we have got a huge day of rugby. We aren't just doing Springboks versus the Wallabies. We are also doing Pumas versus the All Blacks. And then, if that wasn't enough rugby action, we are doing the LA Sevens. And that is going to be a very awesome one that does take place at about 4 a.m. New Zealand time. We will be starting that one. We will be continuing that right through the day, covering all of the matches that we can. And happy birthday. And there says Nathan. And also we have got there. That was a good welcome to both teams. And at 7:30 on a Sunday morning, Guru is probably hungover, says Gareth. And Go Box, says Keno. So yeah, first try scorers. Will score the first try I do see in there. And also morning all from South Africa, says Raymond. Hope you are doing brilliantly, mate. How is everyone handling the nice early morning start on a Saturday? Do let me know if you're wide awake or whether might take a little bit of rugby to wake you up. And Canberra 28, Manly 0 first half, just saying, says Nazi. That's not what they would have been wanting, but that is the South African national anthem. We are almost ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Up the mighty Wallies, says Champagne. And now Australia, they will have their national anthem with a home crowd advantage. You'd have to say Australia, they want to start this one well. Are we running late? They are indeed at the moment at the ground. We are currently 8 minutes past when they said kickoff was going to be. And I think as like New Zealand and the Pumas, they will be sitting there thinking, oh, we're going to be running later as well. And number 10 scores for South Africa, number 13 for Australia. My voice and my tongue didn't quite work there. And Caleb Adesanya. And what is the most popular sports in Australia? Rugby league is right up there. Also, then it's probably rugby. Little bit of netball's relatively up there, I think. And please don't put a watermark on the screen when the match play says to be so. Unfortunately, we are unable to show match footage. That is due to the licensing. If we were to put anything up on the screen, they would take us straight off YouTube. Can never trust Australia. Get the time right, says Hanley. And do the Wallaroos play the Black Ferns? Weren't they the curtain raiser for this game? They did indeed. And in the end, the Black Ferns able to get that win by 8 points in that contest. And you got to give Australians a big clap of the hands. They love upside down and sing the national anthem upside down as well. Says some stars, and the national anthem of Australia is done, which does now mean that this game is just about to get underway. Happy birthday, Nathan says far. And there it is. Hopefully you are excited for the rugby day ahead. Play the game, says Gareth. Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit, haven't I, over my years of YouTube. But now, here we go. Are you allowed to give us some crowd sounds, bro? Unfortunately, even that can get you taken down. They're very strict with the licensing. Definitely the game's taken place in Australia. We've learned that in the past. Even when we didn't show match footage or audio, we got a copyright strike because they said we weren't allowed to use the title of the game. And is it wrong to drink a beer at 7:30 a.m. in South Africa while watching the game, says Werner? Only if the Springboks don't score first. If they score first, beersies all day. Well, maybe not all day. Drink responsibly, kids. And adults. Kids probably shouldn't be drinking unless it's Gatorade or something along those lines. And also we've got Roger Ekan and also Canary Yellow says far. And yeah, but now Rob Valentini, they're showing him he will be in for a big matchup, I would think here. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I thoroughly appreciate every single one of you being here. And if you do want to help us out, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also check out the channel membership if you do want access to exclusive emojis on the channel, including a few that you have seen a little bit earlier on from our tenure. But the kickoff is now upon us. Nick White kicks off for Australia. And this third round of the Rugby Championship is now underway, and it's bumped back onto the side of Australia straight away. Good kickoff. Oh, I thought Peter Steph-Toy was a bit wobbly, but he was just trying to avoid the referee, Paul Williams. Wallabies going short side off to Hunter Paisami. Nice carry, but tackled by Watakalant. Now Rory Arnold, quick hands off to Alan Alalatoa. Wallabies find themselves on the 22 currently. Captain James Slipper crashes hard at the line. This is good ball retention so far from the Wallabies. Now Ikatau, good hands from Marika Kurumbiri, as it was a bit of a rough pass from Ikatau. Didn't quite link up the way that he needed it. Now Nick White goes back, cross to Matt Phillip. 25 metres out. We haven't actually got a scoreboard on the screen as of yet for this game. I think they forgot to put one. Tom Wright, there was almost a full pass to Rob Valentini, who tries to crash straight over the top, but Damien Valimza able to make the important tackle. Now Matt Phillip, beautiful offload for Laufanga, 2 metres from the line. Nick White pops it up quick. Fraser McRae drops over, and he scores a try for the Wallabies. That is a start and a half. And that is exactly what they needed at the start of this contest. Now, I would say they may consider looking at a pass from Tom Wright that went to Rob Valentini. I thought it was flat, but we've got a Super Rugby Pacific team lineup sheet that they just put up. Stan Sports having a shocker at the moment. The Aussie score, and there was that 1 minute somewhere around there. They haven't actually got a scoreboard up on the screen at the moment. I like how I turned bright red at that point. Didn't expect to see it, but Fraser McRae, he was actually my pick for a try scorer for the Wallabies. So I'm happy with that one. I do get myself the 7 points in the game that myself and Distracted Sports were doing. But McWright scores it. We'll call it the second minute of this contest, but a great start to the match for the Wallabies. Hey, Kiwi Lad, says Junior Ryder. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Gregan to score first try, says Biop. And also we have got there who scored the try. It was Fraser McWright, the number 7, the man who I said had to fill the boots of Michael Hooper, which is extremely hard to do, but he's done pretty nicely there. Box 13 for the first try, says Herman there. And no way I wake up for this. Now, I want to see, they're not going to show it again. I think there was a very flat pass, if not forward, from Tom Wright down that wing side. I'll probably have a look at it later on. A cheap trick to delay the kickoff, Hamish, to increase those watch hours, says Stephen. How are you, brother? Good to be back on your live stream, says Junior Ryder. And it's great to have you here. Box will drop to 5th if they lose here. Oh, there's a chance that it could be somewhere around there. Number 6, Bevan says, but I think they'll be looking at that Rugby Championship first off. It's gone over from Noah Alessio, so the score now 7-0 in favour of Australia. So the start of this match has been all Australia. They won their kickoff back. They had the advantage for the knock-on, and then a few phases, about 10 or so, and they went over for the first try of the contest. 7-0 for Australia, says Bevan. And also we're going to check the pass ball. And also we have got their Box can't win in Oz. Let's go, Rose woohoo. Says EG, but now it is going to be, or EJ, I should say, Reece Hodge taking that one inside of the 22. Evan Itzebeth. Let's try and get the turnover now. Alan Alatoa inside border. Lena Cattell. It's broken through the tackle of Faf de Klerk. Still gone. Ludiacha has to drag him down to Vermeulen and able to get the turnover now. Five back to Noah Alessio in the pocket. No one really charging at him. Does boot it straight down the middle of the park. Andre Pollard gets it now on the halfway line, trying to break through. Alan Alatoa with a good shot on him. De Klerk goes back now, almost in the pocket. It looked like they were considering the kick. Now they do. It's going to be charged down. Both Wallabies go down like there's some sort of pins in a bowling alley. Now firing it up. It's going to sit up for James Slipper once again. 25 metres out for the Wallabies, putting on the early pressure. 3 minutes and a half through this game. Phillip finds the offload up to Valentini. Now Paisami sells the dummy. Tries to go through. Ludiacha does miss the tackle, but Damien Dialende gets the job done. Now Matt Phillip goes forward. Good low tackle made by Peter Steph-Toy. McWright, the try scorer, almost had it ripped out of his hands by Lukanyuam. James Slipper decides to take the contact. Risky tactic when you're running near Peter Steph-Toy, but they've lured in the 2 defenders. Now White Once again, goes across to Noel Alessio, finds Valentini's hands over the ball there. Damien Dialende not quite able to get it now. Nick White goes for the little chip in behind. Interesting tactic there from the Wallabies. And it looks like it's going to pull up in the in-goal area. Pollard puts it down, and now they will be going back for the goal line dropout. I want the box in New Zealand, says EG, and also you are late in New Zealand, says Bevan. And if the box don't win, they must go home. And also, this is a very fast-paced game, mate, says Sharp Brain. Yeah, I think I have missed a ton of the chat, so I do apologize for that. I do see that we have got Gareth here. Sorry, not Gareth. It was Bertie there in the chat. We also got Simpslayer and Thabo is here as well. I hope you guys are all doing well. Honore Pollard kicks off for the goal line dropout. Taken nicely by Len Ikitau. Wallabies have had about 80% of the possession in the early stages of this contest. Nice short ball. Fraser McWright, another beautiful run from him. Now White goes off to the right. It all rhymes. Matt Phillip, that doesn't rhyme with that, but he is now going to be 20 metres out from the line. White fires it across the Hunter by Samu, who's just been crashed into by Ludiacha. Hit him hard in that one. Now inside ball almost available for Jed Holloway. Doesn't quite receive it. Wallabies halfback goes back now. Noel Alessio off to Alan Alatoa. But a still, but McWright throws it away. They're going back for the penalty. That was lucky because that could have been a runaway try for the Springboks. It is a penalty for Australia. I believe they'll take the 3 and also show the match. Take this guy off, please. Talking too much. Can't see the game, says Sandra. Unfortunately, due to licensing, we're unable to show any match footage or audio. But if you are in Australia, you can watch this game completely for free. If you've got a VPN, you can set yourself to Australia and watch this game completely for free as well. So there are options out there. All you got to do is know where to look. And box play on emotion. If there's no crisis, they can't perform, says Bepop Williams. And what a siege by the Wallabies attack. The ref always against the box. Shake my head, says Sim Slayer. And beautiful day in South Africa, says Daryl Lowe. And what's the ref doing, says EG. He went back for an initial penalty. Didn't actually see what it was for. But they won Australia 10, South Africa 0, says Bevan. This one. And yeah, brilliant start to the match for the Wallabies. They could be 10-0 up after 6 minutes. And also, we have got their one-hit ponies, says Chris. I don't know about one-hit ponies. The Springboks, they are definitely a tough side to beat no matter where they are in the world. Typical South Africa to trail in Oz, says John. But sometimes they can fire back. And I think we're going to see a better second half from South Africa. And I think better second half of the first half, if that makes sense as well. The second quarter of the game. Oh, Alessio, though, taking some deep breaths. Wants to line up this one from inside of 22. Gets it over. And that will now make the score 10-0 in favour of Australia. My nerves, please, Bok. And also New Zealand were leading 15-0 last week and the Box came back. Says Shark Brain. Exactly right. The Box are one of those sides, unless they're down by about 20. Is that what the penalty's for? That was not much of a penalty. And Alessio stepping up with his kicking, much needed today for the record. Dave Rennie does pretty well against South African teams. And geez, your dress flash bloke says, Jimmy Hall going to be back onto the side of the Wallabies once again off kickoff. Corumbeti cleans up. At the moment, they have just had a lot more of the position and they are making the most of it rather than just going for it through the middle. I think Oxney trying to get that ball in the breakdown, unable to get the turnover. What was the penalty for? I believe they said it was a no arms or a high shot from Sia Khaleesi, but that was questionable. Now it's taken nicely by Vermeulen. Oh, geez, he's been hit hard by Marika Corumbeti. And it's going back in a penalty to the Wallabies. Blame Vermeulen and ask him what that's for. As long as he knows where he is, that's all he needs. He's just pulling on Falau Whainga's shirt. I didn't hear the advantage. Says Golden Guest. And are you on the live stream? Says Bevan. So I'm watching on Sky Sport 2 at the moment. Why does Buck fan always blame the ref? Remember, the TMO ref could have easily informed the ref about the pass. And also, we beat the ABs. We beat England by an innings. Life is good. But sport, it will humble you, says Gareth. And fast start by Oz. They certainly have it. And the thing is, Box have poor starts. Is worrisome. That one has found touch. Great kick from, I believe, that would have been Reece Hodge with that distance. Bok needs points on the boards. Who's reffing this game? It is Paul Williams for this contest. But now, 8.5 minutes for Australia with a 10-0 advantage and a line out only 15 metres out from the box line. They throw it in. Ludiacha unable to get up. Fraser McWright now just whips the ball across. It's gone to Rob Valentini. It's done well to clean that one up. Pollard trying to go through the middle of the breakdown, not able to get it now. Fraser McWright quickly recycling it, trying to keep all of the Springboks in there. I said recycling, very weird. Well, that one's still on the side of the Wallabies. Nick White back to Holloway. 5 phases in a row here. Once again for the Wallabies. I think the Springboks have had to make about 40 tackles already throughout the early stages of this one. Springboks, it looked like they were calling, oh, it's a turnover from Dwayne Vermeulen. And now kick downfield. There's going to be a lot of space there. And it's a great kick as well from Damian Valimza from Auckland to Wellington Paul Williams. And going to be Australia by 20 come halftime. And also not a brown envelope, but a black parcel filled with shiny rocks, is real. I'm not too sure what that means. New Zealand referee. Again, Korobetti is a class player. And yeah, it's Fozzie's fault and problem with the box. Too many sharks in the team. It's so glad I don't have to listen to the TV Australian commentator. They're the worst in broadcast history, says Bebok. Currently now back in the hands of the Wallabies. 40 metres out from the line. Khaleesi goes through the middle and he's stolen it once again. So the Springboks now starting to find their momentum a little bit. Looks like Damian Valimza going for a 50-22. Marika just keeps it in the field of play and does kick it downfield. He's not really known for his kicking, but that's an absolutely beautiful one for him. I think in the end it did hit one of the Australian water boys, so he wasn't able to get that one back in. I'm eating dry wall for tea tonight. We have a Georgian referee for the All Blacks game. Should be interesting. And also too early to blame the ref. It's a good kick from Marika Korobetti, but yeah, it does end up cleaning up one of the Australian water boys. He wasn't actually looking at the ball and just gets smacked in the back of the head. Possession so far throughout this contest, 75% for Australia. But now a big moment. Dweba, that's debatably not straight. It's not straight. Oh, I feel bad for Dweba because this was the game that he needed to get those ones 100% correct. That one is just a little bit too far. He's actually cut open as well, Dweba. I mentioned about the injury factor for the Springboks. One thing that they don't want throughout this contest, and Sebastian are going to be going to be interesting refereeing. And also, guys, this ref isn't going to favour anyone. He's going to be for both teams. And whoever is bleeding, yeah, he's got a cut just below the eye. And Banana Peel going to win the game. Pack's weight. Whoa. Pack weight's 913 kgs for Australia, 839 kgs for South Africa. Is that stat correct? Because that seems like a huge deficit compared to our, and told you this, Dweba guy says in Kossi, not the start that he wanted. They gave us the angle with the ref's eye. Says Golden, oh dear, box, what's going on? Losing to the ABs, going to their mental, says EJ. And damn, basic errors by the box. But got to give credit to the Wallabies. Yeah, they've kept that pressure on throughout this first half or the first 10 minutes of the contest. And I think that is why they've been able to reward themselves with so many points early on. How can I watch the rugby for free? What channel, says Elias? Depends on what country you're in, Elias. And also, what do you have a VPN is the other question. Because if you do, you can set yourself to 9 now in Australia. And that's your best option. Joseph is being substituted. Yep. Malcolm Marks makes his way out there. I would say that's for the blood bin. So we might see Joseph Dweba make his way back out there. Mark should be starting, says Dane. And Joseph's being substituted. Yeah, but yeah, they are going to have to try and patch that up. Whether or not he needs stitches is a different story. But Mark's now added into the lineup. Pretty much the starting lineup, I guess you'd say. Only 11 minutes gone. And now big opportunity for Marks to try and turn this game around for the Springboks. Change that momentum. But for now, 40 metres out from their own line, it will be a Wallabies scrum feed. Got the 4 men on that far side. I believe they've got Marika Korobetti on this near side. And also a man way out wide. That's going to be the free kick to Australia. Now Nick White decides to kick it way down the middle of the field. There is no one back there. So South Africa having to try and cover. It's a beautiful bounce. Oh, it's just set up. Oh, Damian Dialendo. Sorry, I keep on going. Oh, there's some big contacts happening at the moment. Damian Dialendo kicks it downfield into touch with a good kick. Okay, Noel Alessio tried to say it was outside of Marks. Yes. And I'll say, how can a hooker not throw the ball in properly, says Bebop. Yeah. It's normally the first thing that makes you a hooker is they go, right, throw this ball in, see how it goes. Yeah, that's straight enough. You're in. He's got brilliant size, though, Joseph Dweba. Also watching on 9 now. Commentary here is class, says Eugene. So we do appreciate that a lot. Anyone who wants to try and follow along with our commentary, we are sitting 12 minutes and 12 seconds through at that very point that I mentioned. Now, Faf de Klerk, they've got it back now for the Springboks. Pollard cross to Damian Dialendo, goes for the kick in behind, seen a little bit of space, but it looks like Tom Wright's going to be able to clean that one up. Had a little bit of a stutter before being able to get it away. Nick White also does now kick it downfield and does find the touchline. So a bit of a territory game going on early on. We thought that would be the case. Weber should have been there in the first place, as Gareth said. People don't properly agree Bongi's impact on the game or appreciate Bongi's impact on the game. Wish he was there, says Sebastian. And I also expected to see about maybe one of those young guys as a third option, just in case there was an injury. Kieran van Veeren, Johan Grobbelaar, just as an extra option. And we have also got a new member. Thank you very much, here, Russ. Hugely appreciate it. Anyone else who does want to become a channel member, we are currently sitting on 4 new members today. That is the link if you do want access to exclusive emojis. It's going to be the advantage now to the Springboks. Malcolm Marks breaks off to the short side. De Klerk kicks it out on the full, but they will be going back for the initial penalty. And also, when it's the Women's Rugby World Cup, I believe it's less than 50 days away, as Scudder still playing rugby. Scudder and Tabini, I believe he is still available. I even made the comment earlier on about it would be very interesting to see someone as experienced as Bismarck du Plessis make his way back in there. I'm on ExpressVPN Supersport, deserves a PK for those prices, says Rowan. And also, women's rugby way better than the men's rugby, says EJ. And welcome to all the new members, says Sebastian. If the Boks lose, will Foster get the sack, says Gareth. I mean, I don't know whether or not they'll be looking at Foster for the coaching side of things, but that's the thing. There's still a lot of potential for the Springboks side. They have gone with quite a young side in this contest. The Boks are very unfit. They kick because they are lazy, says Sharkbrain. And also, we lost the series to Ireland, and he's still at the helm, says Spider-Man. Let's crap on the Aussie camera angles, main. They are too spontaneous. And why we're kicking for 3, says Simpslayer. I believe they just want to get some sort of points on the board here for the Springboks. So from about, I'd say, 45 metres out on the angle, on the 40-metre line, Hondre Pollard kicking at a brilliant rate this year. I believe he's still at 100%. Can he do it? No, he can't. He shanked it. Unfortunately, that one hasn't gone. And 100% for the Rugby Championship, I should mention, but that has now been taken away for Pollard, sadly. And anyone who is new to the channel, like I mentioned, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for the All Blacks game up against the Pumas. And also later on, we have got the Sevens where we will be watching the Blitzboks take on the USA. And also a little bit later on, the Blitzboks taking on New Zealand. Now, 22 dropout for the Wallabies. Nick White, he's got that one relatively low, trying to get that ball to skid on. Nicely cleaned up, though, by Hondre Pollard. Now, big kick back down towards the 40-metre line for the Aussies. Reece Hodge has done nicely to take that one. Tackled by his opposite number, Damian Valimza. Now Nick White goes back into the pocket to Noah Lolesio. It's a good chase there from Len Icadel with the ball sits up, but it's set up by Lukhanyo. Sells the dummy. Going now, Lukhanyo. He's a brilliant player, and he's been taken down by James Slipper. Just about on the halfway line. De Klerk back to Diacha. Now one more. Makazole Mapimpi. They've got numbers on the outside. Peter Steftatoy decides to go for the boot himself. Interesting choice as Marika Korombedi is back there. Just lets it roll into the in-goal area. Places it. And that will now be a goal line dropout. But very interesting to see Peter Steftatoy with the amount of numbers that they had on the outside and the inside down that wing to go for a kick. And he kicks to the left, he kicks to the right. Hondre Pollard is kicking his... Well, it's normally pretty good. And replace Dweber for Umbanambi and a better hookers. Then Dweber says no. And also Box should have point Scott Robertson if we lose both matches down under. They kicking again, says Mo. Yeah, it's a shame that they did kick that one away because I think it was their best attacking opportunity of the day, although this could also warrant a good attack. And speaking of warrant, here's Warren Gallant. Oh, he's been hit up by Marika Korombedi. That man's just hitting everyone. I think he was falling into the tackle a little bit, so it did make it light or look slightly worse. Beautiful hands. Diaka with the step. Finds the offload up to De Klerk. The Springboks trying to fire back, but they've dropped the ball. Australia now around the side is Fraser McWright. There was a brilliant link up between Etzebeth and Diaka. Now Nick White does kick it downfield, trying to find the touchline. He hasn't found it. Now Makazole Mapimpi. If he goes down this wing, he's going to be extremely dangerous trying to break the line, but Nick White has made a crucial tackle. Now Malcolm Marks bumps off the tackle of Noah Lolesio, but Alan Alatam muscles up and breaks through him. Now Eben Etzebeth. It's good phase play from the Springboks. It was almost a little knock on the ground. I think Faf de Klerk was hit pretty late, maybe from his side of the ruck as well. Be careful with that one for the Aussies. Lukhanyo tries to break his way through. It sits up for Oxner. Shea of all people. Now Lukhanyo finds the offload to Yaga, getting extremely close again. And McWright stolen the ball. He's been forced back, but it becomes a penalty to Australia. 5 metres out for the high tackle. This is like it's going at 1.5 times speed at the moment, but that was beautiful from Eben Etzebeth off to Diaga, who tried to step round Reece Hodge twice. He was so close to being able to break through and knock on to Sebastian. And also we're going to McWright having a belter. Yeah, he's looked very good throughout this game. Lukhanyo finding a flat pass. Diaga's been everywhere throughout the early stages. And yeah, they did say it was a little bit too high for him. Faf de Klerk. Marika, big defense, says Hanoi. But McWright, he's wearing that number 7 jersey with pride. How long has it been since we've seen a different number 7 in Australia than Michael Hooper? And also, I don't understand some of the calls for either team, says average YouTube user. And if Scott Robertson coaches another country, that country will win the World Cup. Says Spider-Mick, it's been kicked downfield by Australia for that penalty. And now line out 30 metres out from the line. The Australians will have the throw-in. Gone to the front, and it's going to be stolen by the Springboks. Frans Malharba. I'm noticing the props and the locks are actually having... Oh, Ibanez put it down. It's a big mistake. The advantage, they have said it was over. Or are they? No, it's going back for the initial knock-on. But the big thing here is, like I mentioned, we're seeing props and locks for the Springboks actually making a huge amount of meters. Currently in the Melbourne Storm coming out. And Corumberry and Wallabies have the box number so far. Let's see if they can maintain it. And I want to see Scott do a breakdance as the box coach says bebop. Now, 19 minutes through this contest. It's a rapid-fire tempo. You'd have to say that does this benefit the Springboks slightly being played at this tempo because of playing at altitude up against the All Blacks? Or would you say maybe benefits Australia because they're a little bit more used to the heat that they're currently experiencing? And Hooper Eyes says, Obi, a nice day. Box shouldn't kick, just run it, says Hanoi. And yeah, I think the Box are the most effective when they mix in the two, but a little bit more running would be great in the next 20 minutes or so. Definitely when you've got the scrum feed from about 25 metres out like they do currently. De Klerk going to feed this ball in. I would say you look at Damien Dialende and you make him run straight at Noah Lolesio, although it looked like Dwayne Vermeulen might consider that one. They've got the advantage off the back of the scrum now for the Springboks. Damien Dialende straight at was Noah Lolesio. Great sell on a dummy from Pollard. He's dropped it. And once again, they will be going back. So handling error is actually creeping in for the Springboks throughout the first 20 minutes of this one. They will be going back to the mark. And more than likely, you would think that, would Andre Pollard kick from here? Or do you think they'll go for the corner? 2-0 to Aussie last year, mate. Says Johnny. Certainly was. And Dan Wallaby stepped up from last week. Flogged by Los Pumas, says Nathan. They did get that advantage after a strong scrum feed from South Africa. And I agree, rolling mauls play a huge factor with marks in there. So, yeah, you would think the corner would be a good option, wouldn't you? But I think, nope, they're going for the 3. I can also understand that one. It was almost a bit of a 50-50 of do they consider going for 3 points, get them on the board, or do you consider going for the corner? And, dude, it's these last moves or runs that South Africa just can't get off. I think we'll benefit if we didn't kick it and just use our power and strength to run it. And I think Hooper is allergic to grass. After every game, he looks like he needs an EpiPen. I think that's just because he's put in absolutely everything into it. I'd love to see a couple of these other guys step up. Dwayne Vermeulen, I know, needs a big game here. And going for goal, going to be 10-3. Andre Pollard yet to get a kick over in this game, currently sitting 0 from 1. Do you guys get the Rugby Championship free over there? We certainly do not, unfortunately. In Australia, they do have the Australian home games for free. But in New Zealand, Pollard's missed again. That's 0 from 2. That is massive for Andre Pollard, not striking it the way that he has been throughout the rest of the Rugby Championship. So the Springboks still sitting 10-0 down in this contest with the Box. And Oz, the home side, usually always wins. So pretty much in this current time, we get about, I think it's $40 New Zealand, and that is so trash. And there, but yeah, 40 New Zealand dollars a month to be able to watch all of the Sky and whatnot. But now Damien Willemse, a nice chase there, doesn't sit up for him. Great hands from Noah Lolesio. He's been able to clean it up, and it's going to become a penalty to the Springboks. Right, this one is straight out in front. Now what do they decide to do with Pollard? And I also think it's time to change the kicker. Says Jack, I don't know about this early on. And you say whatever you want about Uber, except that he's not passionate as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, he goes out there each and every week and keeps on going and going and going. Do you agree that with New Zealand Rugby Union backing Ian Foster until next year's World Cup, they kind of had to, because at the end of the day, they put out a public statement and they said, if New Zealand win either of their games against South Africa, we won't sack our coach. So then if they then did sack their coach, you know, it's like, it's one of those ones that either become hypocritical or people would kind of like them going for the penalty and come on, Pollard, make this one count. As and still 10-0. Although it might change, get the ball to Peter Stiff to Toy, let him have a shot at the post, says Kevin. Well, that's the thing. They've also got Damien Willemse, but I believe they will be sticking with Pollard throughout this game until he does go off later on when Elton Yankees maybe makes his way out there. 3rd time's a charm. Normally that is the rule of thumb, isn't it? This one, the easiest kick of the day for Andre Pollard. straight down the middle. No troubles with that one. And the score becomes 10-3 in favour of the Wallabies. And also now you guys should be able to watch your own championship for free. What about the World Cup? I don't think we get the World Cup for free either. Australia seemed to be the best option because you can get like a free trial. Watch some of the games throughout that time. But yeah, overall we normally have, because we've got Sky, we don't really get anything else for free. It's same with the sevens. Like if you're in Australia, you can watch the sevens for free. But if you're in New Zealand, because we have a provider, which is Sky, you don't actually get it for free. That's going to be a mistake. There, Hodge swats it back onto the side of the Wallabies. But now Eben Etzebeth going for the offload like he's playing AFL. Andre Pollard, one more out to Watercalant. He's put it down. I believe maybe the foot was in touch as well. Cotton Betty's defense throughout this match has been very strong. They wanted to take the quick throw, but they are unable to do so and stay on. Says Nov Mum, you got it? Okay, you can stay on. And also, you know, it could have been 10-9 exactly right. Springboks had taken their chances. We could have seen a couple more points in their favour. Malcolm Marks given, I mean, that's almost a Peter Steph Toy reverse wedgie, isn't it? The way that he's holding him up. He held him up for a good like 5 seconds and just went, right, you're upside down. We'll get you a flip round the right way. So why you got to have good shorts. And why you got to have a lot of trust in your other forward pack as well. Like, I wouldn't let people throw me upside down unless I thought they were going to be able to catch me. And don't know why Detoya's kicking, who told him that's a good idea, says Sharp Brain. Yeah, it was an interesting choice. That's going to be stolen by the Springboks now, 40 metres out. That almost was a knock-on the ground from Peter Steph Toy, but he was able to just regather now back into the Pollard pocket there. Going up to the halfway line. That's going to be Tom Wright knocking that ball on. Advantage for the Springboks and Damien Dialende. He's been able to clean up that ball. It's a new advantage. It becomes the penalty now. No clear release, and Hunter Paisami does give away the foul. And Raymond agreed. Argentina are looking very strong. I got All Blacks winning, obviously, but Pumas can make it close. Yeah, the Pumas are looking very good currently, and I hope that they do bring that intensity that they brought when they were playing up against the Australians in that second test. So they did say no clear release from Hunter Paisami. That is fair enough. There was no hands going up to go back onto the ball. They already had the advantage as well, so now Pollard may be able to take another 3. No, they kick it for the corner, and Joseph Dweber's back out on the field, I should mention. So Malcolm Marks, his job is done for now. Have you noticed 25 minutes and Fuff hasn't kicked yet? No opportunities. Or a new tactic, says average YouTuber. I think it's more the Wallabies. They've got some big tall timber around the side of the breakdown, so they don't want to risk having someone like a Rory Arnold charge it down. So I believe it might be more give it to Pollard in the pocket or Vilimza. That throw has gone straight from Joseph Dweber, and an advantage for the Springboks as the Wallabies connected a little bit too early with that one, and it becomes the penalty once again. Advantage the way Argentina beat Aussie would make them faves. And also Pumas have Kiwi for tea tonight, says Spider Meek. Oh, Paul Williams looks like he's calling over the Wallabies. Give them maybe the last warning. Okay, we want to tidy those up. So I would say that that's as close to a last warning as you can get without it being a true last warning. And true rugby fan you are, victory feels better when you beat a team while they're at their best. And then also Australia done scoring tries now. I don't know, they're still looking pretty dangerous, but I think South Africa are just about to start. And Weaver threw the ball in straight. Well, that's a new tactic. Says Kevin, although, can he make it 2 from 2? Well, 2 from 3. That's shanked. That was not the way that he wanted it to come out of the hands. Etzebeth almost got onto it, though. They're going to have to check this one. It was almost a mistake from Dweber's throw that led to Eben Etzebeth getting over the line. He's not sure. He went carried back by Gold. So it is going to be a 5-metre scrum. Right, this is where I want to see Vermeulen channel that inner beast, because we see him all the time in the old Curry Cup. He would tap the ball, he would run it. This is his perfect opportunity. Number 8 off the back. Oh, Nick White only just got that down. Eben Etzebeth surely. Oh, tell you what. He almost didn't quite get that one down, Nick White, but just enough. I think, anyway. Did he get it? Oh, see, that wasn't quite controlled, but because it was going backwards, it's still all right. And also, we have got the South African. No, you have to hold the ball to score, says Obi. And at the moment, this is going to be a very good opportunity. They've got the 4 men down the bottom, plus the fullback a little bit further back in the line. Here we go. Dwayne, oh, okay, it's a scrum reset. Okay, Paul Williams said he rushed them through it a little bit. The Rugby Championship is more competitive than the Six Nations now. France pretty much breezed past every team. Feel like this Rugby Championship is more unpredictable, which is so weird. That's the thing. Argentina are leading the Rugby Championship as we currently sit, which is something no one really expected because last year they didn't even get a singular point. But now they are sitting on 5 for this competition. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do up against the All Blacks. Thor time, says Nkosi. Let's see it. Dwayne Vermeulen pump those legs. I know he came back from a knee injury not too long ago, but let's get it going. South Africa starting to drive Vermeulen, waiting for it. Too much movement, and we're going to have another scrum reset. A little bit anticlimactic for that one. Did Dwebber really just miss that line out against his sharp brain? He kind of did, but also in a way he kind of didn't. It was almost too straight because he went like that rather than with the spiral. That's probably a terrible example of how to line out throw. Maybe that's what we'll do for our next week's video. Do line out throws. Springboks are pumped on now, says Quetti. And also, Vermeulen is over his best. Yeah, a lot of people have felt since that injury, he may not quite have it left in the tank, which is why I think this is such an important game for him. Let's go, Brandon, says Obi. And there as well, Alan Alatoa looks like he might have a little bit of a bleeding eardrum, which is not what you really want as a prop because constantly you're getting it rubbed on. See cauliflower ears all the time for the props. Who has the worst cauliflower ear that I can think of? There's one guy whose ear sticks out way further than it should. And also we have got Argentina might get a flogging today, says Sharkbrain. They could, but they could also make it an extremely close game. And the All Blacks could be under a huge amount of pressure. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Let's keep on pushing towards that 17,000. Also, if you do want to help support the channel, we have got channel membership. It is pretty much where you get exclusive emojis and member-only live streams, etc. Be sure to check out that link in the chat. We are looking for a few new emoji ideas as well. So we will be asking the members what they would like to see. But Fluff de Klerk, just practicing the ball spinning on the finger. See a Khaleesi getting a bit more strap-in. Great commentary. Thank you, says Nuno. No worries, mate. Thank you very much. And I don't know what that means. Says, I mean, no, I've seen the videos. And what about whereabouts the Kiwis and the Pumas playing? They are going to be playing in Christchurch at Orange Theory Stadium. Can we get your friend doing a drop goal next, please? Says Sharp Brown. We could see how he ends up going for that one. And also, AB's under the pump tonight. Says Spider-Man. Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people are anticipating. And hi, Amish Bro, says Marco Vildapolo. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. I should mention your kits did arrive in pristine condition, and I will be looking forward to wearing them very soon. And Springbok says QT, right, scrum has gone down. It took about 4 minutes to get that one underway, but now it's the push. Looks like the Wallabies pushing hard there. The front row wheeling. It's bounced out the back for Fluff de Klerk, and it's a penalty to South Africa. Dwayne Vermeulen takes a quick tap. It's going to be another advantage. I don't know why Paul Williams was saying no. I'm not sure what the go was there. Now Fluff de Klerk, they're outnumbered on the left-hand side. They go out short side. Oxner, is he over? He might be held up. They're claiming it. Pollard's saying, yes, it's down. Right, Tom Wright's got to go to the bin here because he wasn't back 10, and Dwebber is really a major problem with the line-outs here. Kiwi's going to smoke them up. And also, we have got there, I hope all is well, mate. And also, yes, France on a high right now. Right, Tom Wright has gone to the bin for 10 minutes. South Africa are changing the momentum of this contest, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Wright, 10 minutes off the field. That could be massive for them, but he probably saved a try in the process. And the thing that I mentioned, Dwayne Vermeulen, the tap and go from 5 meters out. Who would you like to see off the box bench? Says Shark Brain. I assume that's for in general. It's interesting that it did go with the 5-3 split for this contest, having Hendrickse, Elton Yankees, and Franz Steenkaart for the Wallabies trying now. Here's QT. Yeah, they are going to be going now for the scrum once again. Yes, an Australian in the bin, yellow card. Says Bevan. A massive, massive opportunity for them at this point. One moment, we will go like this. And I will quickly have to go like this. One moment. And also, we've got the big love, Johnny Blaze, and some of the French games in the Six Nations were somewhat close, but I don't feel like them winning any of their games were ever in doubt. Yeah, France at the moment are looking extremely strong, no matter where they go. Okay, I'm getting another phone call from Isaac, which makes me slightly concerned because he wouldn't normally ring on multiple things. While the scrum's going down, I will quickly go and check out what's happening with him. There we go. And also, we've got there, bro. I hope you are well. And also, try time must be when Weber tilted his head at the haka 30-something minutes later. Substitute from Marks. And thank you for being professional and always being on it. Says D Sport. Yeah, we've had a lot of scrum resets in the last little while. Now, Malcolm Marks. They've got no man on this near side, although they do have Marika Koromberi lurking behind the breakdown. And would like to see Malcolm Marks. A moment. And also we have got go box, says the up. Right, the scrum has gone in 5 meters out. Big push from the Wallabies. They get the penalty and Vermeulen is gutted at that decision. I couldn't get tickets for the ABs. So I sold out an hour's Otago. Finally score a try against Auckland. And Isaac the Rugby for real. People criticise France for having the closest game against Japan. But Japan can be scary to play. Exactly right. Very dangerous. Rob Valentini, he was fired up for that scrum when it did go their way. There we go. I might actually check the odds as well while we are at it for this contest, as I think the odds will still be in Australia's favour. Or actually, no, Springboks came in as favourites, didn't they? So it's going to be weird. See how the odds are sitting at halftime. We will give it another 8 minutes and then we will check. Right, line out throw for the Wallabies here. 25 minutes out. 25 metres out, sorry. Going to the front there. Nice quick hands from Jed Holloway. Back to Falau Fainga'a. Nice little set play there. Dwayne Vermeulen around the side and has managed to get that ball turnover for the box. Now another attacking opportunity. They have still got the man advantage. Oxnard goes back across to Pollard. Dialende goes off to the other Damien, and that is Damien Valimza. Lucanio arm points the offload to Peter Steph to Choi, who tries to pass it to the referee on the touchline. And Warwick Galant, he is saying, where were you for that one? And Southern Hemisphere All-Star Team versus Northern Hemisphere All-Star Team charity exhibition match. Good idea. I would absolutely love to see that happen. So, yeah, maybe one day if we do keep on pitching it to the people in charge, they may consider it just some stage. I'd say it will be after the World Cup if they ever did consider that. I know they're looking at a Rugby Club World Cup, maybe, and Williams is having a shocker. Williams is having a shocker. How did that not end up in a penalty try, says Gareth. Currently now for life, or for Lau Fainga'a, I should say, just about to throw this ball in. Not too sure of what the call was for that one. What club do you support? I'm a Gloucester fan. So Gallagher Premiership-wise, that was close to not straight, but it is. Yep, it is called not straight. And now the Springboks will have themselves a scrum from 25 metres out. Yeah, Gallagher Premiership, I do enjoy watching the Harlequins. I think they've got a good balance of those forwards and the backs. Who else have I had that I've watched? Leicester Tigers, I love their defensive setup and love the idea, but they'd have to make sure it didn't overlap with any major competition so that no elite players miss out. And how does Argentina perform so well considering they're not directly involved with international club comps? I think it's just passion. Now, Argentina are one of those sides that no matter what happens, you know they're going to show up, and they're going to show up thinking that they can win that game. And that's what they did up against Australia. They're away from home in this one. It might be a little bit hostile down in Christchurch, but I think Argentina are one of those sides that when they put their mind to it, they can beat anyone on their given day. They just need to make sure that they're getting those little things right. Their discipline has come a long way in the last 12 months. Try and come in for the Springboks. CSQT there. Yeah, they've got a good opportunity off scrum. And then 30 metres out. It's a big push. They've got another advantage. Wayne Vermeulen goes back to Faf de Klerk. Tried to go for the grubber. It's a little bit loose. And Etzebeth, now they go back for the penalty for the Springboks. Once again, Australia have given away quite a few penalties in their own half. They need to be careful with that discipline. They might find themselves going to the bin for the second time in this match. But 5 minutes left of that yellow card. Ellen Alatoa is leaking water because it is relatively hot there in Adelaide. And are they playing in an empty stadium? Can barely hear the crowd. It is mainly because of how far away they are, because this is normally a cricket pavilion or a cricket oval. It's pretty much the crowd are a good extra, I'd say, maybe 30 metres compared to a stock standard rugby ground. So with the microphones right next to the field, that is why it seems like they are a lot quieter than you would normally hear. The Weber throws it in. Ludiacha driven backwards, but Weber at the back of the rolling maul. If he scored a try here, that would be absolutely massive for his confidence. Have been told to use it once. Now Faf de Klerk goes to Damien Dialende. Back to Pollard. It's a knock on, is it? No, it's going to be kicked downfield. And they're going back for the penalty to South Africa. Makazole Mapimpi in there, says Tama. And also for Adelaide Crows footy grounds. And yeah, they're not winning in New Zealand anywhere else. I would believe it, but not in New Zealand. Although they did manage to beat them in Aussie, didn't they? Who knows? Maybe. I'm quietly confident for the All Blacks, but I'm also very hesitant to say they'll win by a lot because we saw what Ireland did to New Zealand on New Zealand soil. And going to hop off for a snack at halftime. I'm starving, says Sebastian. You can probably hear my stomach rumbling at the moment. We haven't really got much of a break between the two matches either. It pretty much goes straight into the next game that has taken place at 7:45. That will be New Zealand taking on Argentina. But Joseph Weber from 5 metres out now with another line-out throw. He's sitting 2 from 4 currently for the straight department. That one, it's close to not straight, but I think it's going to be all right just within the margin that he needed. Now Weber at the back. The rolling maul starts to march of the box. 5 metres out. Make that 3. Make that 2. No, they've been able to shut it down in through the side. Flower Whainga, that was a little bit cynical. So I think he might find himself in the bin as well. He had not willing to give the ball up, and it goes back. Got to be a double blow of the whistle. This could be a yellow card for Flower Whainga. Deliberately shutting it down from the side. Yeah, and half an hour break between the games would have been nice. But we'll work with it because we would have got about 15 minutes break, but then they decided to start 15 minutes late for the Wallabies. Oh, it's a clear warning to the Wallabies. I think that would have been close to a card, to be honest. Hey, Johan, so right on that. And they have said that Folau Whainga is extremely lucky. The Wallabies have given away 4 penalties in the last 7 minutes. That one is pretty cynical. Who got the yellow card a little bit earlier on in the game? It was Tom Wright, who was penalised and yellow carded, whereas then it could have been Folau Whainga, could have ended up with that card. Definitely with how long he held onto the ball after kind of getting in through the side. Mapimpi, my boy, says QT there. Now, Joseph Weber throws it in, taken by Dwayne Vermeulen as the line-out option there. Weber at the back now. Now, Australia have to be extremely careful with how they approach this. Rory Arnold's butters out on the camera, trying to pull up the pants, but they're too tight. Now, Faf de Klerk fires it across. Lukanyuam. Waikato pass. Makazole Mapimpi. Oh, he's been cleaned up by Marika, but did he wrap his arms? That's going to be the big question there because he absolutely sent Makazole Mapimpi into the northern hemisphere almost with the height that he got. Right. What does Marika do? He is charged across brilliantly. Did he wrap the arms? They're going to have a look at this. Wow, he bloody flew. Did he wrap his arms? I'd say kind of. He's used a little bit of the arms there. Korobiri, what a beast. That was absolutely massive from Marika. Flown across. Stopped Makazole Mapimpi from scoring. And now it is going to be into touch. Australia will have the line-out throw. And also warning, that was a clear yellow. Yeah, I think that one of Folau Whainga extremely lucky. The Springboks will bring it to. Is identify at a fried egg jellyfish. And Korobiri is a defensive beast for a winger. That's the thing. He had to cover from his left wing. He ran a 50-metre dash across, knocked Makazole Mapimpi into touch. And Mapimpi lets go wrap. Nothing all shoulder. Says you in there. Although they did end up clearing it in the end. I think there was a little wrap of the left arm, which might have saved him there. And that how you tackle, says Chris Seo. Now, scrum feed for the Wallabies. 2 minutes left. Korotu strong, says Nathan. And now I had no arms. He should be in the bin, says Bevan, for that one. Now, not quite about to feed this ball in. Nope, we're going to have another scrum reset. Kind of using your arms as like being half pregnant. Says Kevin there, legal tackle and not allowed to jump. Says Hanoi and also Marika. And also we have got there Johan Analytics. Analytics will make multiple videos highlighting these events. Says Mako, and also got smashed. And Phil, the Polynesian flair, says Nathan. So we have only got another minute and a half left. A lot of the time of Tom Wright has actually been used up. Oh, that angle made it look a bit shouldery. They've said it's a poor finish from Makazole Mapimpi, but what's he supposed to do when he's got a freight train charging across at him? He's not just going to duck under him. Nick White feeds the ball in now. Faf de Klerk tries to slap him. Nick White's gone down, and now that's trouble for him. It's going to be taken back. Nick White actually dove. They're saying he got slapped in the face by Faf de Klerk, and he stayed down now. Okay, this is going to be one that the referees will look at, but... Okay, they've gone time off. They're trying to say that Nick White maybe was slapped in the face. Oh, yeah, he caught the jaw. He got rocked. Well, he didn't get rocked. He just fell over like he had been rocked. And then Faf de Klerk driving him backwards. It was almost like a right hook from de Klerk. And also, he knocked the block off him, and who's dominating at the moment? I would say Springboks-wise are doing very nicely when it comes to the physicality side of things. But then you'd have to say Marika Koromberi also has been doing well. So he's taken the fly swap. He shouldn't have gone down, though, Nick White, because at the end of the day, it's almost cost the side a 5-metre scrum if it doesn't work his way. And also, Nick White signs for PSG to replace Neymar. Will be second better half, or the second half be better. Oh, it's a good strike, de Klerk. Has he ever considered boxing? He didn't mean to, but it was actually like the way that Nick White's hair went across. He's got a little bit of the pack and the punch. And also, what's that? And this isn't Kossi. Yeah, it wasn't a tremendously hard one. And Mapimpi was destroyed, says Mad. And also a little piss boy. Seriously, yeah, he shouldn't have gone down, Nick White. And I think they need to consider that when they... Oh. I know what you're trying to do, says Paul Williams. Oh, no. Okay, so Faf de Klerk, he was smiling because, like Paul Williams said, you know you got it wrong. And he went, yeah, I didn't mean to hit him in the face. And then he said yellow card, and Faf's jaw just dropped down to the ground. So Faf de Klerk off the field now for 10 minutes. And also Nick White trying to milk it. Yeah, I think Nick White definitely shouldn't have gone down the way that he did. And Moustache, watch out, and what a joke, says Gareth. Now Faf de Klerk is off the field for 10 minutes. And also we have got there, can you do boxing commentary? We actually do a little bit of boxing on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel. So be sure to check that out. Also, anyone who's new, be sure to hit that subscribe button and become a channel member if you do want to help support us. As in yellow FFS. And like they're saying, one of the softest yellow cards we have seen in this year. And Glassjaw or Oscar, says Russell. Yeah, he went down after. If he had done it in the same motion, a little bit more credibility would have been there. He wasn't trying to go for the ball. And there says George. Although he did try the first time, and then the second time did end up just getting it a little bit wrong. Nothing wrong with him. And George Brother says, Marco, and penalty all day, 5 minutes from the line. And then that joke, says Gareth. Huge defense from the Springboks, though. And I think there was a little bit of a mistake. Oh, no. It's going to be half-time. Actually, kicked into touch. Sorry, I thought that there was a kick out. I thought he did it a bit early. But it is half-time now in this contest. 10 points to 3. South Africa are leading. That was beautiful selling WWE style, says Red. And half-time, says Bevan. That's not right. It's a contact game. Come on, says Isaac in yellow. Well, says Annoying. G'day, George. How's it going? And you have time for some coffee, says Sidon and God. Box. Bad. No creativity. And also, yeah, I'm excellent, everybody. It was disgusting from Nick White, says Gareth. And why milk yellow card, says average YouTuber. That's the thing. They would have gone back to look at it either way, I would like to think. Because he was driven back. So it would have been a 5-meter scrum. So more than likely, you'd check everything for that. You'd pretty much go, right, what are all of the sides of it? I think at absolute maximum, it's a penalty. But then the way that the rule book's written, they say any contact to the head gets you yellow or red, unfortunately. So, yeah, I wonder if he had hit him harder, would they have gone straight to a red card rather than yellow? Nick White a cheat, says Bevan, and no, try the box. Diving Matilda. You'll go dive into Matilda with me, and you can't touch the face of the head, says Chris. And I pray for infinite cramps for the wanker piece of the second half, says Fuene. And this is when this two teams play, there is always controversial refereeing, especially in Australia. And sorry, Nick White, that isn't what rugby is about, poor sportsmanship, says Kevin. And in other news, it's raining in Cape Town, says Angela. Oh, so dry weather might be a little bit undercover, I would think, for this one. I love Springboks creativity out the door. Here's a baby, says Ibrahim, and there as well. But now, due to that, it is going to be an advantage of one man for the Wallabies in the next 10 minutes. Nick White, bad sportsmanship. How unfair is this? Hey, What are they cheating so much, says Hanley, and also Nick White in there says, George, is that the mustache that you've got sideways? Maybe? No, not sure. And Fuff, is that the faces? Like that one. Yeah, Fuff was very surprised when he did end up getting the yellow card because he was smiling because he was like, yeah, I hit him in the face. Whoops. And also we have there, didn't know we was playing soccer, says one in there as well. Yeah, that massive shot from Rika Korombedi was huge on Amakazali Mapimpi, given the softness of the yellow against the box. Previous infringement from Australia during the line-out prevented a try being scored. Should have been a yellow. Exactly right. Yeah, very, very lucky to be out on the field at this point in time because he was very close, happy slapping. And there, Nick White, go home to your mama, says Spider-Man, and good morning, Hamish, says Darren, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well, mate. And at the moment, there is some tension out there on the field. I guess you could say at the least both of these sides want to throw everything into the second half. Nick White needs a yellow for bad acting. Wasn't even a penalty. Wait till the next strike. I'm sure he will get tenderized. Yeah, I feel like Eben Etzebev, he's got a good memory, Eben, so he'll go, right. He's going to be one of those ones how he may not get him this game. He may not get him next game. But a game in the future, Eben Etzebev is going to absolutely smash Nick White. And then while he's holding him down, he'll say, that one's for Fuff. I hope we send White a care package. Paul Gill got slapped. And halftime, says Patricia, it certainly is. But now what we will do is we'll look through at some of the halftime stats for this contest. And I don't even know how I feel right now. It's basically professional cheating, says Gavin. Halftime, says Patricia. Nick Rock took a slap better than that from Nick White. And also, in all honesty, yellow was deserved. It might not have been seen that bad, but any contact to the head is considered foul play in rugby. That's what it is, says Griffiths. And yeah, like at the end of the day, if Nick White, he didn't go down the way that he did, I think people would be more accepting of it a little bit. But because he got the hit and then he took a couple of steps back and then went, oh, my face hurts. I think that's what really really threw it against them. Nick White has a poker face though. And there says Rian and also Dossa. Oh, that's old Tyson Fury. Is he going to be fighting Alexander Usyk? Who thinks he will be? Do let me know. Although Usyk at the moment, he's very feel. So I don't know whether or not he'll be fighting for a few more months. And should have given Piss Boy a real slap, says Gareth. And also, am I allowed to cry? Bad game so far from South Africa. Although the good news is 7 points down. Springboks can certainly fire back from there. Ever since Weber came back on, we are not getting any points. We have been in the 20 or so minutes in the Aussie half. We have got a nothing sub him off, says Kotenda. I think that will be one of the first ones that they go to. Also, Oxner Share, I think he will be going off for Stephen Kitsoff relatively early. They may consider leaving Franz Malherbe out there a bit longer, but normally the way that the Springboks do it is you sub one of the front row, you sub them all. So I think we might see a little bit of a change there for the Springboks forward pack. But the Springboks in the meters carried department having 152 meters carried compared to the 82 of the Wallabies. Defenders beaten 6 and 6. They're actually very even between the two. Clean breaks, 3 for the Springboks and 1 for the Wallabies. Tackles made, Springboks having to make 53 so far, missing the 6 tackles, and then Wallabies 25 tackles made, missing the 6 as well. Fuff did acknowledge he did slap anyway, says QT. Yeah, he was smiling. He went, yep, I got it wrong. But then I think the thing that was more surprising was the fact that he did see the yellow card at the end. And also we have got there damn right Australian behaviour, says Gareth. And also we got there Maul, says Tyrell there. And Fury definitely will fight Usyk. Don't listen to anything Fury says. He chats a load of bollocks to purposely trigger the Karens. The Oscar for the best actor goes to Nick White. And how many times has the ref given the Aussies a warning? The Aussies should have had at least 3 yellows, says Sean. Yeah, I was very surprised with Fine not going to the bin, because so far we've seen 10 penalties against the Wallabies, 5 penalties against the Springboks, yet both sides have had that yellow card. And Craig's in the house, and the Oscar for the best actor. Oh, I didn't even realise that was who it was. They were good rugby, bad angles. And hey, Hamish, will you be doing any more rugby after the New Zealand game? We certainly will be. We will be doing the LA Sevens on the channel. So it is going to be South Africa versus USA as the opening game. That is at 4:20 a.m. Bro. As Bernard Foley back in the Wallies. What the heck, says Marco Vonopol. And after all those penalties, professional fouls, etc., Wannabes have had 1 card, yet the Boks are accused of negativity. Rugby is becoming so soft, says Darren in there. Yeah, I think that is going to be a clip that circulates around the internet for quite some time in the rugby world. Nick White, I mean, it's lucky he's already got like the mustache that people talk about. But the thing is, it makes him more obvious. And the quite stash makes him very unbalanced in there. And now looking through the running meters, Falafai are actually having the most out of any of the Wallabies players, which is quite surprising. Only the 17 for himself. Then for the Springboks, we have got 20 metres for Makazole Mapimpi, 22 for Damian Valimza, 25 for Hondre Pollard. So pretty impressive for him, and 27 for Lud Diacha. And also we have got the Izzy yellow for a dive, says Russell Dold. It's the thing, they do have it in football. Will it one day become something that they look into for rugby? I'd like to think that this is an isolated incident, but we did actually see the last time we saw something similar was probably, would actually be Argentina versus Australia, in fact, and it would have been Geelong, who did get hit by Marika Konobi. I didn't know you were a fan of boxing. I love a lot of sports, and boxing is one of them. It's your favorite all-time boxer. Says, I identify as a fried egg jellyfish. I've only recently got into boxing, so I'm still a little bit new with it overall. But, I mean, I did try a Muhammad Ali shuffle when I did end up doing my kicking video. So, who knows? Maybe I would say Muhammad Ali is the best option. I will actually give you guys a link to the Kiwi Lad Sport channel if you guys do want to check that out. Also, we have got another new member. Thank you very much, Faylene. Hugely appreciated you hitting that channel membership button. Anyone else who does want to hit that button, we will put the link in the description. It is also the pinned comment, so be sure to check that one out as well. But what we will quickly do is we will go here, and we will get the link to the Kiwi Lads Sport channel. So pretty much over on that channel, we do football, we do a little bit of cricket on there, boxing, MMA, all of those type ones over there on the Kiwi Lads Sports. So if you do want to check that out, it's hugely appreciated. And yeah, that is the link. And also we have got the Muhammad Ali shuffle. It's outstanding. Don't know about that. And you have so much to catch up on. So many great fights. And yeah. So I'm looking forward to getting to see a lot more boxing in the future. MMA as well will be all happening on the Kiwi Lads Sport. He's just got that movement, you know, says George. And Fairley Woodley got upgraded from prospect to a patch member. There's Marco Vanapola. But we aren't too far off from the second half getting underway, ladies and gentlemen. Although normally in Australia, they do take a little bit longer to get back underway. Maybe bring on Elton for Damien Dialende and shift Pollard to 12. If Polly still looking shaky, Stain is at 15 and Valimza to 12, says Kotenda. Yeah, they may consider a bit of a reshuffle. I think Damien Dialende's been more quiet than we would expect from him, but then that might just be from distributing the ball quicker, getting it out to Lukanyuam so that he can then create a few options. Cassius Clay was my boxing hero. I'd come on the box. Do I miss Colby? But we still have world-class quality to turn this game around, says Deep Sport. Yeah, the benches, I think, is going to be one of those massive ones for the Springboks. Malcolm Marks, I would say, is not too far off at all from making his way out onto the park. Stephen Kitsoff and Vince Scott, probably not too bad of a chance of going on in the first 5 of the second half. If not, maybe getting changed at halftime. Franco Moster at number 19, Huacha Smith at number 20, and then Jaden Hendrickson there at number 21, Elton Yankees, and Franz Stain as the last option. So he is normally very dangerous when it comes to that kicking game, something that Pollard kind of weirdly hasn't been going too great at throughout this game. But Dave Parecki, Scott Seo, Taniela Tupou, Darcy Swain, Rob Liotta, and Pete Samu. So the 6-2 split for the Wallabies. Then they've got Tate McDermott as the option, which the sooner they put him on, the sooner the better probably for Nick White. And then Andrew Callaway there at number 23. And also, we have got the eye census efforts don't like Nick White. I think that might be the case. Whereas Halant, he is quite we've only seen him touch the ball, I believe, once. And other than that, just hasn't quite been able to link up with it on the outside. And Cassius was Ali's first name in there. And also, slap that name off your lips, says Johnny. And also, we've got there David too. And give us your Argentina versus AB score prediction, please, says Gita. I am going All Blacks by 5. I think it's going to be pretty close. And also disgusted in Mr. White's soccer behaviour. And when do they start again, says Andreas. I would say it's probably another 3 or 4 minutes till we do get to see these two sides back out. The best knockout I've seen was Cameron versus Tua and Fiji Suva, says Naibuka. And I should mention we are going to be covering the Fiji Sevens that is happening in the middle of the night. The first one is at 4:20 a.m., but the last game of the Sevens, I believe, is at 1 p.m. That will be a good option. And when do the games start? Everyone says Andreas, about 3 or 4 minutes for the second half. So the ref is is an ex-scrum half. It explains his decisions at scrum halves for both times, says Ali Wood. And also, is that mustache of Nick's? He looks like a villain And bro, cover Asia Cup cricket. I do want to do some of that cricket. I'm not too sure whether or not we'll be able to do any tonight, but maybe Pakistan versus India could be an option. Won a tennis tournament. Awesome stuff. I hope you are. Did you get a trophy maybe? And could have been a tackle on Bibi was reckless. At least a penalty, says Joseph. Yeah, the more I saw it from the other angle, one angle it looked like he tried to wrap that left arm. The other angle looked like it was just tucked in and didn't really have a huge amount of an opportunity. And Kevin Barry stole that millions. And also fried drywall and house paint for tea tonight. And you could be hit in the face or head that the rules are, or you can't be hit in the face or the head that the rules. It was a Wallabies. You'd be asking for a card too. And Australia should got another yellow card for that side entry, says life starts. Yeah. Falafang are probably pretty lucky to be still out on the park, but we'll be hoping to have a big impact in the second half. This is an incredible YouTube video of how Maratoje bully fuffed the clerk and sparked him to help. An incredible turnaround. We'll love see an amazing second half from the box. I'm still trying to get George to grow a mo, says Obi. And love from Bangladesh, says Roman. And the tackle on Mapimpi was a shoulder charge. And morning, Hamish. Only log on now. I must say you always look so well dressed. A professional image. But are you really wearing a full suit, says Peter Williams. Plot twist. Well, spoiler alert. I have got normal cargo pants on. Or kind of cargo pants. They're chinos. If you guys know what they are. They're just camo, which is why they almost actually blend in with the green screen. And then if I can bend a bit more, pineapple socks. What's happening in the game? Currently halftime in this contest. We've just seen the one try of Fraser McWright in the first minute almost of the game. And was the ref trained by Nick Berry and Mapipi illegally jumped though, says Hanoi there. And my team is in Pool D. And we first got the pool. I was loving it after watching Argentina versus Japan and Japan's recent form. I'm not so comfortable, especially when my team is the biggest chokers in the sport. And pineapple socks are underrated, says Sebastian. I got a medal in blazer and camo, says Unkosi. But now Sia Khaleesi marching his men back out onto the park. They need a big second half. But the big thing is, as little as they were able to score in that first half, they are only down by 7. There's a pretty good chance that we see the Springboks score first in the second half. Do let me know your first try scorer of either team. I see Kitsoff's out there. I see Marks is out there. It's just whether or not they've also got Vincent Koch out there on the field. Seeing a player go down and milk it like that, it's just distasteful. Yeah. Yes, no head and face contact, but we don't need that soccer tricks in rugby. Yeah, if he had stayed on his feet and then after he had gone and been forced back into his in-goal area, had gone, like, I was hit in the face there, and they looked upstairs, that would have been a lot more of a successful reaction than after a while dropping. And also, George, watching my favorite commentator from Mexico, go Bockies, says George, I do appreciate you being here. Never win any game with that ref. Or can never win any game with a ref that is not crooked, says Lawrence. And South Africa can't lose game without blaming the ref, says Johnny. That's kind of the two sides, isn't it, of that one. When we bring Yankees on, anything can happen, says Ali Wood. But now, the Rugby World Cup in New Zealand in 42 games, or in 42 days, I should say. South Africans love complaining about the ref. Every game they lose says identify as a fried egg jellyfish. And too early to mention the rest, says Hanoi. But now it will be South Africa kicking off the second half. Lately, rugby is becoming like soccer, with players trying to influence ref decisions. Ref should only communicate with captain. Kitsoff is the just guy box needs. For the scrum's absolute beast, he is indeed. And now it's kicked off by Hondre Pollard. Second half underway, ladies and gentlemen. Taken nicely inside of the 22 by Reece Hodge. Hasn't really been tested under the high ball so far throughout this matchup. Nololisio tries to step through. Eben Etzebeth lines him up and ragdolls him to the ground. Malcolm Marks on the field for Dweber, like I mentioned. Kitsoff is out there. Just looking around to see if I see Vincent Koch or whether they have still got Trevor Nakanye. Nope, they have. Or sorry, not Trevor Nakanye. Franz Malharba is still out on the field just for now. To score the next try. He's got a very good chance here. Nick White puts the ball up high. Goes up, must come down, and this one's going down. Mapimpi not quite able to line it up. It's going to be bouncing up. Hunter Baisami, one of the shortest players out there on the park, and he has been able to claim that one. Nick White now on the halfway line. Goes to Falau Fainga'a. Reece Hodge flings it across now. Len Ikatel goes for the kick and behind. It's a bit of a nothing kick, and Damien Valimza, in fact, it's Warren Hillant, has cleaned it up back there and gone with a nice kick. Reece Hodge waits for it to sit up, sends up the torpedo. Who wants it? It looks like looking straight into the sun. Damien Valimza, brilliant take. Finds the offload to Peter Stiftatoy. Offload back to Kitsoff. South Africa trying to keep this ball alive in the early stage of the second half. 50 metres out, Damien Valimza goes across to Eben Etzebeth, dragged down by Matt Phillip. Valimza actually has to play halfback there. And now Pollard kicks it down the middle of the field. Tom Wright takes it nicely. He is back on the field after his 10 minutes in the sin bin. Currently 7.5 left of Fuff de Klerk's time that he has to spend off the field. Nice run forward. Vermeulen makes the tackle. Now Nololesio once again going for the kick. Both sides playing that territory game at the moment. And when do second half start, says Andreas. It started 2 minutes ago. They are currently still going for Pollard, shanking that one. Not quite the way that he wanted to, but he's still got a good bit of distance on it. Can any of these go, or can any of these so-called bomb squad guys play 85 minutes, says Bebop? I would say Malcolm Marks certainly can, even when he's playing at the tempo that he is. Stephen Kitsoff, I would say, is an 80-minute performer if he needed to. Franco Mostert as well. I mean, Vincent Koch, he does it for Saracens. He does about maybe 75. And also, can anyone tell me when the second half is starting? It started. Now, Wayne Vermeulen. It's that one nicely, 50 metres out. Ludiacha. Nice run. Now, Makazole Mapimpi has to play halfback, fires back to Pollard in the pocket. So, yeah, we haven't seen much of Fuff de Klerk's box kicking, mainly because they have been going back to Pollard many times. But he can go to bed, he knocks the ball on. And, in fact, it was a double knock on. Oh, he's been hit hard there. Damien Dialende forced into touch. He might have been knocked in the air in the process. What's it? All red or restated. And yeah, we can watch it. If you are in South Africa, you will probably have to watch it on DSTV. Or if you sign up for a VPN, you will have access to this game no matter where you are in the world, as long as you set your location to Australia and watch on 9 Now. I don't know if our bomb squad that needs 40 minutes to defuse a bomb. I don't know of a bomb squad that needs 40 minutes to defuse a bomb. It's starting in 10 minutes. Stay tuned. And also, come on, Pollard. You missed 2, bro. Make up for it, says Spider-Meg. But yeah, at the moment, the tactic is just kick it downfield, wait for Australia to make the mistake. Australia, they then get it, kick it downfield, wait for South Africa to make the mistake. Bit of a chess match. And did you catch any of the NPC games today? Unfortunately, I did end up missing a few of them. Although I do know who won the Ranfurly Shield Challenge. But I'm not too sure of the next game between Auckland and Otago. And that's good to hear, bro. Good to see you here. I'm good. Enjoying quiet with the end of rugby. Ball going to be fed in for the scrum feed of the Wallabies. Nick White gets it in there. Now passing across. It will be kicked in behind from Nololesio. Not quite going to be sitting where they need it to. And it's going to go right into the in-goal area. Put down by Damien Valimza, and it will be the goal line dropout. We need Jaden, not Fuff, says Simpslayer. And I actually, in my prediction of the Springboks lineup, I actually chucked Kobus Reinach in there just to see how he ends up going. Can you add the game timer to the score line? So pretty much that is what the 44 is down below. So that is the 44th minute, and it does update every minute throughout the game. And also Auckland are thrashing Otago 30-point lead. Yeah, so not quite as one-sided or not quite as close as they would have liked. Add a timer to the game, please. Says Johnny there. So, yeah, like I mentioned, this one at the moment is as close as we can have. I have talked to them about it on the live streaming software, and they said that they'd get back to me a year ago. Still haven't heard from them about whether or not they are looking to add. And Nick White makes the mistake. Now Warwick Land kicks it downfield. Oh, it's going back for the knock on, though. That could have been a chance. And Aussie doing the kick. And have you heard about people identifying as animals, non-binary? And this ref says Simslayer. And through that, brother, hopefully Ian Foster gives us AB's fans something good to look forward to. Pollard 100 kgs, number 10 is huge. Daddy thickness, says Marco Villapollo. Yeah, he's certainly built strong and does have a very good vision for the game at the moment, Andre Pollard. Although this game, you'd have to say he did have a better match up against the All Blacks in their Rugby Championship ones. But it was Nick White. Tried to pass it across. There was a big shot from Peter Steftatoy. That one was for Fuff. And Eben Netzebeth wrestled him down to the ground as well in the process. And Aussie played their didgeridoo, says Bottomik. Of course, the national instrument, I guess you could say, of Australia. They're actually very hard to play, believe it or not. Some people think it's just blowing into a large pipe, but there is all of the lip movement that you need to be able to get it right. 40 metres out. Nick White about to feed this ball in for the scrum. Who's the biggest fly half in world rugby? Oh, it's a very good question. I know that one of the biggest number 8s would have to be that man that we witnessed the other week for Hong Kong. Now Tom Wright down the wing, back of the pace, inside Porter Research. 5 metres out now for the Wallabies. And it is a great attack and play from the Australians now across. They've got the man advantage. Ikatel with the double step. Wasn't able to find the offload 5 metres out. Now Nick White fires it back. Lolicio off to Marika Koromberi. Breaks through too easy for him. And he gets the try, Marika Koromberi. And that will be the next try of the match for the Australians. The second of the game. And it is Marika Koromberi who has been able to score it. He made a try-saving tackle in that first half and now has been able to get one of his own. But it was good work from the Wallabies not to rush that back line. Instead, just taking it patiently, waiting for it to open up. And Ikitau did absolutely brilliantly to get through that gap initially, to create that extra bit of space. And yeah, Springbok tactics and Fuff 3 minutes away from calling on, or from coming on. What a beast. And then I saw that coming to Woo. Passion Ahami says, Golden Guest, and how do people think the Boxers are going to thump the Aussies? Says Jonathan, although the game is not over yet. And to a man that deserves it, well done. And also, come on, Bok, says Jamari. Marika Koromberi has been able to score that try. It is his first of the Rugby Championship this year. And winger-wise, the Namani Nadolo must be up there. Massive unit. Yeah, he's got plenty of size to him. Namani Nadolo, what a big play. That was brilliantly done by Lena Katau in the midfield. And then also alongside that, we did see Marika Koromberi really create a great opportunity. Warwick Halamp was able to drag him down. It was just a little bit too late. So early in the second half, and that's game, says Lawrence, although they did score early on in the first half as well, the Wallabies. And that was the only one that they did get. What a big play. And man of the match so far, says Isaac. Yeah, Marika, he's been working extremely hard. Can't afford to miss 5 tackles, 5 metres out, or miss tackles 5 metres out, yeah. Does always cost you, as it just doesn't quite give your other defenders a chance to get across. I think Springboks have like a mental barrier while playing Wallabies in Australia. Not the best record, of course, but second match, I want to say it's being played at Suncorp, but I could be wrong. Where is the second match taking place, ladies and gentlemen? Do let me know. So good. I love Springbok coaches. Lolicio, it's hit the post and bounced away, so the score will remain 15 points to 3 in favour of the Wallabies. They are just talking to Sonny Bill Williams on the sideline. He'll be pretty happy with how this game has started for the Wallabies. But 44 seconds, and then Faf de Klerk has made his way back out there. Certainly bigger than Marcus Smith. But there must be someone bigger. Yeah, and Farrell is a pretty big fly half. And also, I said it in the beginning, the Box won't win in Adelaide Oval. So this game is Adelaide Oval. Where is the next game going to be taking place? How are the Box going to get 3 tries? Says Simpslayer. I think they need to run the ball a bit more. They've played it into the Australians' hands. They need to get a little bit more of a carry. Kitsoff with a good shot there, just inside of the 22, off the kickoff, far side of the field. Jed Holloway, that's a name we haven't heard too much of throughout this matchup. Now, it looks like Nick White will be going for the Box kick. 2 tries to none. Wow, unfortunately, Box don't look switched on today. They need a moment to fire them up. Says Ali Wood. Now Vermeulen goes across to Damian Valimza. This could be that magical moment. Still running Valimza, breaking through about 4 tackles, but then the ball has been dropped. And that is the last thing he needed at the end of that. That was when the momentum was just starting to go up. Very unusual to play rugby in South Australia, says Joe Webber. Yeah, they don't get too many games at all, that is for sure. Normally more of the AFL region in Oz. And also this is Nayanaba BS. It's all on him. He's way too inconsistent with his selections. Argentina versus Ireland to come on the Box. So he has a 1, 2, 3 MS there. But I think maybe Damian Valimza saying it was a clean strip. Disappointed with that one, though. And no creativity, no speed. Go Springboks. May he lose by 20 today, says Mo. Now Quaha Smith making his way out onto the field. That is for Dwayne Vermeulen, who has now been taken off. I'm looking through. Also, we do see that Faf de Klerk back out on the park. And other than that, there's no other changes that they have had. Box players are not playing good today. Here's Charlie. Now, 14 metres out from the line. Australia have got another scrum feed. We've seen many of those throughout this contest as the Springboks have probably dropped the ball about 10 times. All free kick to the Springboks, though. That is a good opportunity to try and turn it around. They may consider going for the scrum. Your foot has gone all the way back against Falau Fainga'a, and Box need to run the ball a little more, says QT. I think that is a good, very good bit of advice. And Box, more like bots, and the Box need to step up. Fortunately, they are now full team. Their handling must also be much better. Yeah, we've seen a lot more handling errors than a lot of people would have liked to see for the Springboks throughout this matchup. I do see that Darcy Swain now making his way on there. I believe that's for Rory Arnold, the big 208 centimetre tall man. He's going off Aussie Sterling Plus. Please help this broke fella. Says, believe that. And unfortunately, usually I tune to Fiji for big players, but Ben Villa isn't that hefty. He's tall enough, though. Says Sebastian, it'll be a good game of Australia, or in Australia if they win. Or it'll be good for the game. Sorry, I read that wrong, didn't I? But it's going to be big for the Aussies. They have got a good record in Australia up against the Springboks, and it will make the Rugby Championship just that little bit closer, perhaps, depending on how that All Blacks versus Pumas match goes. But we are going to be covering that one on the channel as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. That is the channel where we do post a whole heap of other sports over there doing the commentary. We don't normally wear a suit, though. That is more for the big matches and the formal occasions. Now, Whaka Smith straight away going off the back to de Klerk. Got to attack and run. Actually decided to go from the short side out to a little bit more space on this near side. He slipped over there. Watakalanta. Unfortunately, now Whaka Smith tries to go around the side. Rob Valentini able to drag him down. We haven't really seen a huge amount of Valentini in this game either. McWright, other than that first 10 minutes, you have to say, loose forwards in this game. It's been more about the front rows and the locks than anything else. But de Klerk attacking now off to Ludiaga. Ebenetzebev will be looking for a possible run relatively soon, perhaps, to try and break through. But for now, it is Sia Khaleesi. He's got the knee down. They do need to release him for the Wallabies. They do so. 52 minutes in. Malcolm Marks now trying to break through. He has been tackled low by Falau Fainga'a, his opposite number. Now de Klerk looking for the box kick. I don't think. Yes. Good. Good. Do it, de Klerk. No. No. Stop it. Don't kick it. Don't. He's kicked it. He was deciding, and it's going to be, at least it's a penalty to the Springboks. That is one benefit. But he was sitting there. He was feinting as if he was going to kick with his left. Then he looked like he was going to pass it out the back line, which was going to be very good news for the Springboks. But then he did kick it in the end. They go back for the penalty, though. And also we have got their face slapper. Fuff is back. Come on. And also, hi, says Daniel Gaines. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, Fuff, hurry up and use the ball. Says Nov Mum. Right, they have kicked this one for the corner. 10 metres out. Malcolm Marks rolling will try surely just around the corner for the Springboks. He was very effective in Australian conditions last year. Fuff is flyweight, says Bebop. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Fuff de Klerk, when you think about the UFC weight divisions, Fuff de Klerk actually registers as a welterweight or a middleweight if he put on like an extra kg, which is pretty insane to think about. The fact that those guys are that slim and trimmed down. Like, a lot of it is the water weight from the UFC that they do end up losing. I've got that sinking feeling, says Peter Oosthuizen, and now the rolling ball has gone down. Springboks trying to keep this one going. Valentini. Oh, the referee gives the penalty, or gives the scrum feed, in fact, to the Wallabies. Springboks are not happy at the moment, the way that it has been going, and also Fuff is flyweight, and Box should play league. And this is when the Springboks are at their best, says Daryl. They've done nicely initially to take that one, but then it rolled around. I think it was actually the replacement Darcy Swain who got in through the side almost. Did manage to turn it over for the Wallabies. But yeah, like I mentioned, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are on the road to 17,000 subscribers, and we have got plenty more rugby action coming up. We are doing the Rugby Championship next week, both of the games. We're doing the Sevens a little bit later on tonight, and also All Blacks versus the Pumas is also going to be one that we are doing on the channel. Gallagher Premiership starting up soon. We will be covering that, bit of Bunnings NBC, and then the Kiwi Lad Sport channel, where you can find all of the other sports that we cover, whether that's Premier League, boxing, bit of UFC, all of those ones are also going to be coming up over there. And Fuff de Klerk is a gutsy player. He throws his body on the line for a side, which is something a lot of people do appreciate. Now, Nick White goes short side, not a lot of space there. It's a good kick downfield, and it's going to be curving towards Frans Steyn, who is now out on the field. Oh, he's just bumped off Nick White. It's a good one from Frans Steyn. A good attack in first row, or first run from that man. Now, Ebenetzebev trying to get through Alan Alalato. And tell you what, Frans Steyn and Nick White are certainly in different weight divisions if they were having a fight of some sort. Player 23, old man Frans. And the thing is, though, he's a very handy player for the Springboks. I want to say that was possibly for Andre Pollard, but I could be wrong there. I'm trying to look through. It could be for Damien Dialende, in fact. Nice offload from Fuff de Klerk. Andre Pollard is still out there. Nice run from Sia Khaleesi. Tackled by Falau Fainga'a. Got himself on the wrong side. He's crawling out of the way. Doesn't give away the penalty. Now Whaka Smith. Pollard lined up early by Hunter Paisami, who gets him around the ankles. And Darcy Swain finishes the job. The ball's bounced down onto the side of the Wallabies, now hunted by Sami, going for the 50-22. In fact, he's just kicked it straight down the middle of the field. It's going to go into the in-goal area, and Frans Steyn cleans it up. And also, we have got Frans Steyn coming for Warwick. Is that who he came on the field for? Warwick Hillant. I'm looking around. The sun makes it very... Oh, no, I see Damien Delende. So, yeah, Warwick Hillant has gone off the field. And away are the Springboks. So, the first game of an away series, says Team Mac. I think it's just getting a little bit of adjustment boxing on tonight, but they're not real boxers. It's YouTube fighting each other. I see that KSI fighting on that card. His younger brother, Digi, also going head-to-head with FusiTube. Fun fact, I know a little bit about the YouTube boxing scene, just because when you've been on it for a little while, you do learn a few of them. But yeah, fighting 2 opponents in one night. Steyn is definitely in the plans for the next World Cup, says Prinso. And also, what is it going to take for them to get back into the game? Handling errors less, running meters more. Very, very simple it sounds on paper, but that is exactly what they need. Vincent Koch out there on the field as well. That is for Frans Malharaba. Ball still available for the Wallabies. Now James Slipper. Inside ball, beautiful to Noel Alessio. He's linking up, flicks out the back to Fraser McGride, and it's another one. Okay, one more try as well on top of what I just said for the South Africans to get back into it. But Fraser McGride picks up the double. He is channeling his inner Michael Hooper for this game. This is for sure, because he has had an absolute blinder as number 7. He hasn't really got too many turnovers in the breakdown other than early on, but it's a great inside ball to Noel Alessio. Flicks it out the back, and Fraser McGride goes in for another try for the Wallabies. They now find themselves sitting 20 points up. YouTube boxing is not boxing, it's money-making. Decided Aussie just scored in there as well, and that's game, I'd say, says Crow and Yankees. Will bring something else to the game. And when you hit 1 million subscribers, you fight on a YouTube boxing event. I don't know about that. I feel like we're getting knocked out pretty quick. If I need to box anyone, I'll just get George, one of the other Kiwi lads, to smack me in the jaw, and I'll be all right. I'll be like, right, yeah, I understand why I don't do that, because I'll probably be unconscious for quite some time. Well done, box again, and cited big facts. And also game over, says Bevan in there as well. Nick White. It was a great inside ball from James Slipper. I like the way that the Wallabies are linking up their forwards and their backs, working as a simultaneous unit. You look at what happened there. Nick White back, going to James Slipper forward, going to Noah Laliso back, going to Fraser McGride forward. It's a right good mix at the moment. Game over. And now Wallabies lifted for this game. Spock never travel, says Junior Ryder. And I don't know if they'll be able to catch the Wallabies with that. And the conspiracy theorists have something right. There's something in the Australian air, says Vince. And the box done, says Skral, but that is going to be going over from Noel Alessio, now making the score 22 points to 3. Final score 27-10, and now you're a Kiwi. You guys are a reputation, or have a reputation of holding your own. Yeah, I mean, but that's normally those big solid lads. I'm not really a big solid lad, I wouldn't say, overall. And also, we have got, wow, what a game, says David the Mod. And the box, we have to play catch-up rugby now, and that won't be easy. And also, Hamish, who coached the Wallabies, it is Dave Rennie. He hasn't got the best record with the Wallabies, but he has got a very good record up against South Africa. Now, Marika Korombeti taking it nicely for the Wallabies just outside of their own 22. Currently 22 minutes left in this contest as well, and currently a 19-point difference. So the Wallabies on the current table, the way it would be sitting, they would be +3, plus a bonus point as we sit in this contest. So that would definitely move them into first. Evan Etzebev tries to charge it down. Quite able to get onto that box kick. It's available now. Quaka Smith hasn't quite taken it cleanly. I see that Jaden Hendrickson with his new haircut. Oh, it's a knock on against South Africa as well. There's been a huge amount, and muscles don't mean anything in boxing. Get in that gym and out on Eye of the Tiger. And how many minutes left, says Jordan? 22 minutes left in this contest now. And where are the box, or why are the box always bad when they travel to Aussie? Not too sure. It seems to always be that first game sets them really not the way that they need it to. But then the second game, they're normally a lot better. And it's not impossible for the box to make a comeback, not by a long shot. And why must the box coach go? Or why must coach go after one loss? And imagine being South African right now, says Gareth. Do you think we need to invest in some young players in the November tour? I'd like to see it for, I think a lot of teams need to look at the future and go, right, we've got a 2023 World Cup coming up, but what's next for us? That's why I like the fact that South Africa have got the South African Select 15. They will be playing up against Munster, and also they will be playing up against the Bristol Bears. The reason I like that is because you'll get to see those young talented players, maybe Evan Roos, Upper Liliafasi, Elton Yankees now making his way onto the field for Andre Pollard, I should mention, and Franco Mostert out there for Peter Steftatoy. So I believe the Springboks, I want to say there are no other changes that they can make. I think they've made every single change on their bench, whereas the Wallabies have yet to go to a single substitution. So that will help them out later on. And they've got the 6-2 split, but a good kick downfield from Hunter Baisami. It's swirling France. And it's a knock on the ground. Another mistake from the Springboks. And it will be the scrum. It'll be a third consecutive win for the Wallabies against the Boks. Wallabies are living rent-free in the Staffers' minds. And one of the reasons is the travelling. It's brutal from South Africa, or for South Africans, says David. And yeah, they did have a delayed flight as well, didn't they? If I'm not wrong, I think they arrived a little bit later on in New Zealand than they would have or in Australia than they would have liked to, by about a day or so. But handling errors 9 compared to the 1 of Australia. That is something that wins your games. It's holding on to that ball, because it does create a lot more opportunity for your side. The only change they can make is the score. And Boks coach are going to say they departed too late and didn't have the chance to prepare right, says Charlie. And they did, yes, a knock on Australia to score again. It's Bevan. And Australia smashing South Africa. Collar Betty is world class. Yeah, at the moment he's probably sitting man of the match for a lot of people. Although Mick Wright's had a pretty decent game as well. This guy sounds like sheep, says Sean. This guy sounds like sheep. Good. Currently 61 minutes through. I am from New Zealand, and you might actually hear a lamb barring because we got one in the backyard. In fact, we got 2. Had one on the table the other day, trying to nurse it back to health. And also the Boks have forgotten how to catch a ball, says Venster. And Luke Jacobson had a good game. I felt that he was overlooked by Foster. Maybe he'll be back for the November tour. And there's an Australia more hungry than the Boks. And why do we bring Frans Steyn? Does he have dirt on Rassi? I don't think so. I think it was more of that long kicking option, maybe. Wasn't a bad bet. Too many handling errors for the Boks. Way too many is cited. There's just showing that try from the Wallabies. That was absolute class, the way that they went. Very nicely done indeed. And also, Sean is in there. I mean, it's an interesting one saying someone sounds like a sheep when there's literally a cartoon called Shaun the Sheep. So maybe, is that you, Sean? Maybe. Could be the sheep in that. And there's too much inconsistency against the ABs, Wallabies, and South Africa. What's happening? Yes, says Nuno. Now Tom Wright, nice step, trying to bump through the tackle, but it's a great one made by Elton Yankees, but he gives away the penalty for not being able to roll away. He didn't get much of an opportunity. Nick White pretty much straight away on his back, saying, nope, you aren't going anywhere. And Boo says, get it. Now going back across in the hands of Len Ikitau. Stolen beautifully in the breakdown by Lukanyuan, but they're going to have to go back for it. And AB's to win the Rugby Championship, says Lawrence, and Boks are losing control of the ball. Basic, guys, says Curran. And Boks not used to keeping the ball in their hands. That's why they drop it. You're going to see a rejuvenated Australia in the Autumn International Sandwich. It would be great to see how they go. First step, of course, is the Bledisloe Cup. That will be the one that they look forward to relatively quickly, I would think. They'll go from the South African tour a couple weeks, and then they're into the Bledisloe travel. Can't be used as an excuse, says AT, and maybe South Africa should approach Razor for a coaching position. And only a mother can love the sound of your nagging voice, says Sean. But you're still here, Sean. So I would have thought if you didn't like my voice, you would have left a wee while ago. So I appreciate you being here, mate. I am quite a nagger, though. I do always ask my dad to play Xbox with me, and he does. Where's your dad? We have got bye-bye in there, says Marco, and also Box, more like bots, and also crap, my battery is low. And Lawrence, all depending on AB's game against Australia. I think those games will be the deciders. And also OMG, and 25 points to 3. So, yeah, it does seem like they are going to be going for an extra 3 points. The probability of this kick going over is 84% go Australia, these Springboks, and their buddies need to feel the pain. And 25 to 3. Good news, we just got 3 points. I think the Boks now out of this competition. Why are they playing on a cricket pitch? Says JP, pretty much Adelaide Oval. They don't normally get too many of the games over there in Adelaide, but that's worked out for them. Very nicely done. And how much for a losing bonus point? So you would get 1 bonus point for losing if you are within 7. So it's going to be a bit trickier for them to get there. Good move for this team. Need the confidence. Good confidence in his finest moments. And do you know the biggest win by Oz over the Boks? I believe we actually only knew the biggest win for South Africa over Australia because that was the one that a lot of people wanted to know before the match, which I believe was about 26 points. And Yankees making an immediate impact. Says good to see. And this week will be peaceful. And Boks getting a hiding today, says Charlie. There was like in the blocks, please get an attack coach. And what's your second best team? Don't take any notice of them guys slagging you off about your voice. You're doing a great job in these or doing these games, says Dennis. Now, I've heard worse before. That one's pretty tame overall, I would say. Like, you should see our sevens comment section on the ones from the Commonwealth, or actually the Tokyo Olympics. We got ripped to shreds, but it was fun. In the process, Yanchis goes back across now to Lokanyuam. What can that man do? And also, you don't have a nagging voice. Your commentary is superb. Keep up the good work. There's Darren Vincent Cock now going forward. Jaden Hendrickse cross to Elton Yankee. Short ball to Kitsoff. This is better phase play from the Springboks. As long as they don't drop the ball in the next few phases, will almost be the most phases we have seen throughout the match. What is happening as well, says Lynn? Yeah, not quite going the way that they needed it to. Cricket score on a cricket pitch, and Box are getting a big hiding today. You look handsome. What is the reason, bro? Says Andy Mike. What is the reason? Probably, I guess, the suit. The suit makes you look about 10 times better than you actually do. Fun fact. So just wear a suit. If you feel like you need to, like, up your stocks, suit's the way to go. Springboks should be renamed to the Limp. Oh, I don't know if I can say that one after this performance. Imagine if Karevi was playing. It would be interesting. And that's the thing. Australia, no Samu Karevi, no Quade Cooper, no Michael Hooper, but have still managed to step up in the way that they needed to for this contest. And does this huge win diminish the AB's win a few weeks ago? Can't be compared, says Annoy. A little bit different. I'd say that altitude, of course, does make it a bit more of a factor. And also the winning record for Australia has been very impressive throughout their matches up against the Springboks. But that's not to at all diminish this game, because they have been playing terrifically. I told you at the start, there's going to be a one-sided match, and this is more exciting than my tipping, or than the tipping point. There's Obi. It's another penalty to to Australia. And also we have got the suit is amazing. No dry bird in the chat. Fact. That's because there's no birds in the chat, Sebastian. And also, do you have a girlfriend, says Live Starts? I don't at the moment, which is why I can stay up to all hours of the night and do the live stream. Sean has a little tea. And what has he ever done? Go and reincarnate Sean. And please, Rassi, go coach England, says Johannes. And no Karevi too, says Joe Webby. And Wallabies all the way. Love the commentary, mate. It's always tip-top. Box off form today. Can't wait anymore, or can't watch anymore, says Jonathan. Although we'll mention straight after this match, we are straight into the match between All Blacks and the Pumas. So if you are keen on that game, be sure to check that one out. Do you call, or what do you call, an Englishman in a suit the accused? I see. And well, might actually lose the Bledisloe, says Dalmain. Yeah, Australia are certainly looking better in this game than they did in their last match up against Argentina. And 99.9% of the time, the people who complain about any commentary can never do any better, says Gita. Yeah, I guess it's one of those weird ones that talking this much seems easy until you do it. Like, my voice after the weekends, like, I can't talk on Monday or Tuesday normally because my voice is absolutely gone. And surely we have ladies watching, there are 2K viewers, says Sebastian. But now the Springboks, they will have the scrum 5 meters out from their own line. More than likely, actually, I like the look of that short side. I believe out there, who's that with all the wrapping on the arm? I want to say that is Damien Dialende. And you're doing great, TKL, says Vienna. And Lalicio is developing really good. Interesting when Cooper come back in. And humble by today on them. Aussie says, Speedy, it's a penalty to South Africa, so that works perfectly for them. Jaden Hendrickse considered going for the cross kick. It doesn't decide to in the end, and going off like a pork chop, mate, attacking a girl. Mate, leave it out, says Nathan. And there's next week we're going to win on confidence, says the Jup. But Noel Lalicio, I think he is a player that is certainly, like you mentioned, he's come a long way in the past 12 months. He went from that guy for the Brumbies and the Wallabies that everyone just laughed at to now he's, I don't know, he's an up-and-comer for the Wallabies. I think once Cooper retires, and also maybe James O'Connor, he's still relatively young though, but I think Noel Lalicio will find himself in the lineup a lot more in the future. His kicking's been precise this game. Damn, South Africa getting spanked, and a high aim sounded great as usual. Thank you for the live. Yes, South Africa needs Foster. Please take him, says Marco. It is going to be available for South Africa now. Malcolm Marks tries to carry his way forward. That's going to be a penalty, doesn't it, against Rob Valentini? No, they have set play on just for now. And Pete Samu, geez, that's going to hurt the spine. He's been hit low in the kind of the lumbar region, if you want to go that way. But now Hendrickson goes back to Elton Yankees, who puts up the kick once again. Waiting for it. Nicely taken by Hodge. Trying to break through the line. France staying able to take him down close to the turnover there from Hendrickson. Kicks it in behind. This one's going to have to pull up relatively quickly. It's set up beautifully for Lena Cattell. Is not quite good. I believe it was a little knock on the ground from the Wallabies. No, they called it a clean strip. How's that any different to the one we saw in South Africa? They did say they knocked it on compared to that one of Australia. Interesting call. Now, Vincent Koch. Let's go down 5 meters out from the line and do commentary here. Much better than elsewhere, says Nuno, and I do appreciate that a lot. And we have got plenty more coming. Like I mentioned, we've got All Blacks versus Pumas. That will be coming up in a very short moment. And then the Sevens is coming to you guys from LA. So that will mean South African time. You'll have a nice afternoon kickoff. And the first game is South Africa versus USA. 10 minutes left. It's over for the Box. And Hodge caught one, says Annoy. Oh, no. Okay. That one, I didn't see much of a hand on Lena Cattell for taking it. Or did he get the first hand to it? Oh, I thought he almost did. And I was there since there. It's a mental barrier, and Hodge caught the ball with his hands instead of his head. And who sent the Springboks team to ANC? And that is going to be Marika Korombi. He's had a good game. That was a loud clap probably through the microphone. I do apologise for that one, O'Connor. And Cooper, too injury prone. Lalicio gets a shot, says Joe. And 46 AB's 10th, the Pumas is my guest. And best winning team, or best team winning. Box have to learn to score with their chances. They have plenty, says Gust. And yeah, like we mentioned, the 10 handling errors have certainly not helped at all. You needed to have a lot more, I guess, ball security for them throughout the contest, but it has been going a little bit wrong for the Springboks. But next week, I think we will see them fire back. I think it's going to be a lot closer of a game. Ludiacha at the moment looks like he's got a bit of an injury. I'm hoping it's just cramp and useless. And there's Grant. And also, like, Wales had a mental barrier against the All Blacks. Wales have had teams that were good enough to beat the All Blacks. The All Blacks live rent-free in their heads. Okay, they're showing this one again for Marika Korombedi. The more I look at it, the more I see shoulder. Because this angle here shows a slight, tiny wrap. Like, I think they can... Well, the more I look at that, the more I think the only reason it looked like a wrap is because his arm has nowhere to go without being snapped the wrong way. But it was still a very good try, save and tackle and shoulder, says Nathan. And guys, chills, please, says Lynn. I refuse to pay to watch these games. And this interactive radio-like commentary is the best thing since slight spread, says Gator. Yeah, I absolutely love the concept of being able to watch the game, do the commentary, and also get to hear what you guys are thinking throughout the games as well. Is absolutely awesome. Tom Wright goes across to Dave Parecki, who does take it above his head. Now McDermott on back across to Noah Lolesio. Flat ball to Taniela Tupu, who's put it down straight away. Franco Mostert jumps on it. Lukanuam goes back to Valimza, trying to look for a gap. He's had the best running game, I would say, out of all of the South African players. We'll play advantage for the knock-on because you've gone straight off your feet as the call. And there is still a rematch. There certainly is. The man Lukanuam was kept quiet for this game. He certainly was. Great commentary guy. Keep up the good work, says Charlie. Do appreciate that a lot. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. If you haven't already, check out the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. We will be having plenty more content coming up on that channel as well. Later on tonight, in about 12 or 13 minutes time, we are actually going to be covering the game taking place between the Pumas and the All Blacks. It's going to be awesome. See who does get the better of that one. And then you can just watch the highlights on the Super Rugby channel. Piece of cake, says Sebastian there. And yeah, luckily they do have the highlights on YouTube, or else it would be very annoying, to say the least, that we couldn't have any of them up on YouTube. I expected Australia to win, but not like this. Yeah, it's certainly a lot more one-sided than a lot of people would have anticipated. The Springboks yet to score a try in this contest, which means Australia will get the 5 points if it does stay this way. Jaden Hendrickson feeds the ball in. Quaka Smith waiting for it at the back. It's got to be another penalty advantage at scrum time. That's about the 5th one we've seen. So Australia might start to get warned that there might be a slightly more serious possibly advantage for the Springboks soon. Elton Yankees goes across to Damian Valimza. Nice pass on the outside to Makazole Mapimpi. Now starting to accelerate. Kicking it downfield, and it's taken beautifully by Andrew Callaway. Dragged down by Makazole Mapimpi. So Andrew Callaway only recently making his way back out onto the field. 13 plus. I can get some beersies now. And where is this match? Says Joseph. It is being played at Adelaide Oval for this contest. And it is cities like in the scoreboard. And yeah, it's certainly a lot more one-sided than a lot of people anticipated. That is going to be a penalty now to the Springboks. So a good opportunity for them to possibly get themselves their first try of the match. It's a quick tap taken by Hendrickson. Quaka Smith tried to pass it across. Damian Valimza has to clean it up after the ball was dropped. One more to Lukanyuam. No space on the outside. Missing the tackle there was Callaway. There's a man staying down. Lukanyuam with a bit of class. It's slapped down by Noah Lolesio. It's gone backwards, still on the side of South Africa. This is their chance now. Passing across, Franz Steyn. Bit of acceleration from the big man. Isolates himself, though, and it's ripped away by Tom Wright, who does now step, and there's no more advantage. Kitsoff makes the last-ditch tackle to be able to stop him. Phillip slings it across now. Swain goes off to Big Taniela Tupou, offloading beautifully. That is somewhere where we've seen Australia thrive throughout this Rugby Championship so far. Even when they're losing games, they're still offloading it more times than their opponents. Good hands from Pete Samu. Goes out to Tom Wright. 45 minutes, or 45 metres out from their own line now, I should say. And best the Boks can do is cancel out the Wallabies bonus point. Exactly right. Nice steal from Sia Khaleesi, getting another one for his team. Malcolm Marks now charging forward. He's been dragged down nicely. Damien Dialende cross to Stephen Kitsoff. Pop up to Vincent Koch. He's got pace. One more to Quaka Smith. And he will get it between the sticks. That is the first try of the match for the Australians. For the South Africans. And that, for now, cancels out the bonus point for Australia. So they'll be pretty happy with that. That all came from the turnover of Sia Khaleesi. Was able to get it right in the breakdown. Gets the turnover. And then phase after phase, about 3 in a row, Vincent Koch and Kitsoff linking up absolutely beautifully. And Quaka Smith does score the try in the 74th minute of the game. Go like that, and we will go like that. There we go. And also Australia needs to cut down the penalties, and sad state of affairs, and they get a try finally. And Bertha Smith, and Australia need to cut down the penalties next game, though, says Mad. Yeah, so Australia, they need to work on the discipline. South Africa, they need to work on the handling errors. I would say if those two sides can counter those, could be a lot closer. Hamish Dry. And there says RJJ, and how many times left? We have currently got 5 minutes left in this contest, but the Springboks, they did manage to convert as well. Oh, hang on. What's this going? They're going upstairs for a shoulder charge from one of the Australians. And wrong turn showing up. What we got here. The TMO has spotted something against the Australians. And the discipline, like we mentioned just a little bit ago, it has been a bit shaky for them throughout this one. So the try has already been taken. The conversion's already been taken, so I don't think they can overrule it. Slapping the ball down after a line break is what they are looking for. A deliberate knockdown. Right, what we got here. Lukanyuam. He's running back towards his own line. I think that's fine. I don't know what that would be for. They're trying to work out whether it goes forward or backwards. If it's gone forward, he might end up with a card, and that's nothing. We want Australia to still be on them, says Speedy. Right, here we go. Oh, it's flat for where it goes, but I think it's knocked back. What are we going to have here? Because they've taken the conversion, which is something they possibly shouldn't have done. What's this going to be? Okay. Player goal 10 is trying to bring it back. And he passed it to him anyway, eh? And also we have got the finally tries there, Spider Mix. So it's all good. Noah Lolesio is not going to be going to the bin. It's more of the case of would Noah Lolesio still be on the field at the end of this contest. But now we have got 5 minutes left in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. Guys all being here for these live streams. We have got plenty more coming with the All Blacks versus the Pumas just around the corner. It's going to be epic. Franz Steyn runs hard at Pete Samu and has been dragged down. It becomes a penalty to Australia for the player leaving his feet. I believe that was Franco Mostert. It's been penalised for that one. What a call after the fact, says cited. And think that's allowed, like Wallabies versus Wales. And live chat presentation is excellent, says Patricia. I don't know why I struggled with that so much. I had a Patricia in my year at school. She can tell I probably didn't talk to her too much because I couldn't pronounce her name. Question, will it be Paul Lawrence or Bryce Williams in there? says Gareth and Ozzy there. How much time left, says EJ. Currently 4 minutes left, and it's almost time for the Puma Fest. Right, the Wallabies, they've actually kicked this one for the corner. They want their bonus point back, which is probably fair enough in this situation. And TMO should not speak till spoken to, says Isaac there. Damn, guys, what is happening? Says Rudanel. Currently 15 points difference between these two sides. Australia chasing the bonus point, and it is thrown in, and it's almost stolen. No, they've still got it back, though, for Australia. Hunter Paisami sells the dummy runs at Damien Dialende and gets shunted back. Counter ruck from the box. It's going to be the advantage now for South Africa. I'm liking that intensity, something we haven't really seen too much of throughout the match. I think they want to get within 7 at the moment. They're going back for the penalty. Marika Koromberi, MVP. I had 22-15, now 25-10. And Box pray for the miracles. And France Steyn, the man who screwed the British Islands or British Alliance. And also, let's go Aussie. Just 3 minutes left. Also watching pre-match for the next game, says Norm. Of course, that will actually be on Sky Sport 1, won't it? If I'm not wrong, great commentary. Thanks, says Tessa. No worries at all. And thank you all very much for being here for this live stream. It is hugely appreciated. And next one is just around the corner. And anyone who does want to help us out, there is that membership where you can get exclusive emojis on the channel. We have got a New Zealand one made up for the next match. Going to the front there, Malcolm Marks gets it off to Mostek, Hendrickse, Delende. Nice carry. Pete Samu trying to strip him of the ball. Wasn't quite able to do so. He gets back up to his feet after placing and goes again. Sia Khaleesi, of like what he has done in this game. He has certainly been looking like the bearer of the sixes. Now inside ball off the Ludiacha. Just gives it away to Pete Samu, though. Another mistake from the South Africans. They have given the ball up just a little bit too easy throughout this match. Great commentary. Hamish says Alta and Artbox are playing an Irish club soon. I see something like that on Facebook. They certainly are. They are going to be taking on Munster with the South Africa Select 15. So that is when that game is taking place. I believe November the 10th or somewhere around there. And come on, Australia, score one more try. Says EJ, now passing it back across. Damien Willemse sells the dummy, tries to go through. Doing nice work there for Damien Willemse on the halfway line. Yankees goes back to Malcolm Marks. He's bumped off one. He's found the offload to Kitsoff. The front row replacements have really been strong throughout this matchup. Back to Willemse, Lukanyuam. Magical feet out now. Makazole Mapimpi gives it to Kwagga Smith, the man who did score the last try for the Springboks. The last and only, I should say. Our Yankees goes back to Springboks down by 15. It's a biff. Decides to back himself running hard at the line. 10 metres out now for the box. Australia trying to turn it over. It's going to be a cynical penalty given away by Andrew Callaway. Could find himself in the bin. Dialende has dropped down to his knees. Now going back across, Hendrickse gives it to Alton Yankees, who has a good carry. He was told not to go for that one. Andrew Callaway, he was the one who gave away the initial penalty. Ludiacha doing nicely. Till 50 seconds left. Big shot from Rob Leota and Kwagga Smith, the two opposites in the number department. Not much of an arm wrap there from Pete Samu. I think he led with the shoulder, but they are going back for the initial one. What time is the All Blacks game? They are going to be kicking off at 7:45 p.m. So we are going to be starting at about 7:30, somewhere around there. So we will be doing a bit of the build-up. Double blow the whistle. This has to be a yellow card. It's about time that the Australians do get in trouble, and that's going to be Rob Valentini now, who does go to the bin inside. That 80 minutes is all that matters. South Africa, Passion says Golden Guest, and 30 seconds left. It's done. Wallabies win, and I'm so done. I know that someone had it 13 plus. So depending on whether or not South Africa score now will depend on whether or not they get paid out. AB's in 15 minutes. They certainly are. Right. Time is off. They've got 15 seconds left. Kwagga Smith drops the head. He's reached out. He's got it. And it is a try. Kwagga Smith doing beautifully at the end. This game's become a little bit closer, but Kwagga Smith actually getting the double as well. Now, initially, the Australians thought they had won a penalty for something, but that is going to be full time in this contest. They fight back late, and you as a movie, says Flash, and that's the ball game. Good try and commitment. Yeah, I like what I've seen. Kwagga Smith starting next week. Could be worth a crack. What time are the Springboks playing, mate? And there's their sharp brain. Are we talking the Springboks or the Blitzboks? Because the Blitzboks, they are currently, their game is at 4:20 a.m., so 6:20 p.m. your time. And what about a group contest with a giveaway, e.g. predicting the winner score or other, says Geeta? We have actually thought about it in the past of doing some sort of way of tracking it. We actually did it for the BBL throughout that season for the cricket, but that is the end of this game. 25 points to 17, 8 points difference, and the Wallabies, they are victorious. Someone said at the start of the game that Quacker Smith is a hidden diamond. He was bang on. Yep. Done very nicely indeed for the Springboks, but a good win for the Wallabies in Australia. And the scoreline flatters the box, says Cameron, and also belted the New Zealand versus Argentina. It's going to be awesome. See how that one goes, and we will be carrying straight over to that next live stream. So our live stream will redirect you to that one. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I appreciate you all being here. We will more than likely be doing a little bit of a post-match review a bit later on after the All Blacks versus Argentina match. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you all for the next one.